Conquest manual in another world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 New Towns and Census Project. At the same time that Lin Li returned to the base camp to report on his work, Shi Erhong, the director of the Qi County station, hurriedly found Wei Fan. The two soon met in the reception room of Wei's mansion. Wei Fan, a man who became famous in the camp for holding a Gatling gun with one hand during the Battle of Xiaolianzi Mountain, changed his appearance after returning to Qi County and returned to the elegant and easygoing style of the patriarch. It seemed that everything was normal, at least on the surface. As for the fact that he secretly found Lin Ziming and proposed to use the private money he had accumulated for many years to build a Gatling weapon, it was not something that outsiders could tell for the time being. After the two met, they exchanged pleasantries, and then Shi Zhen put forward the purpose of his visit. Patriarch Wei, it's time to conduct a census. Wei Fan couldn't help but look confused when he heard this. What census? Shi Zhen smiled and explained to him, Patriarch Wei, it has been more than 10 days since the return of the trade group, and the car company we sent out has brought back a batch of refugees. At present, in addition to our personnel, there are more than 14,000 native residents and refugees who fled into the city before the beast tide in Qi County, and more than 37,000 refugees who were taken in after the beast tide. The total number is more than 51,000. Of course, this is just a rough population number, and the personal information of many refugees is still very unclear. Now it is almost time to build a new village, so the census is very necessary, as Shi Zhen said. At this time, it has been nearly a month since the rabbit started the refugee collection plan. When Lin Ziming and others just returned to the camp, the total population of Qi County was just over 30,000. Now, more than 10 days have passed, and the rabbits have taken in a lot more refugees. After all, according to the rabbits' estimate, the number of refugees within a 300-kilometer radius is likely to be more than 200,000. Basically, every helicopter trip can yield gains. With a collection of a large group of more than 5,000 refugees a few days ago, the total population of the entire Qi County has exceeded 50,000. This is already a standard population base for a small county with self-sufficiency. It is the prototype of a city that can be self-sufficient as long as the regulation is appropriate. In addition, although there are still some refugees within a radius of 150 kilometers of Qi County that have not been collected, these refugees are basically within 30 people, and there are rarely large and medium-sized refugee groups of more than 100 people. In other words, there is no large group with relatively clan blood relations or complex interpersonal relationships. This means that the gathering situation of village has reached the right time for planning. Some people may find it strange that the division of villages should take into account the scale of refugees that have not been collected. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. In the turbulent times of the past, the rabbits had no control and no ability to control. But now that the rabbits have come to Qi County, the division of villages must be based on the core development concept of stability. And for the villages composed of refugees to be stable, in addition to security, blood relations and interpersonal relationships must also be chosen. In other words, acquaintances are given priority to be assigned to a village. If the neighbors are acquaintances, then they can relax a little. The production teams of the rabbits a long time ago were like this. Those in southern Hunan went to Liujigao, those in the northeast went to Gaojiazhe, and those in Fujian went to Meijiatunzi. At the same time, they could not be too close to the gathering places of people from Guangdong province to be eaten. This is the concept of the village party. If a village is built when there are still large refugee groups around that have not been collected, then it is very likely that a certain situation will occur. A village A is a mix of a group of blood relatives and half of the refugees from outside, and the area and fields are planned. As a result, on the second day after the village was completed, it was suddenly discovered that another group of hundreds of newly collected refugees were clan members of the same lineage as Village A. In this case, it would be wrong to let the new group of people join in, and it would be wrong not to join in. If they join in, not only will the original village committee system have to be re-elected, but there may not be land. After all, the land in the Great Mo realm is different from that in the mainland, and many areas are lacking in fertility. But not joining in is also unreasonable. Clan unity is a basic demand, especially in the environment of the Great Mo realm. Therefore, village construction must be done after the refugees are gathered. Just like now, large-scale refugees have been gathered, so it will be much easier to settle the occasional dozen or 20 people, even if they have blood ties. As for the reason for building the village, it is even simpler. What will the city people eat if they don't grow crops? If Qi County City wants to form a closed-loop self-supplied closed-loop chain, it must have sufficient food production. Otherwise, how can Qi County City, which only relies on rabbits to supply food, be called self-sufficient? Since a new village is to be built, a population census is an essential part. Although the rabbits had previously simply counted the population when they took in refugees. But this kind of disaster relief population census is too prone to loopholes and too unstable. After all, the rabbits are not doing a military camp system. There are various safety supervisions, but the population mobility is also not low. Patriarch Wei, the camp's opinion is that this population census will be led by us, and it is expected to be completed within 2 days. Shi Zhan told Wei Fan about the entire plan. Seeing that Wei Fan had no objection, he continued to ask, Patriarch Wei, as for the location of the village, do you have an expected plan? I remember that according to the customs of the Great Mo realm, this should be something that should be prepared quite early, right? The location of the village. Wei Fan didn't know what he thought of when he heard this. His expression froze slightly, and he shook his head awkwardly. Director Shi, this is not yet available. As the vassal family of Qi County City, the Wei Mansion should have made a plan for the division of villages in advance, which was also one of the standard procedures in previous years. Or it can be said that it is one of the standard procedures for all cities in the Great Mo realm. Without the food provided by the affiliated villages, all kinds of production in the city cannot be carried out. After all, the Great Mo realm does not have the integrated convenience of the earth, and the main food income of the city still depends on the output of the affiliated villages. At most, some cities produce more food through secret methods, and sometimes they do some trade through commercial channels. Therefore, under normal circumstances, most cities still attach great importance to the affiliated villages. The same was true in Qi County City in previous years. However, with the appearance of rabbits, the entire Wei Mansion has discovered a big thick leg. If the Great Mo realm is a peaceful and prosperous era, and the practitioners are all superior people, then the attitude of the Wei Mansion may not be easy to say. But at this time, there will be a wave of beast tides in the Great Mo realm every few years, and the material and spiritual life is just like that. In addition, the profound ancestral precepts left by Wei Siming, Cheng Shiking and others have made the Wei Mansion and several other traverser families in Qi County City quickly embrace this big thick leg. Haven't you seen that the elementary school in the Wei Mansion has begun to teach my motherland and me? So in this situation where everything was led by the big guys, the Wei Mansion was so lucky that they forgot what they should do. Fortunately, the rabbits were prepared for this. Shi Zhan took out a map from his body. This is a map of 8 kilometers around Qi County City. Or should I say 16 miles, but there are only 3 directions, east, south and west. After all, the camp is in the north. Shi Zhan briefly introduced a map, and then pointed to the locations outlined by several basketball circles and said, here, there, and here, the above 6 areas are the preset points for the villages we have divided. After analysis by our geography team and chemistry team, the land within these preset points has basically not been sucked by the Earth's energy, and the soil fertility is extremely strong. And they are all within 10 miles of Qi County City. When we repair the road in the future and the vehicles are further developed, it will be easy to travel between the city and the village even with food. Wei Fan carefully looked at the map and then asked a few more questions. Finally, he agreed with Shi Zhan on a time and prepared to go there for a field investigation in person. The day after the two sides separated, the news of the village construction and the census were announced to the public at the same time. There is a chapter saying that the activity level is only a few percentage points away. You can chat more, such as checking in the daily chapter title, and it will be full in about 3 or 2 days. In addition, sitting for a long time is really harmful to the body. The doctor who examined me yesterday said that there is a polyp in the intestine. Although many people have this thing and it is very simple and inexpensive to remove, the operation requires entering from the pie. I am entangled in whether to remove it or not. It is said that if I don't remove it, it is easy to have diarrhea. Chapter 177 Their respective choices. Since the expansion of Qi County City is still in progress, A considerable number of refugees have been placed outside the city in the past period of time. After all, we have to consider the traffic and public security issues in the city. We must know that not all refugees are simple workers. Up to now, there are 6 large refugee gathering points in the entire Qi County city, 3 outside the city and 3 inside the city. The 3 inside the city are the original refugee gathering points, such as the Yuwei Lane in the east of the city where Zhao Qianzhu's family is located. The refugees in the area basically have stable jobs and detailed files. The reason why the expansion of Qi County City was slow in the past was that cement and other materials needed to be transported locally, and before that, for the Battle of Xiaolianzi Mountain, the traffic volume of Guangmen was basically used for military supplies. Therefore, after a month, the expansion project of the entire city has been completed by less than 1/10. However, the rabbits have found a mine rich in limestone a few days ago. To be honest, this thing is still easy to find. After all, it is not a rare material. Although the mine discovered by the rabbits is not large in size, Qi County City itself is not a big city. Not to mention that compared to the spiritual stones and coal mines buried underground, limestone is an open-air resource, and it is not too easy to mine. With such a mine in hand, with the arrival of several cement production lines, experimental-grade airtight cement may not have enough equipment to produce for a while, but cement for building ordinary buildings is not a big problem. Therefore, in the next plan, the expansion of Qi County City will be greatly accelerated, and the urban area is planned to expand 1 kilometer outward to reach a 5x5 layout. Most of the expanded areas will be built with staff buildings or residential buildings, which will be sold or distributed, depending on the situation. At present, there are more than 30,000 migrant population in Qi County City. The rabbits can complete the expansion of Qi County City while ensuring the normal progress of the life experiment base. Because of this, when the announcement of the expansion of the urban area and the division of the affiliated villages was released, it immediately caused an uproar among the refugee groups and even the indigenous people of Qi County City. It was time to get off work, and a group of workers who were leaving on time walked into Wangji Restaurant opposite the Lisi Industrial Park, the kind who didn't work overtime and punched in accurately. As soon as the group entered the restaurant, the big man who led them shouted to Sang Xiaoyin behind the cashier, "Sister Yin, give me a set of the old 4 dishes, and a few more cans of that zujin. Here I come." Sang Xiaoyin walked forward attentively in an apron, and quickly made a table for the few people. At the same time, she shouted to Wang Kaiwen in the kitchen, "Sister-in-law, table number 2, dry pot ice skin frog, stir-fried pig lungs, chicken rack with tofu and beef brisket, and a few more cans of zujin." Yes, that's right. This Wangji restaurant is a small restaurant opened by Zhao Qianzhu and his wife. Now, several major factories in the city have officially started work for more than 10 days, under the special policy of the rabbits to pay wages on a daily basis. Except for some workers with large families or seriously ill relatives, most of the other workers have improved their living conditions and have gradually started to have some spare money in their hands. After all, the refugees either live in tents or simple model houses, and there is no mortgage or other expenses. It is very easy to reach the poverty line with a salary 4 times the level. In the local area, it is almost the same as in a small county with a salary level of 2,000. If you have a house, you can make 8,000 a month and get paid daily. At the same time, there is no economic collapse, because the initial value is too low. After the refugees have spare money, some of the frugal ones will naturally secretly save the money for later use and be thrifty. Others who are more greedy, like to drink a few cups after work, and have no skills, naturally become regular customers of the small restaurant outside the factory. So after the first few days of opening, Wangji Restaurant soon had a group of relatively loyal customers. After all, Wang Kaiwen's father is the chef of a certain restaurant. His ancestors' skills have been passed down for 4 generations, which can be regarded as a family of chefs at the level of a county with 10,000 people. It's just that in troubled times, human life is worthless, and Wang Kaiwen had never had the opportunity to display her skills before, and she even nearly lost her life. Now that she has such a relatively stable storefront, the difference between Wang Kaiwen and ordinary housewives is reflected. Although Wang's restaurant is not very good now, at least it has reached a balance between income and expenditure, and the profit is increasing every day. For example, the group of workers who came to the store today are one of the loyal customers. Every time, About 7 or 8 people get off work together. You and I will get together to order cheap chicken racks and pig lungs, and it is quite comfortable to drink a little wine and chat. More than 10 minutes later, 4 plates of side dishes and a box of snow golden ice cubes were served. The leading worker scraped the ice slag in the basin and opened a can of snow gold from it. He gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and then used a pig lung to press it. The coolness and spicy taste immediately filled his mouth, and he couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. Great! This thing called beer is really good. Of course, a can costs a lot of money, enough to buy half a pot of rice wine. This chicken rack is also delicious. I like the sauce and crispy bones that haven't been eaten by the bones. In one word, it's delicious. That's right. At the dinner table, everyone chatted for a while. Then, seeing that the atmosphere was almost lively, a thin worker at the corner suddenly asked, "Brother Zhai, you are familiar with the manager? I heard that this time the city plans to relocate a group of workers to the villages below to farm. Is it true?" As soon as this topic was opened, the atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. Everyone's eyes were cast on Brother Zhai mentioned by the thin worker, and Zhigang, who was also the first group leader to be promoted in their workshop. Hearing this, Brother Zhai opened another can of beer, picked up a mouthful of food to suppress the alcohol, then put down his chopsticks and said, "Yes, that's right. The Wei Mansion plans to build 6 villages, which are about 10 miles away from the city gate tower. However, the villages will give priority to resettling the refugees who were gathered later, that is, those who have been on the west side of the city during this period. They will be assigned to the 6 villages. We workers have the right to choose independently. Those who are willing to go downstairs to farm can naturally go. Those who don't want to go and want to stay in the city to work, as long as you are not too lazy and slack off, the factory will not drive you away. But I heard that the Wei Mansion still encourages everyone to go down, and the compensation and treatment they provide are not low." Hearing this, everyone at the dinner table felt relieved and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed again. Another middle-aged man sitting next to Brother Zhai said with a smile, "It would be nice if you don't force us to go down. I won't go no matter how high the salary is. Anyway, I'm used to this factory. The daily wages are much higher than before. Why do I still want to farm? That's right, it's so good to be a worker. I can drink some wine every day." As soon as this was said, many people echoed at the table. But soon, another young man with a sallow face raised his hand. This person looked like a scholar. He was also the only one who drank in a long gown instead of work clothes. "Brother Zhai, what about the staff building?" At this time, after 2 cans of beer, Brother Zhai's face was a little red. After all, the concentration of Zujin was still a bit high for the lower-class civilians in the Great Mo realm. At the beginning, the capital for the cultivation of Wei Siming's group of traversers was exchanged for distilled wine technology, so it can be seen that the wine industry in the Great Mo realm is poor. Brother Zhai burped upon hearing this, and then pulled up his short-sleeved work clothes halfway, revealing his big belly. "Oh, you mean the staff building? That's a good thing. Aren't we all still living in tents or simple houses now? Sometimes it's not easy to be intimate with my wife." "Oh, I forgot, you don't have a wife. Anyway, that's what I mean, it's inconvenient to do anything." So the Wei Mansion plans to build a few buildings for the factory workers' families to live in. I heard that they are some high-rise buildings that we have never seen before. Anyway, they can accommodate a lot of people. I heard from Accountant Liu in the factory that the planning map will be officially made public within a week. However, the specific allocation plan has to wait for the factory to decide. Not everyone will have it. It seems that they will be ranked according to performance or something. So don't slack off during this period of time, or what Accountant Liu said, every worker has a bright future. After saying this, Brother Zhai fell on the table and fell asleep. Well, I only drank 2 cans of snow gold. The workers are relatively active in choosing villages, while others are not. Chapter 178 Their respective choices. While Brother Zhai and others were chatting in Wang's restaurant, a more heated discussion was erupting at a resettlement site in the city. We said we would not go to farm no matter what. Of course, we would not go to work either. A refugee with a second-rate aura was seen holding a piece of straw in his mouth, with one foot on a stool, and excitedly yelling at the refugees around him. This person was called Lao Liu. He was the refugee who claimed to observe the rabbits for a month before deciding whether to believe them when the rabbits first arrived in Chixin City to recruit workers, and also intended to stop Wang Timu from signing up. Now a month has passed, and Lao Liu looks a lot fatter, Obviously because the food conditions in the past period of time were very good. However, unlike Wang Timu, Niba, Zhao Qianju and many other refugees who relied on their own efforts to change their circumstances and live a more and more stable life, Lao Liu and the refugees around him did nothing at all in the past period of time, and simply relied on the food from the relief points every day to keep their stomachs full. In other words, they are standard parasites. There is no way. Humans are such creatures. When the base number reaches a certain level, some lazy individuals will definitely appear. This has been perfectly proven during the Big Pot period. Before, the rabbits basically carried out relief for the refugees with the idea of better to give more than to starve to death. After all, special cases should be treated specially. When the rabbits first entered the city, they must focus on stabilizing people's hearts. At the same time, for image considerations, the troops did not choose the mode of military control. Although various patrol links were not slack at all, the mobility between refugees was still very high. Before the emergence of detailed identity certificates, people like Lao Liu were bound to appear. In fact, the rabbits also knew that people like Lao Liu existed, but because there were too many problems to consider before, they really didn't have much energy to take care of these small number of parasites. Even if you make a sign-in card, it's useless. Maybe the vulnerable will be forcibly seized and impersonated. QR codes and the like are the scope of identity statistics at that time. The rabbits' manpower was in a state of preparation for war, and they really couldn't spare enough manpower to do these links. However, with the start of the census and the coverage of power lines, it is foreseeable that ID cards and facial recognition technology will soon become popular. By then, these parasites will have no chance to steal rice. In fact, if Lao Liu and others had a little more vision, it would be completely feasible to find a factory to work or choose to be assigned to the village below. Regardless of which option is better, at least it can guarantee a basic source of income, and the rabbits will not deliberately turn around and look for them to settle accounts. However, at this time, Lao Liu obviously did not realize the rabbits' determination to reorganize and plan the refugees this time. At this time, he was still showing off his own little abacus. A few days ago, Lao Liu, miscalculated. I thought those Chinese people wanted to cheat us, and stop many people from going to the construction site. Now I take back that sentence. It seems that the Chinese people are really the masters of the Wei Mansion. These days, it seems that a battle is like a father leading his son. But then again, miscalculation is miscalculation, and I didn't cheat you, right? Our group has been shooting and changing positions these days, and we have been well fed and well slept, without worries. Yes, Wang Timu, the one-eyed dragon, made a little more money. Not to mention those Yuaksha coins made of paper. How can you find a usable piece of land outside Qi County? Without the Chinese people there, it is just waste paper. Hearing this, there was a burst of laughter around Lao Liu. Then Lao Liu changed his posture, crossed his legs and said, "So I say that we all should relax, put some mud on our faces every day and go to the relief office to get a meal. If we are really short of money one day, we can go to the city to find a random store to work for a few days, and the rest of the time will be a great time to play, right?" Then he paused and spit the straw in his mouth. "Don't worry, these Chinese people dare not ignore us." While Lao Liu and his group of sand gods from the Great Mo realm were hypnotizing themselves. In a relief tent 500 meters away from them, Tian Baocheng was holding his little daughter at this time, and he was having an important discussion with his wife Kei Zilkin and his father Tian Liang about where to go in the future. Tian Baocheng was the first batch of employees recruited when the bicycle factory started working. When he reported, he used a QR code. And his wife Kei Zilkin went to the textile factory and became a female worker. Old Yan, what are you thinking? You don't want to be a good worker, but go back to the fields to farm? Have you forgotten how we became tenants? Kei Zilkin looked at her husband in confusion, and at the same time, she was furious. She pointed to the fragrant clay pot not far away and said, "Look, it's only been a few days and we can eat meat. Are you still not satisfied? I also heard Director Li from our workshop say that if we work longer in the future, we can get processing money based on our years of work. It's said to be a seniority subsidy, and the basic salary can be doubled at most." Before work ended today, Secretary Wang from the labor union found me and said that our situation is a dual-income family, and we may be allocated a staff house in the future. He asked me to fill out the application form tomorrow. Seeing that we will have money, food and a house soon, Why do you want to go back to farming? Tian Baocheng's father was a thin, one-armed man with wrinkles on his face. Upon hearing this, he also advised, Baocheng, the village is more than 10 miles outside the city. Not to mention the trouble of going back and forth. How much grain can you produce from farming? Those Chinese people are capable and kind-hearted, but no matter how capable they are, they can't make the land produce more grain out of thin air, right? This is something that even practitioners can't do. Listen to your father's advice, don't be confused. Isn't it good to live a down-to-earth life now? Seeing that his wife and father were trying to dissuade him at the same time, Tian Baocheng's brows gradually twisted together. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was a little dull, and only his little daughter was teasing his beard for no apparent reason. After a while, Tian Baocheng exhaled heavily. He looked around vigilantly, lowered his voice and said that's because you don't know what I saw in the factory. Then he motioned his wife and husband to come closer, and continued, our factory produces bicycles. Do you know what a bicycle is? It has 2 wheels and a handlebar. It's a little difficult to learn at first, but after you learn it, you can ride 10 miles in less than 2/4 of an hour, and it's much less labor-intensive than walking. The Chinese say that they will build roads when they build a village, so they will definitely build them, so there's no need to worry about the problem of going between the village and the city. Then he paused, and seeing the surprise on his wife and father's faces, he threw out another bombshell. Haven't I been doing pretty well in the factory during this period? So the factory arranged for me to help out in the factory next door a few days ago. That factory is called an agricultural machinery factory. I heard that it is a factory dedicated to arable land. It hasn't started yet and is short of manpower. Later, we helped debug a device called a seed drill. The location was, right next to the dilapidated temple where we ate guanine soil. I saw it with my own eyes at the time. As soon as the thing called the rotary tiller was started, the land was turned over like tofu. Then with a seed drill, it didn't take long for a piece of land to be planted with seeds, which was more than 10 times faster than before. Upon hearing this, Kazukin looked at her father-in-law and asked at the same time, really? It's not a magic spell, it's definitely not a magic spell, nor a magic weapon. I even sat on it to try it out once. Tian Baocheng shook his head quickly and said, as for the annual yield, I heard that the Chinese have made some technological breakthroughs. Anyway, the seeds are better than what we have now, and the annual yield must be better than it is now. And there is no need to worry about the rent, they don't collect taxes. Our ancestors have been farming for generations, and those Chinese people also told me that they are going to build one of the villages as a new district. So, I want to give it a try, I asked in more detail. The polyp here costs 80 yuan per pill and can be reimbursed by medical insurance. I have to drink a diarrhea solution the day before the operation, and I can go home an hour after the operation. The process is very simple. Does anyone know if the polyp will disappear by itself? Chapter 179 The Anal Needs of Damo Realm. Once the census and the town and village plan were made public, they quickly caused an uproar in various groups. There were many people like Tian Baocheng's family. After all, many refugees had been farmers for generations, and they had a natural affinity for the land, or they didn't know what to do without the land. The only difference between these people and Tian Baocheng was that most of them only had the concept of farming limited to artificial reclamation. They didn't know what kind of bug-level industrial equipment existed in the agricultural machinery factory, and to what extent it could improve the planting efficiency. They also didn't know that although Mr. Yuan's team could not optimize the grain varieties within a month, a small number of optimized crops in the local area could be directly cultivated in the Damo realm, although there were not many suitable varieties for cultivation, and the yield might not be as high as that in the local area. It was still no problem to crush the inferior grain in the Damo realm. Unfortunately, only very few people knew this news. Therefore, some people finally decided to stay in Chixin City, while others chose to move to subordinate villages. These people made different choices at the crossroads of fate, and this is the prototype of 2 completely different groups in the future. Compared with the refugees in the city, the refugees who arrived in Qi County later had only one choice, except for a few special talents, all were collected in subordinate villages. The refugees who were assigned to the villages had no objection to this. It was good enough to have someone to provide them with shelter these days, not to mention that they could also expect many conditions promised by the rabbits. Free rent, road and house repairs, higher yield seeds, and agricultural loans to purchase equipment. The above promises are not required to be fulfilled in full, but even if 1/10 can be realized, it will be considered a blood profit for the refugees. After all, most cities do not provide these treatments at all. At most, they give you some seeds and you can plant them if you like, because they don't lack people in troubled times. For details, please refer to the local news on. Although the population in Chi County is much smaller than that of towns of the same size in the local area, the number of rabbits is actually not large. Even though there are more than 20,000 soldiers stationed in the camp, you really need civilian staff who have worked in the community to do this kind of thing. Therefore, within a few days after the information was made public, the entire Chickson City station suddenly became very busy. And just a few days after the population data census was gradually carried out and got on track. In Zhejiang City, more than 2,300 miles away, Gu Junming was standing in the shop of Tay building, which was still under renovation, and looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him with surprise. "Manager Yang, why are you here?" Now it has been 20 days since Ye Fangwei and his group of chefs arrived in Zhejiang City, and the date set by the headquarters to officially open to the public within 1 month is very close. The standard time left for this Hongguo team is not much JPG. If a restaurant wants to open, in addition to the chef's dishes and mastering the language, the most critical thing is the shop problem. Not long ago, Gu Junming brought Ye Fangwei to visit Yang Bali. They were familiar with each other. At the same time, they used the trade relationship between the rabbits and Zhejiang to settle the leasing of 2 floors. The 2 floors were not on the same area, and they were separated by 2 streets. Among them, Tay building was located closer to the center of the city, where rich families and cultivation families gathered. Relatively speaking, the area was more prosperous, and there were many rich people and cultivators. In those simulation business games such as Skyline with Traffic Jam, this area is definitely dark blue, representing high land prices. The location of shacks and restaurant is relatively remote. It is closer to a cargo distribution center, and there are many people at the bottom of society such as porters around. Although these mudlegs are low level, the news of the people in the market is often more informed of course, the accuracy is also questionable. However, with the ability of the rabbits, it is not difficult to analyze the correct news after collecting and comparing a large number of information samples. The 2 areas have their own advantages and can complement each other to a certain extent. After the restaurant lease contracts was negotiated, Yang Bali also claimed that he would come to the restaurant when it opened and taste the game from the other side of the mountain. But now there are still 6 or 7 days before the restaurant opens, and the second batch of rabbits happy sticks have not arrived yet. With Yang Bali's status, he should not come to the door at this time. After all, Zhejiang and Tailao are in 2 completely opposite directions, and it is impossible for them to meet by chance when they are full and strolling. However, as the saying goes, don't hide a smiling person, so Gu Junming still routinely exchanged some polite words with Yang Bali. After Manying left, Gu Junming took over as the shopkeeper of Tailao. Although he is a soldier, unlike Lin Ziming and Yan Shaoxin, Gu Junming's position is chief of staff, a standard civilian cadre. "Shopkeeper Yang, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look as rosy as ever. I guess your business is booming again." "Thanks to shopkeeper Gu, everything is fine, everything is fine." Yang Bali also bowed cheerfully, and then lowered his voice and said, "Shopkeeper Gu, can you please have a word with me?" After that, he glanced at Wei Yaoqiu, who was acting as an interpreter beside Gu Junming, one of the only 2 interpreters in the Wei mansion, and added, "Can we find a place to talk in detail?" Gu Junming was stunned when he heard this, and realized that Yang Bali might really have something important this time, so he winked at Wei Yaoqiu and extended his hand to invite him. "Then shopkeeper Yang, let's go to the side room to discuss, please follow me." After a while, the 2 came to a side room in the backyard. This side room is a reception room carefully prepared by Tay building, and it is specially positioned to receive big customers. The so-called careful preparation refers to the exquisite decoration and the around 360-degree protection without dead ends. After taking his seat, Gu Junming first pressed a silent button under the pretext of holding the chair, and connected to the command center thousands of miles away through a specific channel. Then he poured a cup of tea for Yang Bali, turned on the translator and asked, "Shopkeeper Yang, now there are only you and me in this side room. Please feel free to say anything." Yang Bali hesitated for a few breaths after hearing this, then carefully took out an object from his body, put it on the table and pushed it in front of Gu Junming. "Shopkeeper Gu, do you recognize this thing?" Gu Junming stretched his head over with some curiosity, ready to see what made Yang Bali so mysterious, but after seeing the object clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, Menglong, that's right, the material Yang Bali took out at this time was a Menglong hemorrhoid cream." Seeing that Gu Junming recognized the origin of this thing without hesitation, Yang Bali felt a little socially dead and also a little happy. "Shopkeeper Gu, this thing was sold to me by the little girl at the door when I first met your Chamber of Commerce. I tried it out of curiosity after returning home." After saying this, he paused, as if he was a little ashamed, but finally mustered up the courage to say, "The experience was wonderful." After saying the most socially deadly sentence, Yang Bali suddenly felt that he was not so embarrassed, so he continued, "I wonder if this thing can be mass-produced and wholesaled like the 67-style Happy Stick." Looking at Yang Bali with an anxious face in front of him, Gu Junming's expression was inexplicably a little subtle. He really didn't expect that the Menglong hemorrhoid cream that Wang Qiang sold on a whim would become the reason for Yang Bali's visit this time. In fact, it was not just Gu Junming. If someone had told Yang Bali that this would happen 2 days ago, his reaction would definitely be greater than Gu Junming's. After all, this scene is too embarrassing and awkward. Speaking of which, the purchase date of this Menglong hemorrhoid cream can be traced back to nearly a month ago, when the trade group just came to Zhejiang City. At that time, Yang Bali discovered the bargain-hunting behavior of the rabbits through the account reconciliation, and came to the door of Tao's Hu Chamber of Commerce with great interest to visit. As a result, before entering the door, he met Wang Qiang, who was selling goods at the door, and took a look at the materials of the military coat. I don't know what this girl thought of at that time. After failing to sell the military coat, she gave Yang Bali this 5-gram standard specification Menglong hemorrhoid cream. At that time, Yang Bali thought that there should be some courtesy when taking the initiative to visit, so he spent 30 copper coins to buy this Menglong hemorrhoid cream, went home and took a few glances and threw it aside. Unexpectedly, his old hemorrhoid problem came back a few days ago, and that sour and refreshing feeling. Yes, that's right. Yang Bali has very, very serious hemorrhoids, and they are internal hemorrhoids. Otherwise, what do you think his third-level underwear is used for? Under the sour and tormenting feeling, Yang Bali suddenly thought of the Menglong hemorrhoid cream that he had thrown aside. After all, the instructions in the hemorrhoid cream are written in the Great Mo language, and the efficacy, usage and dosage are clear, which belongs to the category of having hands to do. Thinking of the extremely mysterious but surprising style of the rabbits, Yang Bali was desperate and opened this box of Menglong. Then he discovered a new world. After thinking about it, I decided to prepare to remove the polyp. After all, it seems that I can go home in an hour without interruption. But the posture is a bit embarrassing. Please give me some monthly tickets to comfort the punk. Chapter 180, The Urgent Needs of Damo Realm. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 men have hemorrhoids. In the local area, this man does not actually refer to men in general, but also includes women and Hideyoshi. In the Damo world, this concept has been further expanded. It not only refers to mortals, but also covers practitioners. Some people may find it strange, why do practitioners also get hemorrhoids? The reason is very simple, because before certain realms, practitioners are still human. Hemorrhoids are not so much a disease as a symptom of some kind of human body feedback. Little is known. Hemorrhoids are vascular tissues located in the anal canal and are the most common anal abnormality in clinical practice. In 1975, the British Thomson proposed the modern concept of hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are pathological hypertrophy of the anal cushions at the lower end of the rectum. According to the different locations of occurrence, hemorrhoids can be divided into internal hemorrhoids, external hemorrhoids and mixed hemorrhoids. At present, the specific pathogenesis of hemorrhoids has not been fully clarified, and the theories of etiology are nothing more than the varicose vein theory and the anal cushion downward displacement theory. The core of these two categories is the same. There are no pathogenic cells, mainly due to long-term sitting pressure. That is to say, as long as you are a human being, as long as you have blood vessels near your buttocks, you will definitely get hemorrhoids, unless you can control the blood from flowing in that direction. At the same time, compared with local humans, the incidence of hemorrhoids in the Dhamma world is even much higher than that in the local world because of the need for long-term meditation during practice. Don't think that the Dhamma world is a world of practice, and there are countless kinds of mysterious elixirs. In fact, in the field of treating diseases, the elixirs of the Dhamma world are actually open and limited. The so-called openness means that it can cure various diseases, and even give you 1s of organ aging. And the so-called limitation means that the core effect of the elixir is simply 1, restore vitality. If you have heart failure, take a pill and you will be full of vitality again. If you have a broken limb, take a pill to grow bones, blood vessels and skin again. If you have liver cancer, take a pill to make your liver rejuvenated. This is a bit like One Punch Man. No matter whether it is a big monster or a small monster, you can get rid of it with one punch. What kind of situation does this treatment method lead to? As a result, there is no classified clinic in the Great Mo realm, at least in the realm of cultivation. This situation can often be seen in novels and movies. They never classify diseases, and all of them are cured with one pill. Various pills for healing the body are only divided by rank and price, not by whether they are for the brain or the stomach. As long as you have money, one pill can cure diseases in all parts of the body. This leads to an advanced problem. The Great Mo realm does not have a systematic summary of the causes of diseases. They only know how to cure diseases, but they don't know where the disease comes from and how it worsens. They only know which spiritual medicine is effective for the disease, but they don't know that the effective one is actually some mysterious ingredient in the spiritual medicine. This is the inevitable difference between the mysterious side world and the technological side world, because they don't have the concept of the microscopic field. Therefore, in terms of some non-pathological compressive diseases, the pills of the Great Mo realm are somewhat powerless. Hemorrhoids are one of them. Therefore, the pills of the Great Mo realm are ineffective for hemorrhoids, because the performance of hemorrhoids does not meet the AI of the pill to restore vitality, unless you have deteriorated to the point of varicose veins and complete paralysis plus femoral head necrosis. But it can't be said that in order to treat hemorrhoids that will recur, a person has to periodically necrotize the femoral head, right? Of course, in addition to elixirs, Damoji also has some ointments that are more or less effective for hemorrhoids. But they are still far inferior to the rabbit's manglong. The reason is simple. The ointments of Damoji do not have enough substances that must be synthesized through microscale and pharmaceutical industrialization. For example, dimethyl sulfoxide and zinc carbonate. These are the main substances for treating hemorrhoids. The synthesis technology of the rabbits can achieve 6.9% dimethyl sulfoxide in 5 grams of ointment. But since the ointment of Damoji cannot prepare these composite substances alone, at most it contains 1,000th or 2,000ths in the same dose. This leads to a huge difference in the treatment effect of the two. This is the gap in industrial standards, just like the local side already has ultra-thin condoms, while Damoji is still using sheep intestines. It is a difference in the direction of world development. Again, in the final analysis, the microscopic field has not been cracked. Since the natives of the Great Mo realm didn't know what the microscopic field was, they turned their attention to the magic tools after they found that the pills and ointments were not effective. They hoped to use the underwear magic tool to make their meditation environment more comfortable. This is how Yang Boli's third-level underwear came about. This is not uncommon in the Great Mo realm, but many magic tools are not that high in level. However, even if you make your underwear more comfortable, your butt will still get hemorrhoids, because the two are not problems in the same field at all. This is why Yang Bali was so excited after discovering the miraculous effect of manglong. Because in addition to curing his own hemorrhoids, he also saw a huge market. A market that is no smaller than the happy stick. In fact, he was not the only one who realized this market. The moment Yang Bali took out manglong, the Chinese think tanks and the headquarters also thought of this layer. Previously, because they had just arrived in a world and had not yet changed their minds, they did not realize the importance of hemorrhoid cream. This was not their fault, because they had no reference at all before. But when many top experts focused their attention on this, the previously ignored problem was instantly seen through. Although the price of hemorrhoid cream is far less expensive than that of the happy stick, it has a lower cost. Secondly, its frequency of use is much higher than that of the happy stick. There are not many opportunities for the large-scale use of the happy stick. Most of the time, it is used as a reserve material until a specific time. But hemorrhoid cream is different. Considering the recurrence frequency of hemorrhoids in the Great Mo world, a 20-gram hemorrhoid cream is estimated to not be used for long. When the frequency increases, the market will expand accordingly. In the reception room, Gu Junming showed a charming smile to Yang Bali. Shopkeeper Yang, it's a coincidence. This hemorrhoid cream is also one of the unique specialties of our Chamber of Commerce. The output is not low and it can be supplied in large quantities. If you are interested in buying a batch of goods, we can naturally discuss the price. As a businessman, Yang Bali would normally remain relatively reserved, and would not act too hastily even if he was interested in certain goods. However, the hemorrhoid cream is obviously a monopoly of the other party, and his visit is obviously for this thing. Therefore, Yang Bali simply gave up his so-called reserve and handed the initiative to the other party. As soon as Gu Junming finished speaking, he heard Yang Bali ask, "Of course I am interested, shopkeeper Gu. Do you know the price of this hemorrhoid cream?" Gu Junming heard this, tapping his fingers on the table one by one, with a thoughtful look on his face, actually waiting for the response of the headquarters. Although Yang Bali is a high-level cultivator of foundation building, there is a possibility of using divine thoughts to eavesdrop on the ear return. But the rabbits don't care. First of all, the fact that Teosu Chamber of Commerce has the means of long-distance communication is semi-public news to Yang Bali, and it doesn't matter if he finds out. After all, with the sale of things like happy bars, the rabbits will definitely expose some things in front of Yang Bali, an acquisition party, and they can't hide it. Secondly, the rabbits speak Chinese, so they are not afraid even if they are heard. Gu Junming's index finger tapped on the table several times, and finally he said to Yang Bali with a tisk sound, "Shopkeeper Yang, the hemorrhoid cream I sold you before was a trial pack of 1 jin, and the production volume was not high. Our Chamber of Commerce mainly sells regular packs of 2 jin and 4 jin. Which specification do you want to know the price of?" Yang Bali also felt that the original specifications were a bit small, and he said, "Shopkeeper Gu, can you tell me the prices of the 2 specifications respectively?" "Of course, and no matter how much you can sell it for, our Chamber of Commerce will only quote you the wholesale price." Gu Junming stretched out his voice and said a sentence, which basically made it clear that the rabbits knew Yang Bali's plan to resell it, and then said, "Shopkeeper Yang, the previous price of 1 jin was 30 copper coins. That was our promotional price. After all, we had just arrived in Zhejiang City at that time and were doing business at a loss in order to open up sales. For normal wholesale, I will give you a price of 100 copper coins for the 2 jin specification, and 195 for the 4 jin specification." After quoting the price, Gu Junming looked at Yang Bali quietly and stopped talking. The price of Mayenglong hemorrhoid cream in the local area is about 0.885 yuan g. 4 jin, that is, the cost price of 20 grams. Including the packaging, it is about 3 yuan. According to the exchange rate, the price of 195 copper coins is 390 yuan. The profit is not high. It can be regarded as small profits but quick turnover. Ahem. Let's not worry about the local cost for the time being. Anyway, this price is still quite attractive to Yang Bali. The price of some ointments in the Great Mo realm is also about more than 200 copper coins, and the effect is not even 1/5 of Mayenglong. However, out of the instinct of a businessman, Yang Bali and Gu Junming bargained for a price. In the end, the offshore wholesale price of 20 grams, that is, 4 jin of Mayenglong hemorrhoid cream, was set at 190 coppers bar. The first batch of hemorrhoid cream will be delivered to Lanian City within 4 days. After negotiating the price, Yang Bali left Tay Tower with satisfaction. But perhaps it was because Gu Junming's acting skills were not as perfect as Manning's, and Yang Bali suddenly felt vaguely in his heart as he walked that he did not make as much money as Happy Stick this time. What a mistake, what a mistake, I was a little anxious. I'm afraid that the profit of Teosu Chamber of Commerce this time can be more than 40%. Shopkeeper Ma is really honest. Yang Bali secretly blamed himself and suddenly stopped when he walked past the plaque of Tay building. Maybe it was the light. In Yang Bali's eyes, the little white rabbit on the plaque seemed to be darker at this time, especially the heart area. Then he rubbed his eyes again and found that the icon turned back into a snow-white little rabbit, showing him a simple smile. I saw it wrong, I saw it wrong. How could such a cute little rabbit be so black-hearted? What do you mean by learning and applying now? Mine is polyps, not hemorrhoids. The foreshadowing of hemorrhoids was buried more than 60 chapters ago. Okay, don't tarnish my innocence. Chapter 181. This chapter actually reveals a truth. After Gu Junming and Yang Bali reached a deal, the headquarters also sent the news back to the mainland for reporting. The local side quickly expressed great attention to this achievement and quickly formed a unified opinion. The parent company of Mayenglong Hemorrhoid Cream is controlled by Anbao Group. Although it is not a state-owned enterprise, It is one of the state-controlled subsidiaries and has no foreign investment. Therefore, the rabbits can basically achieve the best solution in terms of production line, confidentiality and cost. 3 days later. In the life experiment base of Xinhao camp. The biological research team led by Wen Qiang obtained relevant authorization not long ago and officially began to analyze the remains of many monsters brought back from the capture battle in Xiaoyanzi Mountain today. This time, the troops brought back a large number of monster samples, with a total of 47 species. Of course, the number of each species varies greatly. Among them, the smallest number is a monster called Dikarat, which belongs to a companion species of the second-level monster Fanian crocodile. It usually cleans up the debris on the surface of the Fanian crocodile, and there are only 5 of them. The largest number of monsters is the rabbit's old friend, the armored giant snake that they had seen many times before. The official name of this giant snake is the black wind snake, which is a very common ground attack force in all sizes of beastides. The characteristics of the black wind snake are that its head is slightly larger than its body, and its attack is thick, black, hard and fast. At the same time, there is a well-developed venom gland in its body, and being bitten by the venomous fangs is basically a sure death. At the same time, from a macro perspective, a considerable number of people who died in the beastide in the history of the Great Mo realm entered the belly of the black wind snake. At present, there is only one fate for this batch of living black wind snakes, that is, being experimented and then executed openly. Anyway, they are unlikely to survive, and because they have eaten humans, they will never enter the rabbit's pot. However, a group at the Animal Husbandry Bureau is preparing to conduct experiments, hoping to see if the offspring of this man-eating creature can be optimized into a breeding form. For example, the vegetarian diet of the two-headed bull is very good. The offspring of the black wind snake who have never eaten humans should be a good recipe. For details, you can refer to the snake meat hotpot in Guangdong province. However, optimizing the offspring is the responsibility of the Animal Husbandry Bureau. Considering that this kind of snake will not change much before it turns into a dragon in the 3rd level, the black wind snake is not the first research target of the biological team's research topic. Wang Qiang and her team's main target for dissection this time is still the 3rd level monster, such as the tiger monster's big head in front of Wang Qiang. The length of ordinary tigers on Earth is more than 2 meters, and the largest northeast orange cat can reach about 3 meters. The diameter of the tiger monster in front of Wen Qiang's head alone is more than 2 meters, and the whole body is as long as 12 meters in its complete state. The realm of this tiger monster is in the early 3rd level. Together with the other ground dragon, they are the 2 most powerful monsters in this group of beasts. Converted into the realm of human practitioners, it is about the 4th and 5th levels of the Giandan realm. Monsters of this realm are actually very threatening to a single individual. Therefore, when killing him, the process is still quite troublesome. If it weren't for the old patriarch Wei finding an opportunity to use the 3rd level sword energy talisman, the rabbits would definitely be able to kill it, but the preservation of the body would definitely not be as complete as it is now. For a monster that has reached this level, it is very difficult to penetrate its body's surface with the thermal energy or chemical energy of ordinary missiles alone. Of course, this refers to ordinary missiles, such as Hongying 5 and Pili 10. Generally speaking, in order to penetrate the body defense of such a monster, you must use armor-piercing bullets. And there are also requirements for the caliber of armor-piercing bullets. The 12.7mm armor-piercing bullet of the sniper caliber cannot penetrate the body surface of this 3rd level monster. Only armor-piercing bullets of more than 30mm can achieve this step. Armor-piercing bullets use mechanical energy, that is, the penetration effect brought by high-strength materials such as steel alloys and depleted uranium alloys at ultra-high speeds. Conceptually, it can be regarded as a powerful single weapon, while howitzers are group AoE. Don't look at these armor-piercing bullets without the blessing of spiritual power, which seems to be very low and cannot achieve the defense-breaking effect of magic weapons or spells. But in fact, the effect of spiritual power on magic weapons is simply to increase the kinetic energy of objects. The same is true for most spells that are not divine thoughts. For example, the fireball spell relies on thermal energy and kinetic energy. Another example is a very famous move, Dahuang Prison Heaven Finger. 1 finger imprisons the heaven and earth, 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers destroy living beings, 4 fingers break the sky, and 5 fingers move the universe. To put it bluntly, this move relies on high-intensity air pressure and kinetic energy to penetrate the target. No matter how powerful it is, it essentially relies on kinetic energy rather than directly killing you instantly in terms of cause and effect. The concept of Jin Kun of the fifth finger is relatively broad and will not be discussed. Which of the first four fingers is not an effect that can be achieved by thermal weapons? It's just that the performance of this energy field is not quite the same. This principle also applies to the defense of the Dhamma world's cultivation field. Like monsters or practitioners, although they can have various kinds of robes or spiritual shields to serve as surface defense. But apart from the mental defense that the rabbits are currently studying, all other hardware defense systems have certain physical thresholds. In the eyes of Lin Li, Wang Qiang, or all local scientific researchers, the so-called practice is just an application of energy from a different angle. The real difference of the Great Mo realm is that it has divine thoughts. For example, high-level practitioners can use coercion to directly kill low-level practitioners, or refine and control spells such as the refining spirit technique. This is the truly unknown field. Another example is the concept of laws that may appear at a higher level. The rabbits have not encountered this yet, so we will not discuss it for the time being. In addition, the core concepts of attack and defense and the practitioners themselves are actually the same, and they should not and cannot violate the basic law of conservation. Like some monks in novels who can travel dozens of miles in an instant with a flash of light. Let's calculate it according to the minimum limit of 10 kilometers. 10,000 meters in 1 second. The speed of sound is 340 meters per second. Let's calculate it at 30 times the speed of sound. At present, the only weapons in the local area that can reach this speed in 1 second, except for laser weapons that have not yet been successfully developed and have great limitations, are the R-29 electromagnetic railgun driven by ampere force. How much energy does this electromagnetic gun consume per second? It can allow an aircraft carrier to travel 400 kilometers. Currently, there are only two on the entire Earth, one for rabbit and one for eagle. Legend has it that the order of use of these two R-29s is even after nuclear bombs. If it is said that having such a speed is something inhuman, then it is fine for the cultivators in the tribulation realm and Mahayana stage. It can be said that their realm is extremely high and has broken through the concept of carbon-based creatures. But how can you, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage and the core formation stage, have such a speed? The energy effect of a golden elixir is equivalent to the full operation of 47 nuclear power plants? And this concept has penetrated into the inherent concepts of many people. It is not possible to ask why. Once asked, it is said that cultivation is so awesome and does not need explanation. This is actually a very rogue statement. It is actually quite funny. Cultivation, as the word means, is not only to cultivate the true self, but also the truth of all things. But what about the cultivators in the Great Mo realm? They don't even explore the most basic origins of things, and only go up and not down. What kind of cultivation is this? For example, the spiritual energy of the Great Mo realm is dissipating. Once the spiritual energy disappears completely, what is the difference between these higher-ranking practitioners and mortals? To put it bluntly, they are just a lost civilization with some special opportunities. As the saying goes, cultivation and technology are two lateral energy applications. Since it is the use of energy, then it must abide by certain laws of conservation. The purpose or mission of the rabbits is to find out this unknown law. The site returns to the laboratory. After everything is ready, Wang Qiang's team officially began to study the remains of the tiger monster. The tiger monster was cut off from the neck by the third-level sword energy talisman. At that time, the fire control computer of the rabbits aimed at its external shield and launched a 3-hit combo. After breaking the defense, the old Master Wei used a third-level sword energy talisman to make a wave of human-headed dogs, splitting the remains in two. It's a pity that the Great Mo realm is not some game. Otherwise the old Master Wei could at least upgrade 1 or 2 levels with experience points. Ahem. The scene of the head looked a bit scary. The cut was bloody and filled with scenes that were beyond description. However, for biological dogs like Wang Qiang, this was already commonplace. They had dissected living frogs countless times. The frogs were still alive when their internal organs were beating, and they asked you to sew them up after the operation. After everything was ready, Wang Qiang controlled the scalpel and began to cut along the center of the head. This scalpel was a high-strength scalpel made by the rabbits using the heat shock process. At the same time, they also asked the foundation building worshipper of Zibaoxuan to increase their holdings when they were in Zhejiang City. The strength and sharpness were enough to cut through the bones of a third-level monster. After the dissection began, Wang Qiang began to cut along the predetermined route. Kakekuka, the heat shock effect easily cut open the tiger monster's head without a protective shield. However, when Wang Qiang cut about 15 centimeters, the tip of her knife suddenly hit a hard object. She slid down a few times with force, and the blade remained motionless. Wang Qiang immediately stopped what she was doing, picked up a CT scan chart from the side and looked at it for a few seconds, frowning unconsciously. Strange, both X-rays and enhanced CT scans show that there should be no foreign objects in this area. Now that Lin Li was not present, Wang Qiang was the highest person in charge at the scene. So after thinking for a few seconds, she said decisively, "Use the laser cutting machine." 3 minutes later, the laser cutting machine was debugged. "Power on and turn it on." Crack, as the skull of the head cracked, a crystal appeared in front of Wang Qiang and others. This was a transparent crystal, about the size of a fist. It was clearly in the cranial cavity but was not stained with any blood, and was extremely hard. Wang Qiang put it into the containment container, turned to her assistant and said, "Go and ask Mr. Chuan." "No, go and ask President Wei Qiangsheng to come over." Chapter 182 Monster Crystal. More than half an hour later, Wei Qiangsheng hurried to the biological laboratory, the kind that flew in a coffin. Previously, the rabbits took into account that the people in the Wei mansion had made many important contributions in this battle. With the special approval of the core layer, the camp donated some of the monster remains that were not unique to the people in the Wei mansion. It can be regarded as a special form of labor fee. If you ask relatives to come to your home to help, you should give them some money for cigarettes and a meal. This is an old tradition of the rabbits. Although the number of these monster remains is not large, with a total of less than 2,000 heads, the value is much higher than the harvest during the siege. After all, there were a large number of non-ranked monsters in the beast hide that was annihilated during the siege, which was a standard large quantity but low average price. And this time, most of the low-level garbage has been disposed of by a cleaner named Luo, and the remaining ones are above the standard line. In terms of value alone, the Wei mansion can make at least 30% more profit than last time, with only 1/3 of the number during the siege. Originally, Wei Qiangsheng was busy cleaning up the remains of monsters in the Wei mansion, and at the same time, he was also thinking about which channel would be the most cost-effective to sell these sorted monster materials. As a result, before he could even make a sound while calculating, Wang Qiang hurriedly called him over. In fact, Wang Qiang didn't want to do this, and it was embarrassing to be such a troublemaker. However, there was no way. In the current camp, no one knew more about identification than Wei Qiangsheng. Although Wei Qiangsheng was only a practitioner of the 7th level of key training, due to the long-term experience accumulated in the process of trading with major chambers of commerce, in the relatively strong industry barriers of the Great Mo realm, Wei Qiangsheng's ability to identify treasures might not be weaker than some practitioners at the high level of foundation building, and even better. For example, the old master of the Wei family once said that Wei Qiangsheng's knowledge was not only better than his, but even better than the second ancestor who died in the siege. If this were in those online games, NPCs like Wei Qiangsheng would have to have a business expertise of at least 80. Because of this, Wei Qiangsheng recognized the origin of the crystal the moment he saw it. He gasped, and the temperature in the room rose by 0.02 degrees Celsius. "This is monster crystal." Seeing that Wei Qiangsheng, the off-court strong man, had easily determined the origin of the mysterious crystal, Wang Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing the name of this item, not to mention mastering all its information, at least basic common sense can be guaranteed. Wang Qiang suddenly felt like a contestant in the show Happy Dictionary that she often watched when she was a child. It was so damn comfortable to meet a strong and reliable teammate when connecting off-court. Oh, I accidentally exposed my age. Then she showed a trace of curiosity on her face, and asked Wei Qiangsheng, "President Qiangsheng, what is the origin of this monster crystal?" Wei Qiangsheng pondered for a while after hearing this, and did not explain directly, but said first, "Miss Wang, you should know the realm of practitioners corresponding to monsters." Right, Wang Qiang had dissected many monsters in the past period of time, and the knowledge in this area can be said to be very clear. She immediately counted on her fingers and said, "The non-entry level monsters correspond to the mortal realm. The first level is key training, the third level is Dan formation, and the fourth level is Yuanying." Wei Qiangsheng nodded slightly and continued, "Yes, This third-level tiger monster corresponds to the Damn-formation realm. Damn-formation, Gloomiki, means that when a practitioner reaches the Damn-formation realm, a golden elixir will be condensed in the body. I don't know the specific condensation process, but the concept is almost like this. The monster crystal of the monster is a strange thing produced in the body of a third-level monster, which can be compared to the concept of golden elixir. Then he paused and continued, however, the difference between monsters and practitioners is that no matter whether they are practicing ki, building a foundation or forming an elixir, the process is all carried out in our inner sea. That is to say, the location of the golden elixir must be in the abdomen. But the monster crystals of monsters are different. They will only appear in the cranial cavity of third-level monsters. The specific reason is unknown. Because of this, the defense of the head of a third-level monster is often the strongest. Hearing this, Wang Qiang felt a very strange feeling in her heart, as if something was wrong. However, this feeling was fleeting. Wang Qiang recalled it for a few seconds, and found that she could not catch it, so she could only ignore it for the time being, and then continued to ask, "Then President Qiang Shen, what is the use of this monster crystal? I mean for practitioners?" Wei Changsheng thought for a moment, and a rare look of uncertainty appeared on his face. "Miss Wang, the value of the third-level monster crystal is not low, and I only know a few specific uses. After all, the crystals in the body of the third-level monster are too far away from me, a cultivator of ki training. First of all, its most famous use is alchemy. Monster crystal is a very precious alchemy material, because it is the core part of all the essence of the monster. In a sense, it can be regarded as a rare treasure of heaven and earth, born with the help of the monster body. Secondly, it is used to refine instruments, and you have also felt its hardness. In the Great Mo realm, only the damn fire of the practitioners in the Jinden realm can refine it. The magic tools refined by monster crystals are often very strong and very popular. In recent years, the spiritual energy in the Great Mo realm is scarce and resources are scarce. Even some Yuanying stage practitioners use magic tools made from the third-order mid to late-stage monsters. Finally, some large array cores will also use it. Oh, by the way, it is said that the defense array of Zikyong City uses a fourth-order monster crystal as the array core. Wang Qiang listened and took notes. After Wei Qiangsheng finished speaking, he checked it in detail, then nodded and thanked Wei Qiangshen. "President Qiangshen, thank you for your help this time. Otherwise we don't even know what this is now." Wei Qiangsheng waved his hand indifferently, with a hearty smile on his face. "Ah, it's a small matter. You can always find me if you need anything next time. Don't worry about trouble." Then the tool man, who knew he had completed his task, found an excuse and left alone. Have a strong sense of self-management, JPG. After sending Wei Qiangshen, the humanoid self-propelled image recognition device, away, Wang Qian quickly reported the situation of the monster crystal to Lin Li. 10 minutes later, Lin Li sent a reply. Another monster crystal was also found in the head of the monster remains that were dissected simultaneously on the local side. Since the rabbits only got the remains of 7 third-level monsters this time, the upper limit of monster crystals is theoretically 7. Considering the scarcity of third-level monsters, and the different species of each monster crystal can be called a unique copy. So after a round of emergency discussions at the headquarters, Lin Li came to the laboratory in person. At the same time, the anatomical analysis of the other groups of third-level monsters was immediately stopped, and the confidentiality of the relevant information was also raised to Shenkuo level. Lin Li, wearing a white coat, immediately restored his authoritative temperament of biology. He came to the front of the laboratory and asked Wang Qiang, "Xiao Wang, how are the test results?" Wang Qiang heard this and shook her head in distress. "Teacher, we used cryo-electron microscopy 3D reconstruction and XRD, but the results were not ideal. We can only confirm that it has array cells." Lin Li frowned immediately. "Don't ask me why Wei Qiangsheng didn't report such important information before, because I forgot to write it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 183 Blasted. As we all know, whether it is cryo-electron microscopy 3-dimensional reconstruction or XRD, that is, X-ray crystal diffraction technology, both discuss the problem in angstrom. that is, 10 to the minus 10th power of meters, that is, 0.1 in nanometers, reaching the atomic scale, and the covalent bonds between atoms can be seen. Although the above two technologies are physical and chemical technologies, they have been widely used in biological detection in modern life sciences. In modern life sciences, the three fields of physics, chemistry and biology are basically inseparable. The above two technologies are standard crystal detection technologies, especially crystal X-ray diffraction, which has matured to the point where even a paper cannot be watered. It is still well known. The crystal has a lattice structure, and the period of the lattice structure is of the same order of magnitude as the wavelength of the X-ray. Therefore, the X-ray diffraction phenomenon is an interference phenomenon based on the principle of wave superposition. After the X-ray passes through the crystal, the intensity of the X-ray in the diffraction direction increases, while the intensity of the X-ray in other directions decreases or even disappears. If a photosensitive film is placed behind the crystal, an X-ray diffraction pattern will be obtained. Crystal X-ray diffraction is currently a highly dependent characterization method. It can be said that in the eyes of professionals who are engaged in synthesis, getting a crystal is like knowing the serial number of an old driver, and you can find a small movie at any time. Ahem, you can determine the structure of the crystal at any time. But according to Wang Qiang, crystal X-ray diffraction cannot analyze the structure of the monster crystal. Then this is a big problem. Students who have studied chemistry seriously should know that solids are divided into two concepts, crystals and non-crystals. The scientific method to distinguish between crystals and non-crystals is X-ray diffraction. But the monster crystal in front of Lindley and others is very special. It has a lattice structure because the array cells are detected, and the lattice structure is obtained by the infinite translation of the array cells. In other words, the monster crystal is a crystal, there is no doubt about it. But at the same time, it cannot be analyzed by X-ray diffraction, which means that the covalent bonds inside it cannot be found at all. This is like a mobile phone suddenly appeared under the current level of technology. It has all the standard functions of mobile phones such as surfing the internet, taking pictures, and making calls. But when you are about to disassemble it, you find that it has no batteries, chips, and a series of internal electronic components. Of course, although this situation is currently the only one in a typical unknown case, it has not reached the point of a dark cloud. Therefore, Lindley quickly adjusted his mentality. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, and said to Wang Qiang, "Go to the SYMS instrument and bombard it with R+ ions." As soon as this was said, the whole laboratory fell into silence. SYMS instrument, in human language, is called secondary ion mass spectrometer. It can bombard the surface of the sample with a high-energy primary ion beam, so that the atoms or atomic groups on the surface of the sample absorb energy and sputter from the surface to produce secondary particles. After these charged particles pass through the mass analyzer, a spectrum of information about the sample surface can be obtained. It is currently the best device for penetrating the interior of an object and the highest precision. For example, our Zhuran Mars rover was equipped with this instrument some time ago. There is a panoramic picture of this Zhuran rover on the internet. The external port of the SYMS instrument is about 30 degrees in the lower right corner. However, SYMS technology has two defects. First, its cost is very high, so high that even a certain Shuang would have to work hard for several years. Generally speaking, R+ ions can blast away about 1 micron of the crystal surface in one night. If it is used on an object like the monster crystal, the cost of the entire set of experiments may be as high as 8 or even 9 digits. After all, once this thing reaches ppb, it may not be enough. It must reach the level of 10 ppt to complete the task. The second is that it may damage the monster crystal or even make it completely ineffective. Because according to the current situation, the lattice inside the monster crystal should be in a very complex form. Even the possibility of a chaotic state cannot be ruled out. No matter how low this possibility is, it must be admitted in theory that it does exist. Therefore, even if it only blasts away a depth of 1 micron, it is very likely to cause irreversible damage to the monster crystal at the microscopic level. Therefore, Lindley's order is very risky. Once the monster crystal has problems at the microscopic level, it means that this unique copy will be completely scrapped. However, Lindley finally chose to take this step. Some risks must be taken when exploring the unknown. At this point, if he doesn't go on, he will be unworthy of being a scientific researcher. However, he had to be present in person for this step, which was why he went to the scene. To put it bluntly, if the monster crystal was really destroyed by the ion beam, as the camp leader and a well-known Chinese biology authority, he would at most write a report. He would not be punished administratively. But if he did not go to the scene, even if the order was given through long-distance communication, once an experimental accident occurred, some of the responsibility would definitely fall on Wang Qiang. By then, even if the girl could stay in the camp, her relevant research authority would be greatly shortened. At least she would not have the opportunity to come into contact with the dissection of the third-level monster. So as a teacher, Lin would never allow this to happen. After everything was ready, Lin stood in front of the secondary ion mass spectrometer, and Wang Qiang assisted him. Target sample C surface, minimum area diameter 80 nm, bombardment deposition angle 2 theta. Why can't I type the symbol? Incident current 10 Ma C. Incident source ion concentration greater than 10 cap 14 atom C. High energy R plus ion beam is ready. Energy 9659.6 electron volts. As several processes were completed, a decisive white light flashed across Lin's lenses. He waved his hand and ordered, "Instrument bombardment." Whoosh da! A beam of high-energy ions composed of R+ quickly bombarded the target surface of the monster crystal, and the high-energy bombardment produced extremely small amounts of secondary ions. These secondary ions were then extracted into the field-free drift tube and arrived at the ion detector along the predetermined flight path. Under normal circumstances, the sputtering stripping rate of static SIMS is generally 0.1 in nanometers per hour. But with the current laboratories spending money regardless of cost, Lin adopted the dynamic SIMS mode, and the secondary ion stripping speed of the surface of the monster crystal reached 100 microns per hour. After all, the structure will be destroyed anyway, so it is better to use a higher power method. When XRD cannot be analyzed, let alone 0.1 in nanometers, 0.1 femtometers or even 0.1 atm damage is no different from being cut in half. After just 1 hour, the secondary ion mass spectrometer obtained the first batch of results. The task of analysis was handed over to Wang Qiang and her senior sister Li Yan. Students who are familiar with mass spectrometry should know it. The horizontal axis of the secondary mass spectrum represents the mass-to-charge ratio, and the vertical axis represents the intensity. The signal intensity of the mass spectrum peak is actually an electrical signal, which represents relative intensity. Usually within the detection mass range, the peak intensity with the highest signal intensity is 100%, and the peak heights of other peaks are displayed as a proportion of 100%. Under normal circumstances, a spectrum can only have one base peak. If there are more than one base peak, it is usually because of equipment abnormality or ion beam problems, or your eyes have problems. But the secondary mass spectrum in the hands of Wang Qiang and Li Yan has 50% consistent peak heights, and the equipment and ion beam cannot possibly be non-compliant. This is very interesting. A small part is a fragment peak, and the peak area is calculated by the internal standard method. The mass number interval 236 differs from the molecular weight of the cycle by 2. It is expected that such a substance does not exist in the database excluding the influence of matrix effectum. The degree of polymerization starts from 7. In other words, there are actually covalent bonds inside it. Found it, it's a peptide chain. The peptide bonds in the peptide chain are broken, which means that B-series ions or Y-series ions can be separated. Suddenly, Wang Qiang raised her left hand high. "Teacher, I analyzed it, it's Y2 ions." However, before Lin could react, Wang Qiang's voice suddenly rose, almost sharp. No. Teacher, there is a broken phase in the peak. The peak of the Y ion has 3 more hydrogens. This is impossible. Could it be? Chapter 184 The Disappearing One. Seeing Wang Qiang losing control of herself, Lin stepped forward and patted his beloved disciple on the shoulder. Then he took the mass spectrum from her and looked at it carefully. After determining the location of the peptide chain break, it is actually quite simple to find the substance or similar interval with a mass spectrum. Because peptide chains are polar, except for a few cyclic peptide chains, other peptide chains have asymmetric ends. The end containing the free Greek letter alpha amino group is called the amino end or N-end, and the end containing the free Greek letter alpha carboxyl group is called the carboxyl end or C-end. The N-terminal fragment ions are the B-series, and the C-terminal fragment ions are the Y-series. Then just work backwards in this direction. Even if there is no relevant record of this substance in the database, it is not difficult to reverse the composition, unless it is so outrageous that it is composed of dark matter. As an authority in biology, Lindley has a lot of experience in this area, so he simply took a pen and paper and started to calculate. A moment later, his pupils also shrank suddenly and his blood pressure soared. The last time this expression appeared on his face was when Yulian first entered Qi County and saw 3 long swords floating in the Wei Mansion martial arts field. Obviously, this was another development that subverted his 3 views. In the previous research on the L-17 training module, the rabbits had analyzed some of the spiritual energy. Although the specific composition of spiritual energy is still unknown. But don't forget that when the concentration of spiritual energy reaches 38.8%, it will automatically degrade into other gases. The ratio and concentration of these gases are not the same as those of air. Some gases are more and some gases are less, but it just ensures that the concentration of spiritual energy is still 38.8%. Although these gases cannot be reversibly synthesized into spiritual energy, in the field of chemistry, it is relatively easy to deduce the relative molecular weight of spiritual energy by the total volume of gas, which is a difficult elective in high school. According to Wang Kaiyang's previous statistics, the relative molecular mass of a standard unit of spiritual energy is 0.236. In the mass spectrum in Lindley's hand, the relative molecular mass of the polymer after reverse deduction is also 236. At the same time, according to the comparison of the angle-resolved photoelectron energy spectrum of the missing phase, it can be determined that this crystalline polymer is in a gap phase under condensed matter physics. And the gap phase can ignore the density problem in the Karif state. In other words, the phase representation of this polymer is completely equivalent to the spiritual energy, whether it is a macroscopic or microscopic perspective. That is, some of the crystals in the monster crystal are actually solidified spiritual energy. And it is the kind with a concentration that is almost pure. You know, the rabbits have tried various things before, but they couldn't break through the concept of 38.8% spiritual energy concentration. There is no way to solidify the spiritual energy, in fact, let alone solidification, even low purity liquefaction can't be done. But the monster crystal can actually solidify the spiritual energy into crystals. This is a news that can break the sky. In terms of nature, it can be ranked in the top 5 of all the events after the appearance of the light gate. And it's not just that shocking. After Lindley was surprised, he continued to look at the mass spectrum, and his brows furrowed tightly again. Wait, that's not right. Why is the relative molecular mass of the cyclic polymer 236 when there are 3 more hydrogens, as we all know? The mass spectrometer measures the mass-to-charge ratio, which literally means the mass to charge. After the organic molecule enters the mass spectrometer, it will be hit by the high-speed electrons inside, and it is easy to knock out an electron to form a molecular ion with a positive charge. Obviously, the molecular ion has the same mass as the original organic molecule, divided by 1, a positive charge, so the mass-to-charge ratio is the relative molecular mass. The peak with the maximum value in the mass spectrum is the molecular ion peak, so the maximum value is the relative molecular mass of the organic molecule. The relative molecular mass of the prototype chain substance calculated by Wang Kaiyang's mass spectrometer should be 234 Xian. What you students don't need to care what this number represents, as long as they know that it is a base value. The key problem is behind. There is a very simple concept in basic chemistry, that is, the relative atomic weight of hydrogen is 1. In the results obtained by Wang Kaiyang and his team before, there were 3 more hydrogens. According to the idea that existence is reasonable, we can temporarily ignore the arrangement and only do addition. So the relative molecular mass of this polymer should be 234 plus 3 equals 237, which is a theoretical value. But at this moment, the relative molecular mass they detected is only 236, which is the measured value. And the gaseous spiritual energy is also 236. So where did the 1 go? From a microscopic perspective, the difference in relative molecular mass can be said to be a world of difference. Especially what is missing is hydrogen. In this formula of hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium, and calcium, hydrogen, which ranks first in the periodic table, is the lightest element in the world and also the element with the highest content. You can imagine it. When assembling a car, the engineer marked 237 positions where screws were needed on the design drawing, and also prepared the corresponding number of screws. As a result, The workshop workers only used 236 screws during installation, and the remaining screw and screw hole disappeared, and the car can still run normally. This is a piece of information that makes people's scalps numb when thinking about it. In a fantasy novel, the global air would at least be warmed by more than 3 degrees. At the same time, Lin Li's eyes were fixed on the monster crystal, and finally shook his head with a complicated expression. No wonder this monster crystal has so many functions. It turns out that it is a polymer of spiritual energy. So that's it. If the practitioners in the Great Mo realm knew this news, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar. Spiritual energy is currently recognized by all authoritative experts of the rabbits as alpha matter. In other words, it has very strong initiative and reaction, and can react with almost any substance, while producing benign optimization on it. It is similar to a special powerful plugin. After the monster breaks through the 3rd level, a large amount of spiritual energy is aggregated into a monster crystal under the action of a special force, or an important part of the monster crystal, which makes the monster crystal have various magical abilities. For example, in alchemy, a large amount of high-purity spiritual energy crystals are added to the elixir, and various spiritual materials are improved under the catalysis of the elixir fire, so the quality of the elixir is naturally optimized and improved. The core of the word ling is the word ling. Without spiritual energy, spiritual medicine and spiritual materials cannot grow. The same is true for refining instruments and arrays. With the increase of spiritual energy, both the magic tools and arrays have gained enhanced efficacy. The magic tools may also contain some crystal physical state enhancement effects, just like many local alloys will add some metal elements. Of course, the formation process of monster crystals is definitely not a simple compression of spiritual energy, but must include some other special steps. However, I am afraid that even the 3rd level monsters themselves are not aware of this step. On the other hand, Wang Qiang also recovered from the previous shock. She suddenly thought of a sentence said by a certain humanoid self-propelled treasure appraiser. Oh no, the reliable predecessor Wei Qiang. To some extent, monster crystals may be regarded as a kind of natural treasures nurtured by monsters. This sentence has now come true. As a genius from the junior class of USTC, Wang Qiang can become the leader of the entire team even though there are many seniors older than her. Needless to say, her ability is beyond words. At least she is in the same class as everyone knows. So she quickly thought of another question and asked Lin Li, "Teacher, what phase do you think the crystal of the monster crystal is?" In the microscopic field, there are currently 7 known crystal systems. That is, cubic, tetragonal, orthorhombic, monoclinic, rhombohedral, hexagonal and triclinic. The simple unit cells of each crystal system are not processed, or the base center, phase center and body center are added respectively, and there are 7x4 equals 28 space lattice forms. However, among these 28 modes, 14 cannot maintain the original symmetry, or can be reduced to simpler modes while maintaining symmetry, so there are only 14 space lattice forms. Now that the unit cell, relative molecular mass, and macroscopic characteristics of the non-condensed system, that is, gaseous spiritual energy, are all known, Lin Li quickly understood Wang Qiang's idea. "You mean we can try reverse research?" Wang Qiang nodded heavily and said, "The missing one is certainly important, but from the current urgency, I think the key to cracking the monster crystal is to give us a high concentration reference. In this case, can we try to reverse the entire process, that is, to reduce it from solid to gas? In this case, is it possible to get a high concentration of spiritual energy? Or will it still dissipate after reaching 38.8%? If it dissipates, will it be a momentary or continuous thing? If we can make a breakthrough in this link, our related research speed will be greatly improved, just as Wang Qiang said. Now that we know that spiritual energy can form solid crystals, the rabbits may have found a breakthrough in all aspects of their application. That is, it is no longer limited to brainless and gaseous spiritual energy lining after all. The upper limit of this thing is 38.8%, and it doesn't matter what position you change. High concentration of spiritual energy can aggregate into solids, which means that there must be a link in the body of the monster to prevent the degradation of spiritual energy. If this link can be cracked, the rabbits will be able to step into a new field. Even divergent thinking. Can the spiritual energy of the monster crystal be directly separated through micromanipulation, and directly made into Wang broken ice for practitioners to absorb? After all, although the monster crystal is solid, its unit mass of crystal volume is nanometer or even femtometer level, which is smaller than many gas molecules. Lindley soon thought of this layer. This is a very feasible and promising research direction. Considering that the discovery of the monster crystal is of great importance, it may even affect the progress of the rabbit's overall strategy in the long run. In addition, this kind of research is no longer a project that Wang Qiang or the plant laboratory can complete independently. Therefore, after handing over the on-site command to Zheng Guchen, Lin Li took Lin Ziming back to the base camp in person and reported the relevant matters with the highest degree of urgency. The core layer also attached great importance to the relevant news. The cracking of the monster crystal basically covers all fields of life science, and even has a boost to the 4 long stagnant Xiankangs in the local area. Therefore, after a detailed decision, a comprehensive project with the cracking of the monster crystal as the core task was born. Lin Li himself is the direct person in charge of this project, and there are several academician-level deputies participating in the frontline research. The importance is basically the same as that of the Space Bag project. Codename, Xuanxuan. Tomorrow morning's chapter, but a reader in the comment area said that the exam must be unloaded first, so I quickly posted it to complete this plot. I hope you can read it. Chapter 185. The official census begins. The word Xuanxuan first appeared in Huinanzi. Huinanzi, Xian Wingxun, Su in Ren is called Xuanxuan, therefore, Xuanxuan became another name for the heavenly stem Ren. The heavenly stem Ren is Renshu, which indicates that the big rivers are rushing and nourishing all things from below. The core layer named the research project of the monster crystal Xuanxuan. First, it is because the monster crystal contains a large amount of solid spiritual energy crystals, just like frozen water. If it can be melted, it will nourish all things. Secondly, it is hoped that the rabbits can obtain other huge benefits from the monster crystal and greatly improve the development speed of all aspects, just like the endless flow of rivers. Like the Suharo and Kingshan projects, all projects including Xuanxuan are enough to show the rabbits' expectations for them from the name. However, the Xuanxuan plan requires a long preparation phase because it involves a wide range of areas and has high equipment requirements, especially for researchers. Although many researchers originally worked in the Xinhao camp, most of these researchers have other ongoing research. The handover of relevant documents is actually much more difficult than the allocation of equipment. Therefore, the time limit given by the core layer is to coordinate the personnel in place within 5 days and officially carry out relevant research tasks within a week. While the Xuanxuan project was proceeding in an orderly manner, the rabbit's first population census plan also completed the preliminary preparations and officially entered the implementation stage. Outside a refugee resettlement site in the west of Chixin City, Zhang Yuan brought his partner Fang Yu and passed through the temporary access control under the guidance of Yang Zulian, the person in charge of the resettlement site and the director of the refugee office. Zhang Yuan and Fang Yu are Xiao Yi's colleagues and one of the first patrol team members who discovered the light gate with Xiao Yi. Before the incident, Zhang Yuan also set a flag of "I'm a little bored today." This group of patrol team members were arranged to come to the Damo world with Wu Fan, and they were tested for spiritual roots under the arrangement of the camp. Except for Xiao Yi, who detected double spiritual roots, the rest of the people were either 4 or 5 spiritual roots. However, the command center did not abandon them. After all, whether Zhang Yuan and others were active or passive, from the perspective of subjective established facts, they were all powerful promoters of the light gate. Therefore, the camp gave Zhang Yuan and others appropriate cultivation resources according to the standard internal treatment, and also taught them language. Don't think that Zhang Yuan and others are just ordinary people with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. In fact, frontline grassroots personnel with rich experience like Zhang Yuan are the most lacking talents in the camp at present. It is natural for the soldiers of the army to ask them to maintain order or fight, but it is impossible to go deep into the neighborhood to pick on those trivial but equally important things without relevant experience. There are some things at the grassroots level that do not have enough experience, and sometimes you will be so angry that you want to take out the butt of the gun and hit that big head a few times. At the same time, the level of these grassroots officials in the system is relatively special, and they cannot reach the confidentiality level of Yang Zulian and Shi Zheng, who can come to the Great Mo realm with a transfer order. They belong to the group of people who are on the connection line between the system and the masses. Therefore, there are not many grassroots candidates who meet the conditions. After nearly 50 days of study, Zhang Yuan and others can barely use the tone of life to do basic work, So the command center arranged them to this search and statistics task and do their old business. After entering the resettlement site, Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes and asked Fang Yu, "Brother Fang, which household is this today? 10 minutes ago, we counted the 243rd household. After we finish counting this alley, I think it will be around 350. Fang Yu estimated the number of tents in this resettlement site, and turned to Yang Zulian, the person in charge of the resettlement site beside him, and asked, "Director Yang, which household should we start counting from?" Yang Zulian was a cadre who came to the Damoji with Shi Zehong. Now she is in charge of the overall planning of this temporary resettlement site and is also a director. She had thought of the starting order of the statistics long before Zhang Yuan and others came. Upon hearing this, she immediately pointed to the tent on the far left and said, "Let's start with this household." A moment later, the three of them came to the tent. The family of Aunt Lin lives here. They have just been here for a week. Her husband was paralyzed in the lower body during the escape, but her children are still alive. They are considered lucky among the refugees. Yang Zulian briefly introduced the situation, then walked forward and gently shook the wind chime outside the tent. "Aunt Lin, are you there? Who is it?" A noise soon came from the tent, which sounded like the sound of people walking and colliding with a pot and bowl rack, and there were a few words of conversation. After about 20 seconds, the tent was opened from the inside, revealing an old female face. The woman looked to be in her 60s, not tall, with a head full of white hair, and a clear scab scar on her left cheek. When the woman saw Yang Zulian, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "Oh, it's Xiao Yang, how come you have time to come here today?" Yang Zulian smiled at her familiarly, and did not answer the question directly, but first gave a standard Chinese greeting, "Aunt Lin, have you eaten?" When Aunt Lin heard the word eat, a smile immediately appeared on her face. After all, for refugees, food is more important than anything else. She kept saying, I have eaten, and I also ate meat." Yang Zulian took the opportunity to step forward and took Aunt Lin's hand, tidied her messy hair at the temples, and then pointed at Zhang Yuan and introduced them. "Aunt Lin, these two comrades are my colleagues. This time we are here mainly to count how many people there are in your family. The loudspeaker at our resettlement site broadcast this news a few days ago. Do you remember it? I don't know if it was because of the loudspeaker or the news of the census was really impressive." Aunt Lin quickly remembered. "I remember, there was such a thing. We talked about it at home a few days ago." After she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something, and quickly opened the entrance of the tent a little, saying, "Look at my memory, come in and talk first." Zhang Yuan and the other two looked at each other and walked into the house one after another. The tent where Aunt Lin and her family lived was of standard medium size, relatively spacious, so the space inside the house did not seem crowded for three people. At this time, in addition to Aunt Lin, there was also a male uncle who looked the same age as her, plus two women in their 30s and three children in the tent. The male uncle half leaned on the only wooden bed in the tent, with a tired look on his face after recovering from a long illness. Most likely, he was Aunt Lin's paralyzed husband mentioned by Yang Zulian. After entering the house, the two sides exchanged a few polite words, and finally Zhang Yuan spoke up. "Aunt Lin, we have limited time, let's get to the point first." Although Zhang Yuan was not very old, he was a standard police academy graduate after all, and with the natural temperament of his light blue uniform, Aunt Lin and others unconsciously straightened their chests as soon as he opened his mouth. Then he asked Aunt Lin, "Aunt Lin, may I ask your name? What year and day of the Great Moor calendar were you born on? And what is your native place?" "Oh, your native place is the city you originally came from." Aunt Lin heard this, first looked at the male uncle next to her, and then said, "My name is Lin Chunju, but everyone calls me Ma Lin. I originally came from Duanggu City, and was born in the 4525th year of the Great Moor calendar. I forgot which 10th Great Moor calendar it was. It's a blessing to be alive in this year. Who cares about the specific day? I should be 46 years old this year." Zhang Yuan heard this, and his eyes swept over Lin Chunju's silver hair and wrinkles on her face. While he was surprised that her age was seriously inconsistent with her appearance, his hands quickly entered this information on the device, and at the same time entered 10.1 in the month. Then he motioned Lin Chunju to come to the entrance of the tent, took out a curtain from the tools he carried with him, and took a half-length photo that was not very standard but had a clear face. Looking at the 4 characters entry completed on the device, Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Auntie Lin, your information has been registered. It's the turn of this uncle." "Uncle, What's your name? My name is Ma Dong. After a busy time, the personal information of everyone in the room, including the 3 children, was counted and received feedback that the entry was completed. Among them, Ma Dong was paralyzed in bed and could not move, so it was relatively troublesome to take a half-body photo, but that was all. It can be seen that the refugees still trust Rabbit and do not show too much fear. Some of the family matters are also willing to talk to Yang Zulian. After entering the information, Zhang Yuan continued to ask Aunt Lin, "Aunt Lin, is there anyone else in your family who is not on the tent?" Aunt Lin nodded and said anxiously, "Brother, I was just about to ask about this. My 2 children have gone to work in the factory in the city. They haven't finished work yet. If they can't catch up with the statistics, will it affect them? Will they be driven out of the city?" Zhang Yuan shook his head and signaled her to stay calm. "Aunt Lin, don't worry. As long as they are employees who go to work in the factory will conduct a special statistics. You just report their names to me. When the information is compared, we can confirm which 2 are your children. If there is any accident and they are missed, it doesn't matter. Just go to the resettlement site to find Director Yang and others within 7 days. They won't drive people away. Don't worry, situations like Aunt Lin's are being staged in various corners of the city at this time. Some are relatively smooth, while others have encountered fewer difficulties. However, in terms of overall progress, the grassroots cadres of the Rabbits are accurately and quickly pushing the progress bar of the census. At the same time, the Rabbits' research on the beast taming method has officially started, and at the same time, a very interesting thing has happened. I recommend a book, Under the Night, which I mistakenly thought was written by Shizuya Oxio's pseudonym. Although it was confirmed in the end that it was not, the writing is still good. You can go and support it. Chapter 186, Beast Taming Technique. 2 days later, at the Xinhuo Camp Command Center. At this time, Shizuya was holding a form and reporting to Lin Li. "Captain Lin, the population census of Qi County has been completed. The one in my hand is the official summary form. As of early this morning, the total population of Qi County City is 53,386, which is about 2,000 more than our previous estimate of 51,000. This part should be the refugees who sneaked into the city before the beast tide and whose information has not been collected before. After all, our meal collection has never been a real name system. Now the official census will reveal all of them. Among the more than 53,000 people, there are a total of 254 practitioners. This number includes other families except the Wei Mansion and those who have successfully awakened their spirits but have not introduced Qi into their bodies. The remaining 53,132 people are all civilians and refugees. Among them, there are currently 29,542 refugees who have been resettled outside the city, and 22,590 people in the city. The latter also includes indigenous people. Lin Li took the form, checked it carefully, and then nodded and said, "Director Shi, thank you for your hard work." In the form submitted by Shi Zehun, in addition to the statistics of the total population of the city, the specific arrangements for each village were also planned. The number of villages that the Rabbits and Wei Mansion have agreed on is 6, distributed in the east, west and south of Qi County City. The nearest one is 3 kilometers away and the farthest one is nearly 7 kilometers away. Among the 6 villages planned by both parties, 5 will be operated in the form of technical support provided by the Rabbits and direct jurisdiction of the Wei Mansion. Among them, the relevant technical support of the Rabbits will be converted into spirit stones and deducted from the year-end dividends of the Wei Mansion. The definition of these 5 villages is very simple: to settle the population and become the stable granary of Qi County City in the future. The remaining village is a bit special. It is not only the farthest from the urban area of Qi County City and the largest in scale. At the same time, its ownership will be completely handed over to the Rabbits, and the Rabbits will be directly led. It can be said that except for the trade relationship with Qi County City, the rest are all Rabbits. In a sense, this is the only land inhabited by civilians that the Rabbits own in the Great Mo Realm. This village is not so much a village as it is a pilot area opened by the Rabbits in the Great Mo Realm, that is, the legendary new district. If everything goes well, this affiliated new district will develop into a satellite city of Qi County in the future, with other special economic and political status. Of course, due to the special nature of this new village of Rabbits, the people to be resettled naturally cannot be chosen at will. Among them, The largest proportion is the refugees like Dian Baochang who used to work in the factory and performed well, and are willing to return to the fields for various reasons. While Shi Zhehan was making a report near the military base 15 kilometers away from the camp, another very important thing was going on. At this time, the military base has built a basic defense system and flight runway, and more than 10,000 soldiers are stationed there for a long time, which is enough to deal with any special situations that may arise at any time. And on a flat ground outside the military base, the breeding area for guarding the monsters has also been built. The first level and non-level monsters are relatively easy to manage. The peak attack power they emit is only 1,300 kilojoules. With the help of the ceiling escape talisman, it is relatively easy to guard these monsters. The stronger second-level monsters are separated and imprisoned in dozens of observation rooms made of high-strength armored alloys. There is a reinforcement team outside each observation room for 24 hours, and there are 3 dense array modules to keep an eye on this place at all times. These monsters have no chance of escape unless Zudong Liuxin and Ming Mao poison their milk at the same time. As for the 2-headed cattle, they are kept in another area. At present, a group of lucky ones have successfully bred them in a pilot project. The fathers are from the local Xiangxi yellow cattle. Of course, the above is only a relatively short-term method. After all, long-term monitoring of these monsters will not only tie up the already scarce material and human resources, but also easily cause some hidden dangers due to the uncontrollable monsters. Although this hidden danger only exists in theory, given the character of rabbits, they will not be able to sleep if there is even a trace of hidden danger. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, fear of insufficient firepower, bombing, insomnia without God's perspective. It is not easy for a rabbit with advanced cancer all over his body to live to this day. Ahem. Anyway, no matter whether the disease has entered the sphincter or some other part, the rabbits are now ready to solve this hidden danger. And the key to eliminating the hidden danger lies in the beast taming method. If the risks can be tamed with a beast taming method, then there will naturally be no such thing as risk. However, the ideal is simple, but it is still very difficult to implement in practice. Because the beast taming method is different from other exercises, according to the information collected by the rabbits, practicing the beast taming method also requires qualifications. The way to detect the qualifications of beast taming is the same as the spiritual root detection, which is also to press with your hands, but it is not the spirit source ball, but the jade slip of the exercise method. Or to be more precise, it is to detect the degree of fit with the jade slip of the exercise method. The raw material of this jade slip of the exercise method is a certain kind of jade from the Demon Palace. In addition to engraving the exercise method, it can also automatically sense the degree of fit of each person. The compatibility of the jade slip is divided by the height of a certain light. The lowest is 0, and the highest is 3 feet 3. According to Luo Ziote, the minimum compatibility for practicing the beast taming method is 2 feet 5, and the higher the better. Under normal circumstances, there is only one beast taming practitioner in an average of 20,000 to 30,000 people. From a mathematical point of view, this is almost the same as the probability of ordinary dual spiritual root qualifications. As for the civil and more dual spiritual roots like Xiao Yi who ran away with a bucket, it is still a little rarer. At this moment, the rabbits are conducting a compatibility test of the beast taming method, under the coordination of the headquarters. In addition to the rotating troops of the Spirit Stone Mine, the remaining 2 semi-synthetic brigades, as many as 19,000 soldiers, gathered at the venue and waited for orders, ready to conduct relevant tests and batches. On a high platform in front of them, the jade slip engraved with the beast taming method was placed. In addition to a civilian staff member, there was also a 4th-level key training practitioner from the Wei Mansion next to the jade slip. The task of this practitioner is simple: count the height of everyone's light. As mentioned before, the most critical stage of key training is the hurdle between the 3rd and 4th levels of key training. When a practitioner reaches the 4th level of key training, he can derive something like divine thoughts. Although the strength of the divine thoughts of practitioners at the 4th level of key training is generally average, it is still quite useful in today's occasions. At least it is much more time-saving and labor-saving than on-site measurement. Lin Ziming, Yan Shaoxin, and the main leaders of the heavy armored combined brigade, Longxing, sat in another tent and did not put too much pressure on the soldiers on the spot. Just like writing an exam paper, there are completely 2 different states of mind with a teacher and without a teacher watching. After everything was ready, Lin Ziming said to Guo Feng, the political commissar of the combined battalion. Political commissar Guo, give the order. Guo Feng nodded, picked up the communicator and said, all departments are ready, and now we will be in place in batches based on the class. Everyone cheer up. Is that the posture for testing the degree of fit? Deng Sun of the 1st Battalion, step out. Start from you. With the issuance of the order, the troops officially began the test. The first person to come forward was Deng Sun, the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the Combined Brigade. Deng Sun was a tall man from the northeast. He had been responsible for the tasks related to the fuel-air explosive bomb in the previous battle to capture the two-headed bull. He was also a brave warrior. Unfortunately, in the previous qualification test, Deng Sun only detected the most common 5 spiritual roots, and there was not much possibility of practicing in a short period of time. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of soldiers, Deng Sun walked forward quickly and stretched out his hand to hold the jade slip. After a moment, the light came on. The practitioner in the Wei Mansion who is responsible for the statistics used his divine mind to scan it and said quickly, 1 inch and 3, Deng Sun, 1 inch and 3, Deng Sun. Then soldiers came forward one after another. Lin Difa, 6 inches and 2, Wang Xiaoquan, 1 foot and 6, Peng Yu, 3 feet and 1. More than half an hour later, a new data reported made Lin Ziming and others look serious. The degree of fit of 3 feet and 1 not only far exceeded the requirements of the beast taming formula, but was also the highest record at present. According to Luo Ziote, talents above 2.80 meters are already very rare, and the highest talent among his ancestors was only 3.1 meters. The jade slip of the beast taming technique is made of special materials, and can only be comprehended by one person at a time. After a comprehension, it takes at least 3 years for the next person to use it. If no one has a higher degree of compatibility than Peng Yu, then he will be the only choice to practice the beast taming technique. Yan Xiaoxin nodded repeatedly and said, this Peng Yu is the captain of a special operations team under me. He has won the first place in 3 individual soldier competitions in the southwest. He is definitely a soldier king. It seems that a rumor we heard when we were collecting information is also quite reasonable. Lin Ziming accompanied Lin Li back to the base camp some time ago. He didn't know about these situations, so he asked curiously, oh, what rumor? It means that the people with stronger fighting ability in the mortal period have more opportunities to practice beast taming skills, because beast taming, to put it bluntly, is to have enough power to suppress and tame monsters, Yan Xiaoxin explained. Although this rumor has not been officially confirmed, it still sounds reasonable. You see, several of our soldiers who have a high degree of compatibility are basically at the level of soldier kings. Yan Xiaoxin was enthusiastically sharing the rumors he had heard, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by an exclamation in the communicator, Li Yulin, 3 feet 3. Lin Ziming turned around with a look of shock, picked up the communicator, and asked the civilian cadre beside the jade slip, 3 feet 3? Full level qualification? Which unit is this soldier from? Report. This person is from the kitchen squad of the company of the Combined Battalion under the Combined Brigade. He's a cook. Originally, I wanted to introduce the well-known beast taming method, but I'm afraid that some of you less-known students will fail the course, so I'll postpone it for now. In addition, I'm going to cut meat today. There will be at least one update, and the second update will be posted when it comes out. If not, you don't have to wait. I have said this many times, but there was always a second update before, but this time it's really not certain. Please give me some monthly tickets to give me some courage. It's the end of the month. Chapter 187, Beast Taming Technique. Li Yulin, male, 26 years old, has been in the army for 7.5 years. In a tent temporarily built near the military base, Lin Ziming and others were gathered in front of a screen, looking through the personal file of the soldier named Li Yulin. He belongs to the cooking squad of a combined battalion company under Brigade Commander Long, and serves as deputy squad leader. He has won the individual cross-country championship in 4 brigade-level field competitions. In the process of delivering meals in previous military exercises, he has taken down 7 battalion headquarters and a division headquarters command post before the army reform, and captured many officers and soldiers above the battalion level. Oh, by the way, in the bloody battle between Zhu Xhe and the Blue Army, the soldier who killed Colonel Man was Li Yulin. Don't think it's outrageous, it's a real story. After reading the file, Lin Ziming looked at Long Xing with surprise. Brigade Commander Long, is this file recording a true story? He was the one who killed Colonel Man. Yes, it's true. I have an impression of this soldier. Long Xing nodded. When he mentioned Zhu Xhe, a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. That was 2016. That year, the Blue Army won 6 games and 14 games, and we were the last exercise team. At that time, we fought with the Blue Army. The last 2 battalions with a casualty rate of 70% relied on the grassroots commander. Oh, that is, the 1-inch 3 Deng Sun's pre-war command, and formed a super-staffed company to charge the core position of Colonel Man. At that time, all the frontline officers and soldiers of our brigade put on bayonets, and the communicators and cooks were all involved in the battle. The armored soldiers carried machine guns and followed the infantry. The 2 sides directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Colonel Man could not use nuclear weapons, and finally we barely won. The soldier who killed Colonel Man was Liu Yulin. At that time, he had just joined the army for a year and a half, but he died miserably after killing Colonel Man. He was hit by more than 70 bullets in 3 seconds. Lin Ziming and Yan Xiaoxin, after recovering from his shock, Lin Ziming immediately waved his hand. Let's go and meet this king of soldiers. Previously, considering that there might be multiple soldiers with high compatibility in the army, it would be unfair to terminate the test directly for other soldiers. Therefore, the army did not stop the test after Liu Yulin detected a compatibility of 3 feet 3, but all the soldiers present went through the process. Unfortunately, among the many subsequent soldiers, there was no second or even third 3 feet 3, and the soldier with the highest compatibility had a light height of only 3 feet 1. Therefore, Liu Yulin is the well-deserved first candidate for the skill. When Lin Ziming and others came to the high platform, the rest of the soldiers had been dispersed in an orderly manner. Now only a guard team of a reinforced platoon and a few people were left in their original place. Among them was Liu Yulin. Liu Yulin is a soldier of short stature, with an ordinary face but a soldier's resolute temperament. Although he is a cook, his skin is still bronze. His left shoulder is slightly lower than the right one, which should be caused by long-term cutting vegetables and cooking. Just like many people who carry messenger bags for a long time, one shoulder is often slightly higher. After everyone walked to the high platform, Liu Yulin and the civilian cadres who were originally present stepped forward at the same time, stood at attention and saluted. Hello, Chief. Lin Ziming and others returned the salute solemnly. Hello, comrades. Long Xing even walked to Liu Yulin and punched him hard on the shoulder. Xiao Liu, you did a good job. He also winked at Yan Xiaoxin. Soldiers are more or less competitive, especially among military leaders of the same level. Although Yan Xiaoxin is only a regiment commander, in fact, since the military reform, the field army basically has no regiment-level organization, but there are still a few troops that retain the regiment-level organization. Organization and establishment are 2 different things. At present, there are only a handful of regiment-level establishments in the whole of China, except for the western part, and they are basically super-elite regiments with special functions. For example, Yan Xiaoxin's armored regiment, which is guarding the economic core, can only compete with them with 1 or 2 teams with the same personnel configuration. In addition, since Yan Xiaoxin's armored regiment is the first organized unit to set foot in the alien world, the core layer is still discussing whether to promote him from 23 to 24. Therefore, in terms of status, Yan Xiaoxin and Long Xing are actually not much different. According to the normal trajectory, once Yan Xiaoxin is promoted, he will at least be at the level of Long Xing. So the 2 sides will naturally have some healthy comparisons, which is actually a good thing in a sense. Looking at the complacent Long Xing, Yan Xiaoxin whistled in his mouth and pretended to look around. He had to pretend to be an ostrich, because he lost this round. The key is that he was the first to say that he was the king of soldiers. Lin Ziming ignored the 2 stubborn bulls' quarrel. At this time, he was communicating with the headquarters through remote equipment. Okay. Yes. I understand. Got it. After hanging up the call, he looked directly at everyone present. Comrades, know it all. Oh no, President Wei Qiangsheng is on his way. Let's go back to the base first. Comrade Yulin, adjust your mentality and get ready. We will arrange a spiritual awakening ceremony for you later. According to the information we have, as long as you reach the spiritual awakening realm, you can start the initial practice of the beast taming method. If everything goes well, you should be able to get started soon. Liu Yulin pursed his lips tightly, and it can be seen that he was a little nervous, but he still stood at attention firmly and said, please rest assured, the organization, I am always ready. About a quarter of an hour later, Wei Qiangsheng flew to the military base. Well, it was really flying. The plane he took was the AC-311A that had appeared many times before. After all, it is not easy to accumulate some spiritual energy these days. If it is consumed during the flight, you have to meditate to recover. Especially for a practitioner like Wei Qiangsheng who is at the 7th level of key training, he can only fly with flying objects for the time being. Basically, he can fly for 5 minutes and meditate for 2 hours. How can it be as convenient as taking a helicopter? Wei Qiangsheng met with Lin Ziming and others in a hall somewhere in the military base. After all the people arrived, Liu Yulin began to awaken his spirit under the watch of the crowd. Liu Yulin's qualifications are ordinary for spiritual roots. He is a little luckier than ordinary people, but that's all. He is not particularly lucky or particularly lucky. Therefore, there were no accidents in his awakening process. As the 4th awakening pill was swallowed, a steam came out of Liu Yulin's head. The awakening was successful. Then Lin Ziming asked the medical team to give Liu Yulin a physical examination. After confirming that everything was correct, he handed the jade slip to Liu Yulin with great care. Comrade Yulin, you have now completed the spiritual awakening process. According to the information we have, as long as you focus your attention on the jade slip and comprehend it carefully, you should be able to achieve some kind of mysterious connection with it and obtain the skills. Of course, I am just retelling the general situation. The specific process still needs you to try it yourself. Liu Yulin took the jade slip and saluted Lin Ziming. I promise to complete the task. Lin Ziming saluted him back and then led everyone out of the room. The rabbits arranged a relatively private small room for Liu Yulin. There was no camera equipment except for the instrument that monitored the life status. According to the plan, if Liu Yulin did not make any progress within 6 hours, the perception plan would be temporarily stopped. Bang! The door slammed shut, and people outside could only see the parts of various colors through the infrared temperature image displayed by the instrument. Considering that the beast taming technique is of great importance, and that this kind of thing involving the so-called inheritance is somewhat mysterious, everyone is still a little nervous. Of course, it's just a little bit, and the situation of cold sweat dripping from the forehead is not so serious. Time passed by minute. 5 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. Until 3 hours later. The color area in the instrument suddenly moved rapidly. Obviously, it was the human body moving. After another half a minute, the secret room was opened. Liu Yulin walked out of the house quickly, ran to Lin Ziming with an excited look, and saluted solemnly. Report to the chief. Fortunately, I have mastered the basic skills of the beast taming technique. In theory, I can tame an ordinary monster beast that has not entered the rank. The second update is here. Well, everything went well. But the strange thing is that the medical insurance can't be reimbursed for the bed fee, although the money is not much. Chapter 188 Orcs will never be slaves. Liu Yulin was able to comprehend the jade slip in a short time, which was undoubtedly a very pleasant surprise. This meant that the rabbits had entered a new field in their research on monsters. Even though the current level of information in this field was not high, and the front was dark and deep, this did not prevent the rabbits from squeezing in. In some senses, this was a good boost to the soul research, which was still in its initial stages. Because after taming the monster, a mysterious contract chain would be formed between the cultivator and the monster. This contract chain was not just as simple as throwing a flying disc and the monster would rush up to pick it up with a roar, but included a deeper level of communication. Both parties could directly produce some kind of mysterious telepathy. This was undoubtedly a problem at the soul level. Soul and body, these are two eternal topics for humans. Of course, the above research can only be said to have a relatively broad prospect, and there is still a long way to go to formally achieve results. The site returned to the military base. After coming out of the secret room, Liu Yulin underwent another round of physical examination, but the process of this examination was much more complicated than the last time. As the core center of the entire frontier system, the military base has a certain all-round self-research function, in addition to the military research and development and maintenance capabilities. In special circumstances, it can undertake the functions of a small number of life experiment bases. Therefore, in addition to the military factory, there are also some other laboratories in its interior. Liu Yulin came to a standard biological laboratory, which has many instruments and is not low in precision. Although it does not reach the advanced level of the plant laboratory, it is enough to make many biological scientists drool. After entering the laboratory, Liu Yulin not only had his blood sample drawn, but even his brain waves and chemical signals were recorded and backed up. The process is very complicated and cumbersome, but this is a link that was notified before the test of compatibility, and each soldier has signed a voluntary letter. When all the processes were completed, Liu Yulin was taken to a chair in a small room. The room is not large, with a ping-pong table on the side and a few pairs of dumbbells in the corner. It looks like an activity room temporarily converted, which makes Liu Yulin feel a little relaxed. A moment later, a female researcher in a white coat came out of the house and sat opposite him. As the first reserve beast tamer in the entire camp, Liu Yulin must collect a series of information after comprehending the jade slip, because this is the unique data that the rabbits have never come into contact with. Not long ago, Xiao Yi did the same thing after refining the two strange objects found by Wen Qiang and Wu Fan. He was also required to write a 1,500-word essay in the first person. This essay was also circulated to all the soldiers with 3 spiritual roots or above in the camp, which can be called a public execution. However, this information collection is different from interrogating prisoners, and it is not an unethical living research. At the same time, the object is also one of our own. Therefore, the command did not lock Liu Yulin in a small dark room, where a group of white-haired old men pointed at him like a monkey through the glass. Instead, a female researcher was arranged to talk to him face to face, so as to avoid tension and misunderstanding to the greatest extent. The female researcher sitting opposite Liu Yulin was about 28 or 29 years old, with short hair and a very capable look. After sitting down, she generously extended her hand to Liu Yulin. "Hello, my name is Li Yan, from the Plant Biotechnology Laboratory, and I am the recorder of this inquiry conversation." Looking at the other party's left hand hanging in the air, Liu Yulin swallowed his saliva with some effort. This man who dared to punch Colonel Man on the battlefield was unexpectedly a little embarrassed at this time. After all, the soldiers who were selected to the Great Mo realm, even if they were just cooks or service soldiers, were definitely elite soldiers. Therefore, they didn't interact with the opposite sex very often, even with female soldiers. However, Liu Yulin hesitated for a while, and finally stretched out his hand to shake with Li Yan and then let go immediately. "Hello, I'm Liu Yulin." After letting go of her hand, Li Yan straightened the notebook on the table, uncapped the pen to signal the official start of the conversation, and then asked, "Comrade Yulin, what was the process like when you were perceiving the jade slip? Did you encounter any special situations? For example, falling into an illusion? Or did an old man with a white beard show up to teach you the flash technique?" Perhaps it was the relaxation brought by the handshake, and Liu Yulin was almost adjusted at this time. He thought for a while and said slowly, "In fact, I didn't feel anything at the beginning, and I didn't encounter any illusions. It's just that the temperature of the jade slip is a little low." Li Yan keenly noticed a detail and quickly motioned for him to stop. "Wait, you said the temperature of the jade slip is a little low? How low is it exactly?" Liu Yulin scratched his head, squinted his eyes slightly as if he was recalling, and replied, "Yes, the temperature of the jade slip was very low. I almost couldn't hold it. My hometown is Nanyang, Yazhou, and Nanyang jade is produced in our place. When I was a child, I played with a lot of jade, but I never touched such cold jade. The temperature. I guess it was almost 0 degrees. The notebook in Li Yan's hand is actually a prop to relieve the mental stress of the target. In fact, what really records the conversation between the two is the hidden video equipment in the house." In another room, listening to the conversation between the two in the transcribed screen, Lin Ziming reached out and picked up a report from his side, and then frowned. "The feel of 0 degrees? But the temperature of the jade slip received from the chemical test is 21 degrees, and several of us have also held a jade slip. The temperature can't be that low." Longxing was silent for a few seconds. He also held a jade slip in his own hands and knew that the temperature of the jade slip could not be close to 0 degrees, but he still trusted Liu Yulin very much, and hurriedly explained, "But I know Xiao Liu, a very honest and simple young man. He can't lie." "Hey, Lao Long, don't worry, I didn't say Comrade Yulin was lying. If I didn't trust him, I would have taken a polygraph this morning." Lin Ziming waved his hand at him, motioning him to stay calm, and said, "It's just that I wonder if there is anything to say about the temperature. For example, the jade slip actually relies on cooling to transmit information or something like that? At least we can do research in this area." Longxing nodded and pointed to the screen and said, "Then let's continue to watch." In the picture, Liu Yulin and Li Yan were still talking, Later, I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a light flashed in front of my eyes, and then a spell was automatically imprinted in my mind. Li Yan's eyes lit up. Imprinted in your mind? Then can you repeat it now for others to practice? Although Liu Yulin is the warrior with the highest degree of fit, there are 2 3'1" and 4 or 5 3-foot fit candidates behind him. It's just that because the Jade Slip inheritance can only be activated once in a short period of time, these warriors are temporarily unable to conduct relevant comprehension. If Liu Yulin can repeat the relevant inheritance, then these warriors will have a chance? However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Liu Yulin shook his head. The content of the spell is not Chinese characters. I can only understand the meaning but can't say it. If you don't believe me, look. Li Yan looked up and saw Liu Yulin's mouth opening and closing at this time, but no sound came out. In the monitoring room, several linguists also shook their heads. The lip reading is irregular, and the content cannot be analyzed. Then, at the suggestion of Lin Ziming and others, Li Yan tried many operations such as handwriting and Morse code, but all failed. Li Yan recorded these situations in detail and prepared to take them back to the plant laboratory for further analysis. Then she thought for a few seconds, drew a horizontal line under the line unable to express information in the record, wrote the words shortwave containment or chemical signal, and put a question mark. Then she continued to ask, Comrade Yulin, what about the monsters you can tame? Liu Yulin thought for a while and said, the beast taming technique can be cultivated into a void contract called the beast taming chain. This thing is just like a dog chain. I pull one end and tie a dog on the other end. The real beast taming chain needs to wait until the 4th level of key training to be officially used. Each major realm is key training, foundation building, and den formation. You can tame a monster that is not higher than your own cultivation level. At the same time, once a monster is killed, the beast tamer cannot contract a new monster. You can only wait until the next realm to contract again. However, because I have just received the inheritance, I can now force a monster that has not entered the realm to be tamed. Li Yan blinked. Force taming. Liu Yulin nodded. Yes, this is the news that I and the technique realized together. As long as the realm of the target monster is not higher than the 1st level, I can force it to be tamed, even if it breaks through the realm in the future. If the monsters don't have any resistance, then this upper limit can be raised a little bit, no longer limited to the monsters that have not entered the rank, but it won't be raised too much, unless they let go of all their hostility towards me and completely surrender. What is the highest level it can be raised to? Liu Yulin thought for a while and replied, it's hard to say the highest. But I think it's about the middle of the 1st rank. After all, it's difficult for monsters to completely surrender to humans. Li Yan gave him a strange look and said, so this thing is a gift pack for novices. Chapter 189 Orcs will never be slaves. Li Yan's conversation with Liu Yulin lasted for more than an hour, and they talked about Liu Yulin's all-round feelings in detail. The so-called all-round means that basically, including some sensitive parts, the feelings of various organs were asked about them. Well, they were asked, not touched. After all, many problems cannot be found out by data detection alone, especially those involving the concept of spirituality. Instrument detection and human recording must be carried out simultaneously. Although this link seems a bit shameful and embarrassing, it is indeed an indispensable process, and the whole process does not have some LSP color. Especially for a life science wang like Li Yan who is proficient in anatomy. When she saw Liu Yulin for the first time, this girl was basically thinking about where to cut to completely open his skull. More than an hour later, the bracelet on Li Yan's left hand vibrated. According to the prior arrangement, this means that the information has been collected and the meeting can be ended. Seeing this, Li Yan stopped talking and politely nodded to Liu Yulin to say goodbye. The whole process was as capable and neat as she gave people the feeling. A few minutes later, Lin Ziming, Long Xing and others walked in from outside the house. Upon seeing his direct leader, Liu Yulin's face immediately showed a trace of obvious relaxation. He stood up and walked forward. Hello, Chief. Long Xing smiled and patted his shoulder, then looked at Lin Ziming and asked, Xiao Liu, the whole testing process is almost over. How do you feel now? Although he was secretly wondering why his brigade commander repeated one of the questions Li Yan had just asked, Liu Yulin did not show any other expression on his face, and answered obediently, report to the chief. I feel good at the moment. Xiao Liu, you may have misunderstood what I meant. Long Xing waved his hand at him and explained, I'm not asking about your mental state. What I mean is, can you go and tame a monster now? Liu Yulin blinked when he heard the words, and immediately reacted to what Long Xing or the command center was thinking, and straightened his chest again. Report to the chief. I'm fine. Long Xing was still quite concerned about his own soldiers. Hearing this, he first reached out and pinched his shoulder, and then shook it hard. After feeling that Liu Yulin was not holding on, he was relieved and waved his hand. Okay, let's go to the Monster Management Center. The Monster Management Center, as the name implies, is responsible for supervising, guarding and taming captured monsters. In the Rabbit's plan, if there is a battle similar to the Little Lotus Seed Mountain in the future, the captured monsters will also be placed here. Of course, by then, the entire management center will be further expanded and upgraded, and will take on more important tasks. At present, the entire Monster Management Center is divided into two conceptual areas, the food area and the non-food area. No, it is the two-headed cattle area and the non-two-headed cattle area. The two-headed cattle area is further divided into the breeding waiting area, the unbreeding observation area and the mandatory management area. The breeding waiting area mainly houses the already bred two-headed cattle, and the unbreeding observation area is responsible for managing those unbreeded but relatively docile two-headed cattle individuals. As for some other individuals with extremely high wildness, they were naturally assigned to the mandatory management area. If these grumpy old men still don't obey in the future, they can only be arranged to enter the hot pot for management. The non-two-headed bull area is divided into the second-level monster area and the non-second-level monster area, and the subordinates will no longer subdivide other categories. Because 99% of the monsters in this area will eventually escape the fate of being judged by justice, the original value is 100%, because the rabbits had no way to distinguish those monsters that had not eaten humans. But now with the appearance of Liu Yulin, a quasi-beast tamer, perhaps a very small number of monsters that have not harmed people, or have no chance to harm people, will be able to escape death. The person in charge of coordinating the entire Monster Management Center is Liu Zhenhen, Deputy Director of the Institute of Zoology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Liu Zhenhen is in his early 40s and is also an authoritative expert in breeding in China. He has extremely rich experience in animal breeding and has participated in the domestication of Rongcheng pigs. To be honest, the current animal domestication level of rabbits in China is very different from that in foreign countries, and it can even be said to be a generational gap. But this situation is closely related to the slow start of China. In fact, there is no shortage of talent. In fact, the talent in related fields in China is saturated. Can you believe it? Colonel Lin, the standard production cycle of a cow in our country is 258 days. Including the recovery period, the standard 4-generation improvement will take more than 5 years, so the local breeding progress is very slow. In the Monster Management Center, Liu Zhenhen introduced to everyone as he walked, but the two-headed cows in the Great Mo realm are different. Their production cycle is almost the same as that of mice. As long as there is enough fertilizer and popularity, the reproduction speed of this species can reach an astonishing level. Director Liu, wait a minute, Lin Ziming suddenly interrupted him and asked, you mean popularity? What is that? Could it be the soul of a person? Liu Zhenhen waved his hand and explained, this is also a detail we have discovered recently, and this has been reported to the Plant Life Laboratory. That is, the two-headed cow cannot be fed fertilizer directly. It is necessary to mix the fertilizer into some building materials and contact with living people for about a week to absorb enough popularity. As for what this popularity is, the Plant Life Laboratory is still studying it, and it may take some time to get the results. The reason why we didn't find this problem before may be because there are too few living samples. After all, the more than 20 two-headed bulls in the laboratory have been eaten. Only 3 or 4 are left after the experiment, so there is not much reference. However, although this link is a bit troublesome, it is not difficult to operate. Our troops are stationed on the side, and we just need to dismantle some simple partitions regularly. These two-headed bulls don't eat a lot. 1 or 2 kilograms of building stones are enough for an individual to eat for a week or more, otherwise this tribe would have starved to death long ago. Lin Ziming nodded thoughtfully, touched his chin and said, so that's it. I was wondering why these two-headed bulls like to destroy villages every time. Are they trying to absorb popularity? Then everyone walked for more than 10 minutes, and Liu Zhenhen led them to stop in front of a closed room area, and introduced, this is the detention area for non-two-headed bull monsters, where most of the captured monsters are detained. Lin Ziming noticed that there were many patrol soldiers outside this room area. There must be more sentinels in the dark. Although he is currently one of the general leaders of the camp troops, he has been with Lin Li in the mainland for many days in the past period of time, so he is not very clear about some of the layout. After all, in addition to his duties as a military cadre, he also has to work as a courier part-time. This relatively recent news is not well known. Afterwards, everyone entered the housing area one by one after completing identity verification. The exterior of the housing area is cast with military green materials and looks ordinary. But the interior is completely different. A 10-meter wide path is distributed along the side with 2 rows of alloy secret rooms whose interiors cannot be seen clearly, with a length of about 200 meters. There are more than 20 second-level monsters imprisoned in the area on our left. The material used in the housing area is T3Al8V6CR4Mo4ZR alloy with a strength of more than 1.9 GPa. There are also some second-level talismans to help guard it. Liu Zhenhan pointed to the alloy chambers on the left and right sides of the crowd and introduced to everyone. The area on the right is imprisoned with first-level and non-level monsters. The strength of the protective material is relatively low. There is a special confinement effect of the first-level sealing talisman when capturing them. These monsters can't escape even if they want to. The rabbit's batch of alloy materials entered the preparation stage after the capture battle was formulated. Among them, some of the top-level strength alloys were even squeezed out from Qin's Hendong and the core layer. The specific details are not convenient to talk about. These alloy materials were all forged before they were transported to the Great Mo realm, so the speed of building the housing area was still quite fast. Just as everyone was chatting, suddenly, several roars of monsters and several dull collisions were heard in the area on the left. Liu Zhenhan saw this and signaled everyone not to be nervous, explaining, second-level monsters are very sensitive to human breath, so when there are people walking outside, they often make collisions and other behaviors. We have an external monitoring team that monitors the integrity of the alloy in real time 24 hours a day. Once it falls below a certain threshold, an alarm will be activated for forced processing. So don't worry too much, just get used to it. Then he made a gesture of invitation. The area for the monsters that have not entered the level is in front. Let's go over there. I clicked the wrong time for schedule updates, but fortunately I looked at the backstage. A preview. Someone said that there was no advance notice in the last game of Grabbing the Dragon set, so let's give an advance notice today. The chapter that will be updated at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the first message in the author's words, the one who left a message, ahem, that lucky reader, will be rewarded with a positive image of the first dragon set in the Giandan realm to appear in the Great Mo realm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Orcs Will Never Be Slaves. Colonel Lin, the whole building area where we are located does not have a two-headed bull to guard, so it is relatively small, covering an area of about 60,000 square meters, with a length of 300 meters and a width of 200 meters. In the Monster Management Center, Liu Zhenhan was leading Lin Ziming and others along the avenue, while introducing the situation of the non-second-level monster area. The relevant laboratories for studying monster breeding have been temporarily set up inside the military base, so most of the factory area is the monster supervision area, and the effective utilization rate is very high. The roof of the entire building area adopts an opening and closing type, that is, the ceiling can be opened when some large monsters are accommodated or transported, just like many stadiums now. In addition, considering that there are a large number of huge monsters in the Great Mo realm, the engineering department also plans to expand the height of the entire building area to 20 meters or even more than 30 meters within half a year to prepare for our future monitoring capacity. There were 593 non-second-level monsters in the storage area when they were put into storage, but some of them were taken away by several laboratories during this period, and several monsters died of serious injuries. At present, the number of non-second-level monsters in the entire area is fixed at 562. Among them, there are 177 first-level monsters and 385 non-level monsters. Although the entire area is not partitioned and classified, most of the non-level monsters are placed in a detention room in front. Here, we are here. As soon as the voice fell, Liu Zhanhong led everyone to stop in front of a silver-wide electronic door. The electronic door is about 2.5 meters high, a standard circle, and the surface is as smooth as Snape's hair, which looks full of technology. From the outside, this door looks a bit like the door of the Victory team in Ultraman Tiga. The situation behind the door is a bit like that of a special film in a sense. Therefore, the whole door vaguely gives people a feeling that you can turn into light by passing through it. Of course, the premise is that you are a handsome guy, otherwise you can only turn into Gutangia. After arriving outside the door, Liu Zhanhong pressed his finger on a certain sensor key. After about a few seconds, a female voice came from the voice broadcaster on the electronic door. "Hello, this is the General Service Office of the base. Please report your name, purpose of action and singing the motherland. Don't think that singing is fake. Some projects require you to sing, namely Liu Zhanhong, position number CHN 776XX. Come to the non-level monster area to assist the command staff in the research of beast taming methods. Related matters have been authorized by the command an hour ago. The event number is SU 2022." Liu Zhanhong answered some of the previous questions, and then a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Looking up with a hint of prayer, "Can we try another verification method? Such as reciting a text?" Soon, a very firm female voice of rejection came from the electronic door. Even through the equipment, one could imagine a capable female soldier shaking her head. "No, this is stipulated by the organization. It is a necessary procedure to prevent possible mental control by high-level practitioners or even monsters." Okay. Liu Zhanhong showed a trace of helplessness on his face, turned his head and smiled apologetically at Lin Ziming and others. Before Lin Ziming and the others could understand where the apology came from, they heard Liu Zhanhong open his mouth. 5 stars, how to say it? The moment Liu Zhanhong opened his mouth, Lin Ziming and the others subconsciously felt a black screen in front of their eyes, and a dry sound like a nail shell sliding wildly on a blackboard sounded in their ears. It was like the wailing of some broken musical instrument. When the motherland heard it, she would kick you out and shout, "Get out, rebellious son." In short, when they came to their senses, the silver door in front of them had already opened. The voice broadcaster above could still vaguely hear the conversation with fear. Lin Ziming, in the end, Long Xing coughed and said, "Everyone, the door is open, let's go in." Lin Ziming and Liu Zhanhong looked at each other, laughed dryly, and made a gesture of invitation to each other. Then everyone went in together. The area of this cell is about 10,000 square meters. In addition to the corridor and some experimental equipment, the average area of more than 300 monsters is about 20 square meters. The space for monsters close to the first level is larger, and the space for monsters with lower realms is smaller. There are also a few real first-level monsters mixed in. These monsters are basically placed behind a series of display windows, like animals in a zoo. Of course, they are called display windows, but in fact they are all extremely strong special glass or even alloy. In addition to the physical partition type of protection, 5 sealing talismans are used to divide an area around each monster. Therefore, the performance of most monsters is extremely sluggish or even similar to sleep, and only the fluctuation of breathing can be seen. Most of the first-level monsters are in another holding room, but there are about 20 to 30 in this holding room. Liu Zhanhong pointed to one of the antelope monsters and introduced, in the state of confinement, the first-level sealing talisman beside each monster can last for about 7 days. That means the weekly demand is over 600, which is very easy with our current talisman production. Of course, it's easy, but it would be even better if we could solve the problem of controlling these monsters and free up the production for other uses. Lin Ziming stared at the first-level sign in front of the antelope monster, and suddenly thought of something, and asked Liu Zhanhong, "Director Liu, I remember that the first-level sealing talisman can only be used for monsters below the 6th level of key training or the middle stage of the first level, right? Then what about the monsters in the late stage of the first level and the second level?" The monsters in the late stage of the first level are regularly injected with some kind of psychotropic hormone by us. This hormone can block neurotransmitter receptors and inhibit nerve signal transduction, so you can see that they are all very lethargic. As for the second-level monsters, Liu Zhanhong gave him a strange look. "Of course, I'll use the second-level sealing escape talisman." Lin Ziming, he just remembered that the sealing escape talisman is much cheaper than the same-level talisman because of its extremely high use conditions. The rabbits planned the two-headed bull capture battle before the trade group set off. So some of these talismans were purchased in the supplies purchased by Zhejiang City. Although the number of second-level ceiling escape talismans prepared was not large, there were only a dozen or 20 second-level monsters. After realizing that he had asked a question with little technical content, Lin Ziming quickly touched his nose and forced a change of subject. Director Liu, do you have any recommendations for the domestication target this time? Liu Zhen looked at him in surprise, with a look of less than surprise on his face. What's the matter? Colonel Lin, didn't the command give a domestication target? The information and types of monsters should have been reported. Lin Ziming shook his head and explained, the command insists on outsiders not doing things within the organization. We have suffered a lot in this regard in our homeland in the early years. The Great Mo realm will definitely not repeat this operation. Therefore, before there are enough feedback statistics in the field of beast taming, Captain Lin and the others think that it is better to give us a certain degree of autonomy in this matter. After all, it is Comrade Yu Lin who has made a contract with a monster. Who knows if there will be any telepathic drama? I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Liu Zhen nodded in agreement, and then after some consideration, he led Lin Ziming and others to an independent monitoring container. There was a spider with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters lying in the container. The spider had sharp fangs, the lower half of its legs were bronze, its abdomen was bulging, and the shape of a skull could be vaguely seen. Lin Ziming frowned the moment he saw the spider. He was fearless, but he hated spiders, especially those big gray spiders with long legs that could crawl very fast, although he only knew that it was called the white-fronted stilt spider after he joined the army, and it was also a beneficial insect. However, the issue of the monster was of great importance, and he was not the one who chose the contract, so he still listened to it despite his discomfort. Liu Zhenhan did not notice Lin Ziming's expression. He was pointing at the spider and introducing it to Liu Yulin. This monster is called the Cloud Evil Spider. It has not yet entered the realm and looks very scary, but in fact it is a vegetarian monster that feeds on a kind of fruit. It is also one of the few monsters that we have confirmed that it does not eat humans. The main ability of the Cloud Evil Spider is to spit spider silk. It can quickly build a spider silk line of about 30 meters in length for monsters to pass through. It can attack and deal with building breaches in an emergency. It belongs to the logistics force among monsters. We only captured 4 Cloud Evil Spiders alive in this beast tide. One of them died of serious injuries a few days ago. This is the best quality of the remaining Cloud Evil Spiders. In the statistical report we submitted earlier, we believe that this monster has a certain prospect of being tamed, especially in the current situation where we are relatively short of industrial equipment. It may be able to help a lot in the short term. After Lin Ziming overcame the appearance of the Cloud Evil Spider, he was more concerned about the actual use of this monster. Director Liu, what is the strength of this spider silk? Are there any specific comparative data? Liu Zhenhan nodded, took out a tablet from the small bag on his back, and fiddled with it for a few times. We have done tensile tests on spider silk in the laboratory in the base. This is the stress strain curve we calculated. The maximum tensile strength of spider silk is about 3000 MPa, which is the strength of secondary carbon cloth. In addition, the average fiber length of spider silk reaches 36 millimeters, the uniformity index is 88.5%, and the average fineness is 2.95 microns. The comprehensive data value is slightly worse than that of phosphate-coated steel wire. Lin Ziming looked up and exchanged a glance with Yan Xiaoxin, Longxing and Liu Yulin. They all saw their attitude in their eyes, rejection. So he showed a little apology on his face and said to Liu Zhenhan, Director Liu, please take us for a walk again. Liu Zhenhan smiled politely, without showing any opinion on his face. After all, his job this time was to be a shopping guide until Liu Yulin chose the right product. So he took everyone to the next target. Compared to the terrifying cloud spider, the second target looked much more docile. This was a bird with a green body, nearly half a meter long, with sharp claws, and its overall appearance was somewhat similar to that of a falcon on Earth. However, unlike a falcon, it had another eyeball on the back of its head, and judging from the frequency of its rotation and blinking, this was definitely not a fake eye or other camouflage organ. In addition, there was a sign in front of the bird, First Level Demon Beast, please keep your distance. This monster is called the Three-Eyed Green Ibis. Although it is larger than ordinary birds, it has a smooth body, is fast and flexible, and is a scout-type monster. It is considered a sentinel among monsters, and it has no habit of eating humans. I personally recommend this monster. Liu Zhanhong exported a structural diagram depicted with dotted and relines from the tablet, which also compared native eagles of the same size. Some values clearly show a lot of excess. Comrade Yulin, this three-eyed green ibis has performed well recently, and seems to have shown some signs of surrender. I heard that as long as the monster that is tamed for the first time is not too resistant, it can actually be a first-level monster. Liu Yulin nodded and said, yes, theoretically as long as the monster does not produce monster crystals, it will be fine, but in fact I estimate that it is only the first level at most. In the inheritance I got, those predecessors only contracted a monster in the middle stage of the first level at most. Lin Ziming glanced at him calmly from the side. This was the most words Liu Yulin had said since leaving the military base. It was obvious that the soldier was quite satisfied with the three-eyed blue ibis. In fact, not only Liu Yulin, but Lin Ziming was also quite satisfied with this bird monster. The only drawback was that its realm was not high, and it was difficult to contribute to the research of monsters. However, for safety reasons, Lin Ziming did not rush to determine the contract target with Liu Yulin, but chose to say to Liu Zhanhong, Director Liu, let's look at a few more targets. Anyway, the three-eyed blue ibis will not run away here, so we can look at all the suitable targets first. Longxing also nodded in agreement, as you should, choose more and better. Let's go and look at other monsters first. These days, you have to compare prices when buying vegetables. Not to mention our domestication, which is of great importance. Don't worry, Xiao Liu, the command center, and we will not interfere with your choice. If you still want this three-eyed blue ibis after looking at all, then we will not force you to choose other domestication targets. Seeing that his leader said so, Liu Yulin stopped talking and continued to look at them one by one with the others. More than an hour later, everyone looked at all the targets and came to a wider place to make the final decision. Lin Ziming handed a glass of water to Liu Yulin and asked, what do you think, Xiao Liu? Do you think the two-tailed civet cat or the three-eyed blue ibis is more suitable? The two-tailed civet cat mentioned by Lin Ziming was another candidate monster that everyone had seen not long ago. Although its realm has not yet entered the first level, its sensitivity and attack power are not weak, and its growth limit is much higher than that of the three-eyed blue ibis. The upper limit of the three-eyed blue ibis is at most the middle stage of the second level, and very few can reach the peak of the second level. But the two-tailed civet cat can at least reach the peak of the second level when it grows normally. Even in the history of the Great Mo realm, there was a legend that the two-tailed civet cat broke through the fourth level and evolved into a cat girl. This is also the ultimate dream of many beast-taming practitioners in the Great Mo realm. While the local two-dimensional people are still shouting at the paperman to change for me, the LSPs of the Great Mo realm have already started to take action. Faced with a choice thrown by Lin Ziming, Liu Yulin's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. After struggling for a while, he made up his mind and said, Chief, let's go with the three-eyed blue ibis. Liu Yulin's reply did not surprise Lin Ziming. As a soldier, he would definitely like the three-eyed blue ibis's dashing appearance, not to mention that it has a higher value. Although it is difficult for both the two-tailed civet cat and the three-eyed blue ibis to bring any strong research boost to the rabbits at present, it is better to have such a monster than not. At least from an individual perspective, the probability of a three-eyed blue ibis being discovered in the air is at least much lower than that of a helicopter, and it may bring good intelligence benefits under certain circumstances. Lin Ziming then reported this decision to the headquarters, and the headquarters also replied very quickly as previously stated, passed. Then everyone followed Liu Yulin to the window of the three-eyed blue ibis. Looking at the excited Liu Yulin, Longxing suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiao Liu, should we step aside? Liu Yulin hurriedly shook his head. No, you just watch me from the side. The taming process is very simple. Longxing nodded slightly, and then retreated about 2 meters with Yan Xiaoxin and others, leaving a relatively open area for Liu Yulin. Then Lin Ziming said, Then Comrade Yulin, please start. If you feel uncomfortable, you must speak up. Liu Yulin nodded at him, turned to look at the three-eyed blue ibis, took a deep breath, and adjusted his breathing. Then he slowly closed his eyes and mobilized a certain breath in his inner sea, according to the spell inherited into his mind. Although Liu Yulin has just successfully awakened his spirit and has not yet taken the next step of drawing the air into his body, the breath in his inner sea, which is the newbie gift pack he received when he accepted the inheritance, is essentially not using his own spiritual energy, so it is not so troublesome to mobilize it. After a moment, A thick white aura slowly emerged from Liu Yulin's body, and formed a chain in the air, dancing irregularly in the air. Lin Ziming secretly glanced at the camera somewhere in the upper left corner. He knew that at this moment, there must be a group of eyes outside watching this place nervously. After a few seconds, the chain in the air fixed its shape and slowly flew towards the three-eyed blue ibis. Looking at the chain flying towards it, the three-eyed blue ibis showed a very humane sadness and enlightenment in its eyes. The distance between the chain and the three-eyed blue ibis was getting closer and closer. 5 meters, 3 meters, and 1 meter. However, just when the chain and the three-eyed blue ibis were about to meet and the three-eyed blue ibis closed its eyes to accept the contract and be tamed, a roar suddenly came from the second-level monster area outside. As the roar sounded, the white chain suddenly stopped in the air. After a moment, the chain turned around, passed by Lin Ziming, and rushed out of the electronic door. Three-eyed green ibis, Lin Ziming subconsciously grabbed the chain, but caught nothing except air. Just as he was about to pull out his gun and run out, Liu Yulin suddenly raised his hand with a strange look on his face. Report to the chief, my contract was successful. At the same time, Liu Zhanhun also turned on the surveillance of the second-level monster area on the tablet, and then was stunned for a moment. What's going on? In the video, the white smoke chain was already connected to a monster. Yan Xiaoxin leaned forward to take a look, and suddenly slapped his head. Oh my god, isn't this the giant monster that ran away with a mount? Today is a big chapter. Only this one update, the blind guess of chapter 165 is revealed, but unfortunately no one guessed it right. Accidentally, in fact, it was foreshadowed during the battle and hinted at the end of chapter 185. How can an ordinary monster be worthy of my 5 full chapters? Then the first lucky person who leaves a message here today with a normal name can get a Giant in Realm Dragon set. Chapter 191 buy one get one free. What did you say? Comrade Liu Yulin tamed a second-level monster. In the command center of the Xinhao camp, Lin Li looked at Lin Ziming with a look of "Are you kidding me? Didn't you say that the highest level of the first-level monster you can tame is the first-level monster?" At this time, Lin Ziming's face was also quite strange. In fact, as a witness of the incident, he was even more shocked than Lin Li in his heart. To be precise, as long as the level of the monster tamed by the beast tamer for the first time is not higher than the 3rd level, that is, to condense the monster crystal and step into another realm. But this is only the theoretical upper limit, just like the local daily advertisements of 9,999 yuan prizes, it is only a very low possibility. After all, that kind of situation is very, very extreme, and the monster must completely surrender to the practitioner, or even reach the concept of urgent to join. So Comrade Liu Yulin was not wrong at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, being able to tame a first-level mid-level monster is the limit. Who knew that such a weirdo would come out and steal it later? That three-eyed blue ibis is still autistic in the holding room now. Lin Li. In fact, Liu Yulin had some impression of the second-level giant monster that he tamed. He knew that it was the leader of the first group of monsters assembled in the Battle of Xiaolianzi Mountain. At that time, this giant monster led hundreds of monsters to launch a tentative charge towards Yan Xiaoxin's main attack line. As a result, just after running out for 2 steps, the flying team that took the lead was beaten to a barbecue by the Rabbits anti-aircraft firepower network. So this giant monster did a trick on the spot, carrying his mount lizard and ran back. At that time, not to mention Yan Xiaoxin, even the experienced Colonel Man was stunned for a while when he saw this scene. As for the situation behind this monster, Lin Li didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was just a second-level monster in the early stage. When this kind of monster is one-on-one, the rabbits may pay special attention to it, but at that time, there were hundreds of monsters with the same or even higher realms as it on the battlefield. The battle was basically one-sided, and no one would deliberately pay attention to such a deserter. Unexpectedly, the giant monster did not die in the end, but was successfully captured alive and imprisoned by the rabbits. According to director Liu Zhanhun and his team, this monster has been performing well in the cell for some time. Lin Ziming handed Lin Li a form with many regular records, and then he explained, due to the uneven quality of the ceiling talismans, each monster will more or less break free from the suppression and attack the cage a few times, but these situations are within our expectations and control, and the security of the cell has always been very strict. Among the more than 20 second-level monsters, this second-level giant monster has attacked the alloy cage 0 times. And in the biological hormone samples regularly sampled from his body, A substance similar to conjugated protein enzyme can be detected. According to the analysis of its cofactor by the laboratory, Director Liu and his team found that this substance is somewhat like a CV chemical signal that is automatically generated by the brain nerve center when a low-level creature in a group encounters a group leader. And the characteristics expressed externally tend to be obedient. This substance can also be detected in low-level monsters, but that is the information feedback of obedience to high-level monsters, but the feedback object of the second-level monster is humans. Just out of caution, Director Liu and his team were worried that this was a disguised appearance, so they had not relaxed their supervision of this second-level monster. But now it seems that this second-level monster should really submit to us. Lin Li continued after listening. To be honest, as an authority in biology, he has seen quite a few strange species. He lives in the eastern coastal areas of China, and has even seen and dissected deep-sea life that looks like Cthulhu. Before coming to the Great Mo realm, he personally dissected a 7-meter oarfish from the dog next door. Students who are interested can go and search for this creature, so Lin Li is basically the kind of big guy who can roughly guess the characteristics of the creature by looking at what it looks like, just like some old drivers can tell whether a small movie is released by SOT or S1 just by looking at the filter. Therefore, he can basically be more certain that it is difficult for creatures like monsters to actively submit to humans, or to be extremely urgent. Then he suddenly thought of a possibility, turned to Lin Ziming and asked, "By the way, Colonel Lin, has Director Liu tested its bloodline? Are there any genes similar to those of native gull creatures?" Although no obvious correlation has been found between the Great Mo realm and native creatures, considering the circumstances of Wei Siming's crossing, it is also possible that a gull creature crossed into the demon world a long time ago and left behind descendants. After all, if it didn't have gull bloodline, it shouldn't have died so quickly. However, to Lin Li's disappointment, Lin Ziming shrugged at him and shook his head. "No, is that so? That's very strange." Lin Li sighed with some regret, and then decided to adhere to the idea of existence as reasonable, temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart, and then asked, "Anyway, it's always a good thing to be able to tame a second-level monster. By the way, has it eaten people before? For monsters that have eaten people, it's either life or death. It's so strict now. Don't say I'm a saint or a mental clean freak. I won't explain it in the future." After the previous siege of Qi County City, the Wei Mansion assisted the Plant Life Laboratory in recording a lot of monster files, including this giant monster. If Lin Li remembered correctly, this giant monster's diet includes humans. Rabbits can accept the second and third generation blood relatives they have cultivated, but they will never tame monsters that have eaten humans. Facing Lin Li's stern look, Lin Ziming shook his head decisively again and said, "In theory, giant monsters will eat people, but according to Comrade Li Yulin, this giant monster is the first time to come to the Damo realm from the demon realm. Not to mention eating people, it immediately backed down after seeing a giant in-realm cultivator take action during the siege, so it's a coincidence that it hasn't even been involved in a human life. After being tamed, it learned that we don't accept monsters that have eaten humans, and even swallowed a lot of honeysuckle to prove its innocence, and also expressed its willingness to be a vegetarian. By the way, the same goes for its mount." Lin Li was originally ready to change the subject after hearing the first sentence and arrange a few other tasks, but he was suddenly stunned when he heard the last paragraph, and the words he had prepared were abruptly stopped at his lips. After a few seconds, he asked uncertainly, "Wait, what did you say? Its mount?" Lin Ziming nodded. "Yes, according to the second-level giant monster, the giant lizard is his companion monster, and its realm is in the late first level and about to break through the second level. The giant lizard and the giant monster also have a kind of mental contract, so the giant monster will not abandon the giant lizard when it escapes on the battlefield. In a sense, they are blood relatives. Oh, by the way, this giant lizard was captured together with a giant monster, and there was no resistance during the process." Lin Li's expression became more and more strange, and he looked like he wanted to eat a big mouthful of natto. In other words, if Comrade Liu Yulin is willing, he can also control the giant lizard. Lin Ziming nodded, indicating that it was right. Both parties immediately fell into a strange silence. It turns out that Liu Yulin's novice gift package not only includes a second-level monster, but also a buy one get one free first-level giant lizard. You know, what the rabbits lack at present is not combat power or reconnaissance troops, but the research progress on living monsters. Unless a fourth-order monster can be tamed, even a third-order monster is just a small increase in combat power for the rabbits. Except for a few special cases, the combat power increase is just the effect of a dense formation. The same is true for reconnaissance. Although there is a cost-effectiveness, it is also relative. Scientific research is different. A second-order monster that can fully and actively cooperate with research has much higher scientific research value than birds and cats. By the way, then Lin Ziming thought of something and said, Comrade Liu Yulin hopes that the command center can give his monster a name. I have had a brief exchange with him and his attitude is very willing. After all, he is our elite warrior and his awareness is still very high. Name, let me think about it. Lin Li thought for a while, and then said, I think the fierce appearance of the giant monster should be integrated with a gentle name. In addition, it surrendered so quickly, so I think it should be called Lanxi. Lanxi. Lin Ziming thought for 2 seconds and thought that the two words Lanxi were good. So, the giant monster's name was happily decided. Shortly after Lin Ziming and Lin Li finished their conversation, Lin Li's assistant Zhang Guanghu's voice rang out outside the headquarters. Report, the production line of Killington has arrived, and the factory can prepare for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The third extra game is here. Guess what the giant monster will be assigned to do? Here's a hint, physics and chemistry. As always, if you guess correctly, you'll get 5 extra games. Reveal the answer within a week. Chapter 192 Harbin Pharmaceutical 6-brand Kyling Pill. After the name of the giant beast Lanzai was decided, the relevant planned tasks were not issued. After all, the rabbit's understanding of the beast taming method was not deep enough at this time, and there were still some doubts about whether the second-level giant beast could be completely controlled by the practitioners. This second-level individual would definitely be no problem for the rabbits when they met on the front battlefield, but once it lost control near the life experiment base, it would be more troublesome to deal with it. There are many core buildings around the life experiment base. You can't just use missiles to clean the ground, right? So everything has to be done slowly, and the rabbits did not rush to give Liu Yulin and Lanzai related tasks, but simply extracted some blood and X fluid samples. 3 days later, the daylight of the Great Mo realm fell again. Now it has been more than 60 days since the official start of the life experiment base. In addition to the construction of some laboratories, some factory buildings have also begun to take shape. For example, today, a brand new factory will be officially completed. 3 blazing suns were in the sky, and countless protons, electrons, and heavy ions with energies ranging from tens of keV to GeV, as well as high-energy rays, were shooting toward the Great Mo realm from 3 different cosmic star positions, but were blocked by some mysterious membrane, so that the people on the ground could not feel any heat. At this time, Lin Li, Liu Xiangqian, Hu Jun and other camp scientific research project leaders came to the outside of a factory building wearing safety helmets. Lin Li's assistant Zhang Guanghuo is introducing the situation. Captain Lin, according to the plan, our Talisman Dan factory will be officially completed and put into operation today. Currently, there are 7 production lines in this factory, which have the ability to independently produce 2 talismans and 1 pill, just as Zhang Guanghuo introduced. At present, there are 2 types of talismans that the rabbits can fully mass produce. The first is a first-level body protection talisman, which is the psychic shield that has been put into actual combat. After the psychic shield is activated, it can last for 40 minutes of protection time. Once the time is up, it will fail regardless of whether it is attacked. The nature is a bit like a band-aid, which will lose its stickiness after a while, no matter whether you use it or not. Therefore, the rabbits still have a high demand for psychic shields. For example, some exploration teams going to the mountains and forests to explore consume more than 10 shields each time. Fortunately, the production process of psychic shields is very simple. Except for the final process of injecting spiritual energy, the base of the talisman only needs to use the most common talisman paper or jade in the Great Mo realm. Of course, the quality of the jade cannot be too bad. For example, jade like Xiu Iron jade, which has low strength and is easy to break when burned, cannot be used as a jade base. After all, the talisman that a first-level talisman master can only draw successfully once a day has been stuck in mass production due to bugs. You still have to give respect to the other links, right? Therefore, some time ago, the rabbits imported a batch of jade above the standard line from the local area. After many comparisons, they found that the Killian Mountain jade produced in Longgaya was the most eye-catching one. Killian Mountain jade has a dense structure, fine texture, and a hardness of 4 to 7 degrees. The annual output is very high. From a comprehensive perspective, it is very suitable for making jade bases for talismans. At present, the process of psychic shields is basically to mill the jade base, then laser engrave the track, and finally introduce spiritual energy into the wailing of Wei Yuan, the talisman master of Wei Mansion. You make talismans like this without soul. The regular output of psychic shields is about 300 per day, and it can be increased to 800 per day in special circumstances. In the absence of combat missions, it can cover a synthetic brigade every 20 days. The rabbits plan to equip each person with more than 5 psychic shields for rotation and standby in the future. It will take more than a year to achieve the goal. In addition to psychic shields, another talisman that the rabbits can mass produce is the first-level sealing talisman, which is the core material of the sealing capture device. This talisman is a set of 5, and the normal daily output is about more than 30 sets. Now the demand at the Monster Management Center is relatively large, and the daily production has reached about 60 sets. Both talismans are first-order talismans. Due to the unknown materials and spiritual energy guide trajectory of the second-order talisman, the relevant cracking work is still in progress. The original production area of the psychic shield and the first-order sealing talisman was in a simple house next to Huajin Laboratory. Now with the completion of the factory site, the production line of these 2 talismans has become a regular army with a standard factory building. In addition to the 2 talismans, the remaining elixir is naturally the Keiling pill. Captain Lin, today is the 10th day of the 225 plan. Our progress is completely in line with the previous expectations of the core layer. Outside the factory, Zhang Guanghu held a progress chart in his hand, with a hint of tension and worry on his face. However, unlike the relatively mature talisman preparation production line, the talisman production line is equivalent to moving the original production area to the factory and changing the shell. But the Keiling pill production line is different. This is the equipment we have just debugged. Many links involve high temperatures of more than 1000 degrees, and the long-term durability is unknown. Hearing this, Lin Li smiled and patted his assistant on the shoulder. This young man, who was a guard and assistant, was only 24 years old. His lack of experience was obvious at this juncture. Xiao Zhang, relax a little. You have to believe in our country's scientific research strength. Did those aerospace vehicles experience actual combat before launching? With today's technological level, electronic simulation is actually not much different from actual combat. You are not a practitioner in the R&D port, so you may not understand some concepts. Let alone 1000 degrees high temperature, our country has also done tens of thousands or even higher temperatures for decades. Don't worry, 225 is just an initial stage. If we can't even take this step, then we won't do R&D in the future. The 225 plan was a short-term goal set by the core layer after the team of academician Liu Xiangqian solved the problem of mass production of Keelingdan. 2 Big Mori, 2 Keelingdan production lines, and 5,000 Keelingdan finished products. This time includes the time taken from summarizing the process to customization, debugging the production line, and formal mass production of finished pills, which is 14 Chinese days. It is now the 10th day since the 225 plan was issued, which is a relatively fast progress within expectations. After comforting his assistant, Lin Li looked at a middle-aged man beside him and said solemnly, Managerin, the last step of the 225 plan this time depends on your Harbin factory. Managerin, as Lin Li called him, is not tall, and his system is a bit bloated, like a youth version of my Trail Buddha. This person is called NU, and he comes from Harbin Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6, which is well known in China. It is also the parent factory of the once popular brands such as Ziliting, Gaizhuangai, and Hutong. In recent years, the sales revenue of Harbin Pharmaceutical Factory No. 6 has been declining due to the external recession, from 18 billion to more than 3 billion now. But the reasons are very complicated, involving the background of regional talent loss. It is not objective to say that it is all due to Harbin Factory. Besides, as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how weak Harbin Factory has been in recent years, the foundation of the large investment is still there. Although Harbin Factory currently ranks only over 50 among the top 100 pharmaceutical companies in China, the gap with the current domestic pharmaceutical leader Hangru is very obvious. But don't forget, this is the Great Mo realm, a non-public world. So the most important thing when selecting targets is to make sure they are your own people. Just like many of the equipment currently used by the rabbits, Some equipment from foreign or Sino-foreign joint ventures is indeed better than that of local ones, and some of them are even several levels behind, but are the rabbits likely to use them? The same is true for the production and management line of elixirs. With the development of the Great Mo realm, some links must be joined by state-owned enterprises, such as the Hufei group of Bu Binghu and his team, which is a typical representative. Among the many domestic pharmaceutical companies, only Harbin Factory's shareholding model is the most in line with the requirements of the rabbits, and it is absolutely legitimate. As for Harbin Factory's research and development capabilities, it is secondary, with Liu Xiangqian, a top biomedical expert leading the team, and the national team personally participating in the game. Do we still need to consider the individual drug research capabilities of the company? To put it bluntly, it's just a lack of a trustworthy tool person. Therefore, in response to the rabbit's call, the factory came running over immediately. After receiving the order, they immediately selected a group of veteran workers with the help of the official, and brought several complete production lines and management personnel, without even asking about the salary. After all, the factory is not stupid. The difficulty in this kind of thing is to obtain the qualifications. As long as you can enter, are you worried about not making money? After everything was ready, Lin Li and others entered the factory under the guidance of NU. The location of the Fuden factory is in the southwest of the Life Experiment Base, which is the lower left corner of the bird's eye view. The entire factory covers an area of nearly 100,000 square meters, but the current effective utilization area is only a little more than 1/5, and the rest is the budget space prepared for future capacity upgrades and other talismans and elixirs. At present, there are 2 production lines for Kalingdon, 3 production lines for Psychic Shield, 2 of which are for milling Jade Base, and 2 production lines for first-level sealing talismans in our factory. The theoretical total power consumption of the entire factory is about 3,462.3 degrees per day, of which the standard power consumption of the cooling unit is 966 degrees, the standard power consumption of the high-temperature vaporization unit is 1,284 degrees, and the rest is normal power consumption, and you led the way and introduced, and the group soon came to a production line. The structure of this production line is somewhat similar to the production line that Liu Xiangqian cracked at the beginning, but the length is nearly 30 meters, which is more than 4 times that of the production line in Liu Xiangqian's laboratory. In order to achieve the effect of the final product, academician Liu's previous experimental equipment often pursued short-term or even instantaneous stability. That is, as long as the theory was proven to be no problem in practice, it would be fine. Beside the production line, NU put his palms together and introduced like a receptionist. In our production line, processes such as gas expansion and vaporization have been optimized. That is, the time of some links has been extended in exchange for the stability of the entire preparation process, so the production speed is definitely not as high as academician Liu's. Hua Jun glanced at the production line in front of him. The Sima-faced boss who was mainly responsible for the talisman project didn't really know much about elixirs, and couldn't help asking, "Manager, what is the daily production capacity of Keelingdan in this production line?" "1 round of production time is about half an hour," NU answered without much thought. "If it is produced at full capacity, the daily production capacity limit is 1002, but this kind of output puts a huge load on the production line. Under normal circumstances, the production speed should be about 600 pills per day." Hua Jun touched his chin, frowned slightly, and his face became more and more like Sun Zia Achuan. "According to the average of 4 awakening pills consumed by one of our soldiers each time, we can awaken more than 150 people every day. This speed is still not fast enough. There are more than 20,000 soldiers in the camp, not to mention that there are still a large number of soldiers waiting for awakening on the mainland." Anu laughed dryly and explained, "Academician Hua, after all, this is just the beginning. We dare not take too big steps, and we have to plan the use of materials. When the next batch of happy bars are officially delivered, and another batch of resources are replenished from Ziqiang City, we can further expand production capacity." Hua Jun nodded slowly and stopped talking. Then everyone learned some other information about the factory, and time soon came to 9 o'clock in the morning on the mainland. When the time came, everyone immediately lined up according to the predetermined positions. This time everyone was dressed neatly, trimmed the corners, and even asked someone to do their hair. They looked very energetic. Even Lin Li rarely wore a wig. It's not that everyone cares about the surface, but because today is a key step for the rabbits in the Great Mo realm. The mass production of the Qilingdan basically represents the birth of a large number of military practitioners. This is destined to be photographed and recorded and appear in history textbooks in the future. What would you look like if you have a shaggy beard? Planck's pit is still ahead. What a handsome guy. After a few minutes, the time was frozen at 9:05 local time. When the time came, Lin Li took a deep breath, walked to the side of the production line, cut the colored silk on behalf of the core layer, and pressed the production button hard. Gouda gouda, with the issuance of the General Control Command, the production line of 2 talismans and 1 pill started to operate at the same time. The first to be successfully produced was the psychic shield. After about 3 minutes, a standard psychic shield appeared in the packaging box. Then came a sealing bullet made with the first level sealing talisman as the core. Half an hour later, at the end of the Qilingdan production line, a pill like Maltesers rolled out from the guide port, dripped, and fell crisply on the pill plate. And you stepped forward with white gloves, and carefully placed the Qiling pill into a small blue bottle. He shook the bottle gently, and the pill collided with the bottle body irregularly a few times. The eyes of the young Maitreya Buddha narrowed into a slit with satisfaction. The medicine from the Ha factory must be in a blue bottle. Today is the second update of 4,000 words, and tomorrow is a single update. After all, it's a special day, so I'll just pretend to be a little transparent. Chapter 193 Unexplained Enemy Attack. As one of the most basic elixirs in the Great Mo realm, the materials used to make the Qiling pill are not rare, and many of the materials can be grown and cultivated by small families like the Wei family. Therefore, its material cost is actually quite cheap. Its disadvantages in terms of manpower, that is, the time required to refine the pill is too long. The profit obtained by the alchemist who spends the same amount of time to refine other pills can basically reach 2 or even 3 times that of refining the Qiling pill. And this so-called very long period of time refers to the process of the earth vein fire melting the spiritual materials. This is the disadvantage of the cultivation civilization that only goes up and not down. In the cognition of the practitioners in the Great Mo realm, this link can only be completed by dry burning because the alchemist's spiritual power is needed to protect the medicinal materials from damage. At most, some large families can use fire that is better than the earth vein flame. The rabbits are different. The advantages of industrialization in the microscopic field are fully demonstrated in this situation. Gasification of spiritual materials, adaptive gas to ensure that spiritual materials are not distorted, and the separation method to select molecules. A series of industrial means have shortened the refining time of the entire Qilingdan to half an hour. Therefore, in this case, the rabbits are limited in mass production by the development progress of the core production equipment and the quantity of materials. The former is basically not a problem for the rabbits, as for the latter. Now the second batch of happy sticks and manglong of the rabbits are ready, and they can basically be delivered to Lanian City within 2 days. By then, the rabbits will not have as many spiritual stones as when they first went to Zhejiang City, but if they are used to purchase materials individually, the number of acquisitions can at least reach the scale of the first time. Therefore, the rabbit's Qilingdan production speed must be similar to the power function image with an exponent greater than 1. There is no situation that some students who are not familiar with it believe that only more than 30,000 warriors can be awakened in a year. At the same time as the Fudam factory officially started, dozens of kilometers away from the life experiment base, Fei Chu and his team were conducting surveys before coal mining. This is Fei Chu's old trade. Before coming to Damoji, he worked in a well-known large state-owned coal mine. It can be said that from the position of a clerk to the position of director, he has never touched anything other than coal, except his wife. In the original plan, he would set out from Moto and return to his hometown, Kofkof, to support the construction of a mineral system in a small country in Africa, and then stay for 3 to 5 years before returning to China. However, their entire team was intercepted before departure and transferred to Damoji to be responsible for the excavation of the Lingxi vein. Although the mining volume of the Lingxi vein was inexplicably low during Fei Chu's tenure as the head of the Lingxi project. But from an overall perspective, he was conscientious and responsible, managing the vein in an orderly manner, without any mistakes from the beginning, and basically maintaining the maximum efficiency. So after the Lingxi vein was relatively stable, he was naturally promoted and transferred to the coal mine to start a new round of journey. After all, unlike the spiritual stone vein, the coal mine is much more unstable because there is no backup from Wei Siming. It must have a strong and professional person in charge. Although only one 480 megawatts generator has been turned on in the camp, as the various building targets are powered on one after another, the remaining 2 machines are estimated to be fully turned on in a year at most. In addition, the traffic volume of the light gate is limited, so it is also an urgent matter to convert the coal discovered by Lei Wenjin's team into practical energy as soon as possible. After all, if there are fewer materials transported to the Great Mo Realm, more spiritual energy can be transported back from the Great Mo Realm. This is not a small amount. At this moment, Fei Chu was standing on a high slope, talking about the mining of the vein with his old partner in the local area, mining engineer Shi Yalan. There were also several staff members around to assist in data measurement. Director Fei, according to our survey, the working face of this coal mine should be very long, so I personally suggest that it is better to adopt the wall system coal mining method. Shi Yalan is a thin man, not tall, but with extremely bright eyes. He gestured up and down with his palms as he spoke. We will build a mining tunnel at each end of the working face to ensure that the scraper conveyor of the coal mine is parallel to the working face. We will directly support the working face with a single pillar plus an articulated top beam support. What do you think? As an insider in the coal mining industry, Fei Chu has a wealth of relevant knowledge and immediately thought of a question. Old Shi, use a wall system. Then how to deal with the mine pressure? The exposed area of the roof is large, and the mine pressure will be very strong, so I think it is. Wait, what is that? Fei Chu suddenly stopped talking and pointed to a small suspended black dot on the ground more than 10 meters away from the two of them. It appeared at some point. The small black dot was only the size of a cherry at first, floating quietly 2 meters in the air, so Fei Chu didn't really notice it at first. However, gradually, the small black dot began to slowly rotate like a whirlpool and grew larger at the same time. In just a few dozen seconds, it first expanded to the size of an apple, then the width of a wash basin. At the same time, there was a faint roar of a monster. And just as the small black dot began to grow larger, Fei Chu didn't stay in a daze for a long time like those idiots in the movie until the accident affected the reality and he suddenly realized it. He was only stunned for about 5 or 6 seconds, and came back to his senses when the diameter of the small black dot expanded to 1 meter. He pushed Shi Yalan's shoulder fiercely, and at the same time called out to several members of the team who were cooperating in the survey, "Hurry up, everyone retreat to the car first. Where's the driver? Driver, start the car first. Don't worry about the instruments, hurry up," Shi Yalan said, quickly picked up the plastic bucket containing his precious total station and ran back. Really running away with a bucket. Fei Chu was about to catch up, but after running 2 steps, he suddenly thought of something. He hesitated for less than half a second, reached into his pocket, and grabbed the psychic shield issued by the headquarters. Then he gritted his teeth, turned back to the original position, set the countdown of several bundles of timed high explosives to 2 to 5 minutes, and threw them hard near the suspended cave entrance. Then he took off his clothes and hung the camera equipment on a dead tree stump. Then he ran back desperately. When he ran back to the car panting, Shi Yalan was reporting to the coal mine protection team. That's right, 2 kilometers southeast of the coal mine stronghold at 27.6 degrees. We don't know what's on the other side. Please, it's a monster. It must be a monster. Fei Chu snatched the communicator from Shi Yalan's hand, and didn't bother to change whether this behavior was rude or not. He looked at the cave entrance that was getting farther and farther away from him and said, "I'm Fei Chu. I can be sure that there are monsters on the other side of the cave entrance. I heard their cries. By the way, my camera equipment can be used to locate and transcribe the images, but this may require authorization from the headquarters." As soon as Fei Chu finished speaking, a steady male voice came from the other side of the communicator. "Director Fei, this is Lin Ziming. Your voice channel has been connected to the 4th line of the headquarters, and I will connect with you now." Inside the headquarters, Lin Ziming, who hurried to the operations room, talked to Fei Chu in a steady tone. "The command center is aware of the situation you are facing. Your camera equipment may be temporarily unable to connect due to some magnetic field interference. In short, please evacuate your location immediately. That void channel may be a signal of a beast tide. Our mining protection team near the coal mine is limited in manpower, but don't worry, the Lingxi Mine Vanguard team closest to you has been assembled, and the Phalanx module is moving towards you. In addition, several Z-10s and missile units in the camp are in place, and a rapid response force under the combined brigade of Brigade Commander Long has set off in an armored vehicle. The distance of more than 40 kilometers is within the range of our calibrated missiles, so you don't have to be alarmed. Boom. As soon as Lin Ziming finished speaking, he heard a violent explosion from the other side of the communicator. Perhaps because of the extremely high accuracy of military communication equipment, one could even faintly hear the howls of several monsters. Lin Ziming's pupils suddenly contracted. He forced himself to speak as steadily as possible, and asked faster, "Director Fei, are you okay? Director Fei, please reply." After a moment, Fei Chu's extremely strange voice came from the other side of the communicator. "Colonel Lin." The void passage disappeared. Lin Ziming frowned slightly. "Huh? Disappeared? Then what about the monsters? More than a dozen escaped, and were all killed by explosives. A new month, a new plot unfolds as I said yesterday. Today is a special day, so I will update once to save my life. I should be much more relaxed after this period of time. I will start to update in the middle of the month. I updated for 4 or 5 days last month, but the blocking made me exhausted. I hope this month will be better." Chapter 194. Something is happening. The incident near the coal mine came and went quickly, but the significance behind it was extraordinary. After all, those who could come to the Great Mo realm were not fools. After learning about the black spot, everyone immediately thought of a possibility: the space channel of the demon world. And the space channel often indicates a beast tide. Therefore, the camp did not dare to neglect it. After arranging personnel to urgently go to the Magic City to notify the base camp, Lin Li personally led the camp leaders and a battalion of rapid response forces to the scene. At the same time, Long Xing assembled a large number of combat forces in the rear and was on standby at any time, ready to support at any time in case of any incident. However, the attitude of the rabbits ended here. They certainly took it seriously, but they were far from nervous or even worried. For example, the dense formations in other places were only on alert and would not be mobilized for the time being. After all, the coal mine was only 30 to 40 kilometers away from the camp in a straight line, which was within the range of missile or rocket artillery troops. If necessary, they could reach firepower coverage in the next second. The most feared thing about this kind of thing is that the vision is blocked. For example, it happens in a blind spot or in a period of time when there is no preparation, because the rabbits cannot currently achieve full coverage of the vision within a radius of 40 kilometers from the camp, and each module requires a certain amount of time. But once you give the rabbits enough time to prepare, and various sites are locked on a specific area, then the possibility of the situation getting worse is basically eliminated. Of course, this situation refers to areas outside the hinterland such as coal mines. There is no problem of reaction time near the camp. After arriving at the scene, Lin Li and others first entered a large temporary command tent and met Fei Chu, Shi Yaling and others who were waiting there. This tent was built by the coal mine guard team, which was also the first organized armed force to arrive at the scene, but because the coal mine is relatively not as important as the Spirit Stone vein and there is a shortage of manpower, the size of this guard team is only 300 or 400 people. "Director Fei, the situation is special, so let's not be polite for now." After entering the tent, Lin Li stretched out his hand and shook hands with Fei Chu hurriedly, then asked, "Director Fei, what happened just now? Could you please repeat the whole process again? Make sure there is no omission." Due to the suddenness of the situation, Lin Li had been preparing for the dispatch matters from the beginning, so he really didn't understand the specific situation well. Fei Chu nodded after hearing this, and after thinking about it carefully, he said, "Captain Lin, we originally planned to come out today to explore the drilling area of the coal mine. We have done the relevant markings many times during this period, and basically determined that this area is the most suitable area for the operation surface. If nothing goes wrong, we can transport the metal articulated beams and emulsion pumping stations tomorrow to try the next process." As a result, Lao Shi and I were discussing which mining method is more suitable for this geological structure, and we saw a small black dot that suddenly appeared about 10 meters away from our position. And then it began to grow. When the diameter was about the size of a wash basin, I started to shout at Lao Shi and the others to run away, and then randomly threw a few timed explosives. The materials originally planned for mining and blasting, the time was set to 1 to 5 minutes. As a result, 1 or 2 happened to be at the right time, and the monsters were blown to death on the spot. Fei Chu's words revealed a lot of information. Lin Li thought for a few seconds and asked seriously, "Director Fei, was there anything abnormal when the black dot appeared? For example, sound or something like that?" Fei Yu shook his head affirmatively and replied, "There was nothing abnormal when it appeared, and there is no possibility that it was there before and was not noticed. That area is just a little to our left, and at the beginning I asked Xiao Zhao from the team to drill a hole nearby." Then he hesitated and continued, "But there seemed to be some sound when the black spot expanded. It was like the whirring sound of a hair dryer, but I'm not sure if this is an auditory hallucination because I'm too nervous." Lao Shi said he didn't hear it. Lin Li looked at Shi Yalan after hearing this, and Shi Yalan nodded at him. "I really didn't hear the sound." Lin Li then asked some more questions. Seeing that the information Fei Chu could provide was almost the limit, Lin Li politely thanked them. "Okay, I understand the situation. Comrades, please take a rest first. The mining of the coal mine will be discussed later by the command center. If it is just an accident, the coal mine project should continue." After giving Fei Chu and others some reassurance, he took Lin Ziming, Moning and others out of the tent. Then they walked forward a few hundred meters and came to the vicinity of the scene of the incident, which was where Fei Chu and his group had been standing. The remains of 5 demon beasts were scattered irregularly in the center of the area. From their body shapes, it can be seen that they were all black wind snakes, and their lengths were no more than 4 or 5 meters. The location where the black spot appeared was marked with a pole, and the same was true for the area where Fei Chu, Shi Yaling and others had been standing. There was also a large group of scientific researchers with different functions busy around. Seeing Lin Li and his group coming, Wang Qiang, who had arrived at the scene earlier on a WZ-10, quickly stepped forward and said, "Report to Captain Lin. We have tested the remains of the demon beasts. Whether from the appearance or the genes, it can be determined that they are unclassified black wind snakes. The longest black wind snake has a snout length of 4.76 meters, and the shortest is only 2.7 meters. It is a cannon fodder among cannon fodder in the Great Mo realm." Lin Li stared at the dirty and messy scene. The mining-grade timed explosives were much more powerful than the directional blasting explosives thrown by Yao Rong and his team. The farthest remains were even blown away 20 meters. The ground was full of potholes and looked like the face of King Ning. However, the bloody remains of the black wind snake did not make Lin Li feel uncomfortable. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked Wang Qiang, "By the way, where's Director Fei's recorder? Has the picture been analyzed?" Although Fei Chu had been very predictive or forward-looking and hung the recorder on the branches of a tree nearby. However, due to some unknown and special signal interference, the recorder hardly captured any pictures, all of which were mosaic-like snowflakes. Wang Qiang shook her head and said, "The information engineering team is still analyzing it, and there is still no progress." While the few people were talking, academician Pan Jianwei, who also arrived earlier, came over. Seeing his expression was a little subtle, Lin Li knew that the other party had probably made some results, and asked quickly, "Academician Pan, has the physics team found anything?" Academician Pan hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. "We have detected the remnants of energy fluctuations, especially the spectrum area of scattering energy, which can be determined to be a standard spatial transmission behavior, as we all know. By applying an electron beam of a specific energy to the area to be tested, and then receiving an elastic scattering, that is, electrons with energy loss, energy detection in the microscopic field can be performed, and a standard loss spectrum can be drawn. The electron energy loss spectrum generally has 3 regions, namely the zero loss region, the low energy loss region and the high energy loss region. The energy loss in the high energy loss region is greater than 50 eV, and the information contained is mainly from the inelastic scattering of the incident electron and the inner shell electron of the atom. The high energy loss part mainly includes the absorption edge, the energy loss near edge structure and the extended energy loss find structure, that is, elves and exelves. The absorption edge corresponds to the difference between the inner shell electron energy and the Fermi energy, that is, the energy value required for the ionization of the inner shell electron. It has been mentioned countless times before. The Damo realm is a standard world, so it must abide by the law of conservation of energy, which is the most basic law for a world to operate normally. Therefore, as long as the electron energy loss spectrum of the target area is compared, it can be determined whether a high-energy event has occurred in this area. If it reaches the order of magnitude of the photon state, it means that space teleportation has occurred. This theory is also applicable in the local area, but there is no opportunity to practice it. This is a very easy to understand concept, and it is also the core technology for the rabbits to verify whether space teleportation has occurred in the Damo realm. Now academician Pan can be sure that there is indeed a lack of momentum in space teleportation in this area, which can be regarded as a theoretical support for a Fei Chu's statement. It's not that Lin Li and others don't believe Fei Chu, but because the nature of this incident is too sensitive. As people who have dealt with Fei Chu and are very close to the scene, Lin Li and others naturally don't doubt it, but if they want to form a specific document report, then they must have relevant technical support to be more convincing. Then Lin Li looked at Pan Jianwei and asked, "Academician Pan, what do you think?" Pan Jianwei is a very cautious scholar. In particular, he is well aware that with his achievements and authority in related fields, any speculation may lead to the camp's decision-making tendency in an unknown state. Considering that the most critical link has not yet produced a result, he subconsciously wanted to suppress his own speculation for the time being. As a result, before he could open his mouth, he heard the leader of the information team, Yu Zihong, running over in a hurry, report, "Some of the images from the recorder have been analyzed." Hearing this, Lin Li hadn't reacted yet, and was pulled up by Pan Jianwei. "Hurry, let's go and have a look. Today, it will resume 2 updates as normal. Please give some guaranteed monthly tickets." Chapter 195. Something is happening. Since there is a certain degree of unknown signal interference at the location where the black spot appears, the information team set up a cracking point in a small tent more than 200 meters away. Although the location is a bit simple, cracking the code has little to do with the environment. It depends on hard power. Yu Zihong and his information team came from the Magic City Information Center. The strength of the members can be seen from their hairlines that are comparable to Lin Li. "What? You said there is an alien with thick hair. Do you remember Yisu from Liu Xianqian's team?" After entering the tent, Yu Zihong led Lin Li and the others to an operating table, pointed to the screen and said, "Captain Lin, Academician Pan, this is the picture we analyzed and separated." After speaking, he glanced at Lin Li, and after receiving the signal, he pressed the play button. Lin Li and Pan Jianwei came forward to watch it carefully. The picture recorded by the recorder is not very long, and the total progress bar is less than 2 minutes. The beginning of the video is an open space, not directly facing the location where the black spot appears. From a low slope a few dozen meters away in the picture, it can be roughly judged that this direction should be about 10 degrees south of the black dot. At this time, the conversation between Shi Yaling and Fei Chu can be clearly heard in the picture, which is the kind of professional terminology that few people understand but actually understand. However, soon, with Fei Chu's exclamation, the picture quickly turned to the position of the small black dot. As the main person in charge of the coal mine, Fei Chu is equipped with a recorder with relatively high image quality. After all, many times the survey images need to be magnified and reviewed at a high magnification after the end. The picture of this recorder is 4K quality, so after transcoding, the situation of the small black dot can be seen very clearly. The position of the small black dot is about 2 meters above the ground, and the line of sight of Fei Chu is about 12 or 13 meters. The small black dot is indeed as Fei Chu said, and there is no movement in the first 1 or 2 seconds. But then it suddenly began to slowly expand, and when it expanded to the size of a wash basin, Fei Chu's shout was clearly heard in the recorder, "Run!" Then the screen shook due to running, but after about 1 or 2 seconds, the screen suddenly stopped. Then Fei Chu turned around, threw the timed explosives and hung the recorder. At the same time, Fei Chu's low voice when throwing the explosives sounded, "The European Emperor should die, die, the evil Europeans." Lin Li and Pan Jianwei. After about 20 seconds after Fei Chu left, the black spot gradually became a large black hole with a diameter of about 2 meters, so deep that the end could not be seen. After a while, a black, long, soft thing slid out of the hole, with a stream of transparent mucus. That's right, it was the black wind snake, a total of 5. However, after the last black wind snake crawled out of the hole, there was no movement in the hole for a long time. Then, after a few seconds, the black hole suddenly disappeared with a swoosh. It disappeared so fast that it was just like the ruthless face-changing speed of a scumbag. This scene not only surprised Lin Li and others, but even the 4-meter-long black wind snake leading the picture also had a significant stagnation in action. It twisted its neck backwards, and its stiff appearance seemed a little unbelievable. Then there was a bang, and justice came. That was the explosives used for blasting mines. Considering the geological structure detected before, the rabbits also specially increased the amount. The power was much stronger than the set of fixed-point blasting explosives thrown by Yao Rong and others at the beginning, at least 4 or 5 times higher. In addition, these 5 black wind snakes were not even at the first-level realm, and their defense was far from the strength of the second-level giant snakes at the beginning. So naturally, these 5 fell, and 5 were no longer good. After watching the video, both Lin Li and Pan Jianwei had complicated expressions. It must be said that Fei Chua is indeed a very capable and decisive cadre. What he did solved a lot of problems for the rabbits, especially in the analysis of black holes. Then Lin Li looked at Pan Jianwei and asked, "Academician Pan, do you have any ideas?" Pan Jianwei nodded. In fact, he had some related guesses before, but he didn't say them out of rigor. Now that he has the video as evidence, and the video records a lot of information nodes, he can boldly put forward his opinion. "Academician Lin, did you notice it? I will directly say the black hole is the channel. The disappearance of the channel occurred before the explosion of the explosives." Lin Li nodded. "I noticed it." Pan Jianwei pulled a chair and motioned him to sit down, and explained, "I thought that the interference of the explosives was the main reason for the disappearance of the channel. Although the kinetic energy of the explosives seems to have nothing to do with space, in the standard 4-dimensional axis of transmission, kinetic energy or momentum is actually a very important component of the y-axis. For example, in the widely spread cosmology, the Big Bang is the standard concept of momentum expansion to produce space. It's just that the magnitude of this explosion is extremely large. Although the mining explosives want to affect the stable space channel like the teleportation array in Zhejiang City is relatively unlikely, this sudden appearance of the space channel is actually likely to cause certain unknown results if it happens to be located in the core of the explosion area. It's just that I didn't expect that the disappearance of the channel was not due to the explosion of the explosives, but it disappeared on its own initiative, which is worth thinking about." Then he paused and continued, "The performance of the black wind snake involves subjective psychological speculation, that is, our imagination from the perspective of an observer, so we will not discuss this for the time being. Let's talk about one issue separately, speed." Lin Li looked at him with some doubts, and then reacted, "Academician Pan, are you talking about the speed of the channel's appearance and disappearance?" Pan Jianwei nodded, and opened his mouth with a colloquial phrase when answering questions from students. "Bingo! It took a total of 17 seconds for the channel to appear and grow, which shows that its expansion takes time and has a cost. But what about its disappearance? It was only less than half a second, and it may be only about 10 frames at a 60 frame rate. Therefore, the appearance and disappearance of this channel does not obey the law of conservation, so its disappearance must be caused by external forces, just as Pan Jianwei said. General relativity understands gravity as the curvature of space-time, so there is also tension in space, and at the same time, due to the existence of extreme value problems, its opening and closing must be the same. The channel, as the word means, is a kind of pipeline that connects the two world spaces together. That is to say, when it connects the two worlds, the Dhammo world and the demon world meet the direct and concept of regional properties. If the space of two physical quantities can form a direct sum space, it usually means that the two physical quantities are actually one physical quantity. For example, the Dirac spinner is the direct sum of a left-handed while spinner and a right-handed while spinner, and the spin operator is the direct sum of a left-handed spin operator and a right-handed spin operator. The direct sum of matrices is to put the two matrices on the diagonal of the block matrix, and they are all spins, which are the same physical quantity. Therefore, the trajectory of the appearance and disappearance of the space channel must be the same, that is, the number of seconds it takes to appear should also be the number of seconds it takes to disappear. In other words, the disappearance of the channel is many times faster than its appearance, so there must be some unknown external force at work. Then Pan Jianwei glanced at Lin Li and continued, "Also, Academician Lin, don't you think it's strange? Why does a space channel appear here? You know, there's a light gate nearby." Lin Li nodded quickly, which was also a problem that bothered him very much. As the main person in charge of the camp, he has been brainwashed by the analysis report of the light gate during this period. The current appearance of the light gate is actually in line with string theory. Considering the needs of the students who are not familiar with this subject, the direct explanation is that this area is already the territory of the light gate, so other space channels are basically impossible to appear near this area. Just like when you have an IV drip, After a needle is inserted into a needle hole, it is impossible to insert a second needle into this area. This involves the structure problem of the concept of space. Simply put, it is many times more difficult to open a channel in this area than in other areas. Lin Li, a biological expert, knows this concept, not to mention Pan Jianwei, a physics expert. He just raised a finger to Lin Li and said bluntly, "So I guess, no matter what external force is abnormal during the closing and opening of the channel, at least something must have happened in the demon world, the kind from the macro perspective of the world. I have a guess. Could it be that the barrier between the Great Mo world and the demon world is getting thinner and the two sides are getting closer?" Recommend a book Cicada Movement, which has the flavor of Looking for King 10. It is a spy war novel in the Republic of China. Private detective Zhuo Chang went back to the past and fought in the heart of the enemy. He was proficient in the principle of the Jade Throne Golden Buddha and the Stupunk formula. The setting of our book is not suitable for writing spy stories. You can read this book to get more flavor. Chapter 196 Another Discovery. What? The two worlds are approaching. Hearing academician Pan Jianwei's guess, Lin Li's pupils shrank tightly, and the whole person shuddered for no reason. Academician Pan Jianwei nodded, and said solemnly, "Academician Lin, this is a very likely situation. Although we don't know what the realm of the demon world looks like for the time being, I personally think that the accuracy of this guess is not low, even very high, just as academician Pan Jianwei said. At present, the rabbits don't know much about the Great Mo realm, and there is still a lot of unknown information, but the macroscopic physical data of the entire world is more or less basic. For example, the global simulation of the Great Mo realm currently being carried out by the Astronomical Center has actually made some guesses about the star structure of the Great Mo realm. The triple star system can rise and fall almost at the same time, and there are actually only 87 possible types. The Great Mo realm is like Sister Billow to the rabbits. Although you can't see her face, you can hear her voice. You can't guarantee that she will show her face when she gets 100,000 subscriptions. The demon world is different. In the eyes of the rabbits, the demon world is like Xia Huanyang 10 years ago. We don't even know whether she is a man or a woman. If we rush in, it is easy to repeat the dark history of a well-known writer Yuan Zdan. However, the unknown is unknown, and the speculation proposed by academician Pan Jianwei is still the biggest possibility at present. Although the concept of world collision seems a bit fantasy, it is actually one of the fastest information accepted by rabbit scientists, even earlier than the concept of spiritual energy. Because this is something that can also happen on Earth, it is completely in line with the laws of physics. For example, the Milky Way and Andromeda in the local universe. At present, the Andromeda galaxy is flying towards us at a speed of 110 kilometers per second, but because the two sides are very far apart, a little deviation will make it miss the Milky Way. So until 2012, astronomers didn't know whether the collision would definitely happen. At that time in 2012, astronomers used the Hubble telescope to analyze the movement of the Andromeda galaxy between 2010 and 2012, and finally determined that the two galaxies would definitely collide. Of course, the collision will happen more than 3 billion years from now, and by then, Conan and the son-in-law will probably have both ended. But no matter how long it takes, this kind of event is still very common from a macroscopic perspective in the universe. For example, the Andromeda galaxy has collided with at least one galaxy, and the Milky Way has also merged multiple dwarf galaxies in the same way. Even the third largest galaxy in our galaxy cluster, M33, will come to participate in this event. Even if we expand it a little bit, the collision between universes is also in line with M theory. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that the distance between the Great Mo realm and the demon realm is getting closer. It can only be said that the collision between the two sides is more micro-manipulable than that between galaxies. Academician Pan Jianwei's view is, it is precisely because the two worlds have completed their approach in a certain concept, and the obstacles between the two sides have become thinner. That has led to the appearance of the channel that Feijiu encountered. No matter what external force affected it after it appeared, its arrival is likely related to the proximity of the worlds. Then Lin Li suddenly thought of something and said, "Academician Pan, I will contact Zikyong City as soon as I return and ask Chief of Staff Gu and his base to speed up intelligence collection to see if the frequency of the monster passages in the Great Mo realm has increased recently. The beast tide just passed a while ago. If another passage appears, it will definitely cause panic in some public opinion, The first batch of traversers, Wei Siming and his group, were more than 170 years ago. At that time, the beast tide in the Great Mo realm was about once every 10 years. Now, more than 100 years have passed, and the frequency of the beast tide in the Great Mo realm has reached once every 3 or 4 years. The most recent beast tide has just passed for more than 2 months, which is a standard post-disaster recovery period. Once another passage appears, even if it appears for a short time, it will definitely cause a certain degree of discussion. As long as Zhejiang City collects this information, it can basically be confirmed that Professor Pan's guess is correct in the general direction. After hearing Lin Li's arrangement, Pan Jianwei nodded in agreement, and then continued, Academician Lin, in addition to the previous guess, I have another discovery. Oh, Lin Li looked at him and asked, what discovery? Academician Pan Jianwei pondered for a while and said, Academician Lin, do you still remember the details about the sound that Director Fei mentioned? Lin Li thought for a few seconds and said uncertainly, it was the sound of gasping that Engineer Shi and others did not hear, but Director Fei vaguely heard. Academician Pan Jianwei nodded and asked Yu Zhuhong to reopen the video. Then he slid his finger on the progress bar a few times, zoomed in and started slow playback. Please take a look at this part. Academician Pan Jianwei's video was taken from the part where the channel was expanded. As mentioned before, Fei Chu's recorder is very accurate, so the picture is still relatively clear after zooming in. It's about the clarity of a 720p movie. Academician Pan Jianwei was playing and explaining, Academician Lin, you should pay special attention to the ground in this area. Lin Li looked at it carefully. After the video started, as the passage expanded, some dead leaves on the ground 4 or 5 meters in front of the passage suddenly began to move forward slowly, that is, gradually drifting towards the passage. When the passage expanded to its maximum diameter, even a few leaves flew directly into it. Lin Li's breathing stagnated, and he looked at Pan Jianwei. Academician Pan, could the sound Director Fei heard be? Yes, Director Fei heard the sound of airflow, which means that the air in the Great Mo realm is rushing to the demon realm. Pan Jianwei exhaled a long breath and said to Lin Li, in fact, it's not just that. You should know that air flows from places with high pressure to places with low pressure. This concept is somewhat similar to water flow, as we all know. On the same horizontal plane, there is a pressure difference between high and low pressure, forming a pressure gradient, which produces a force that causes the atmosphere to flow from high pressure areas to low pressure areas, that is, horizontal pressure gradient force. Air moves under the action of horizontal pressure gradient force, and air flows from places with high pressure to places with low pressure. As mentioned before, objects in the space-time channel are based on the vesicle theory. Any object passing through the channel will be regarded as a vesicle. If the end does not enter completely, the front end will never come out. This leads to the nature of the channel that cannot build pipelines and railways. Based on this concept, there is no way to extract or input air manually inside and outside the channel, otherwise, just put a blower next to the light gate. The same is true for the channel between the demon world and the Great Mo world. If you want the air of the Great Mo world to continue to flow into the channel, there is only one possibility: macroscopic rules. To translate it for the students who are not familiar with it, it means the quantitative constant of the whole world. Only the difference based on the macroscopic perspective can make the air surge phenomenon exist. Perhaps worried that Lin Li would not understand, Pan Jianwei clenched his left hand into a big circle, clenched his right hand into a small fist, and stretched out his right index finger to connect it with his left hand, and made an analogy. Academician Lin, it's like we have 2 balloons in our hands at this moment. The left balloon is filled with high-pressure gas, and the right one is only filled with 1/3 of low-pressure gas, and there is a pipe between the two. When our observation object is the entire balloon, you will find that the air on the left is always input to the right until the air pressure equals the tension of the balloon. If the air pressure and volume of the 2 balloons are similar, then the individual gas molecules in them cannot pass through the channel. To be more precise, it should be impossible to pass through on a large scale and continuously. Then Academician Pan Jianwei sighed and continued to say to Lin Li, this is very important intelligence. In a sense, it is strategic level. Don't think Academician Pan Jianwei is joking. This discovery is indeed of far-reaching significance. For example, if the rabbits analyze different leaf targets in the video, they can calculate their moving speed by the number of frames. Then, they can directly find the scene according to the position on the image to restore it, and remove the interference of ground friction. Then the rabbits can calculate the pressure difference between the two worlds. At least the pressure difference in this area must be no problem. In this way, the rabbits can even optimize some weapons affected by pressure in advance, such as the Eighth Master. The rabbits can even simulate this pressure and apply it to the monsters in the Monster Management Center, so as to simulate a deeper environment. Academician Panjayanwati seemed to have thought of something else, and his face suddenly became very excited. After all, he was also a passionate young man who liked bungee jumping when he was young. Academician Lin, let's make a bold plan. If we master the median fixed point function of this pressure difference, we can even create the most suitable high pressure area by ourselves, so as to induce the monster channel to appear in the area we have designated. At that time, we have the intention but not the intention. Is it possible to concentrate our forces to launch a lightning attack to instantly annihilate it, and then attack the monster world along the existence time of the channel? After all, under normal circumstances, the existence time of monster channels is not short, ranging from a few hours to several days or even dozens of days. Even if we only collect a little soil or air sample, it will have a huge boost to our research. Is it even possible to cultivate and create monsters by ourselves, the kind that will recite the 8 honors and 8 shames after being baptized by the Red since childhood? Lin Li looked at the somewhat excited superboss in front of him. To be honest, even he was shocked by the last idea. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be really possible. If the rabbits can really do that, this scene is so damn beautiful. Just as Lin Li was thinking, the voice of Assistant Zhang Guangho suddenly came from outside the tent. Report to Captain Lin. Director Shi in Chixin City has found a spy, who seems to be from another city. Someone asked why Academician Panjayanwati always added the word academician after his name. Is it to increase the word count? Are you kidding? Do I dare to call him by his name? As for the word count, I think too much. He is mentioned 7 or 8 times in one chapter at most, and the 2 words add up to less than 20 words. I have nothing to say if this honorific can be called water TT. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Views from Other Cities. Just as Lin Li and other camp leaders were heading to the vicinity of the coal mine, a figure suddenly appeared quietly at the edge of Qi County. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s, not tall, and with an extremely ordinary appearance. In addition to his shabby clothes and smelly dirt, he was a standard post-disaster refugee. But this man's eyes were a little special. It's not that he was born with a pair of pupils with supreme bones or something, but you can't see the numbness and emptiness of ordinary refugees in his eyes. In micro-expression psychology, saturated eyes often indicate that a person's spiritual level is actually relatively wealthy, or that his material conditions are not that bad. Specifically, you can understand it by looking at the expressions of LSPS when they see the paperman wife's notebook. This kind of scene appeared once a long time ago. The protagonist at that time was Yu Lian, the platoon leader, who has now become an ordinary waiter in Zhejiang City. At that time, Yu Lian was ordered to sneak into Qi County as a refugee, bringing a considerable amount of information to the rabbits, and also confirmed the existence of extraordinary power in the Great Mo realm. It just so happens that today this young man's mission is the same as Julian's, to be a 500,000 person in the Great Mo realm. This person is called Yang Hengjin, and he comes from Yangbai City. The straight line distance between Yangbai City and Qi County City is about 140 miles, or 70 kilometers, and the population of the entire city is close to 40,000. You should know that the population of Qi County City before the beast tide was just over 10,000, less than 20,000. The structure of the Great Mo realm is pyramid-shaped, and the bottom population can basically be compared with a certain number or support a cultivator. To put it bluntly, it is the relationship between basic productivity and superstructure. Therefore, the population size can often reflect the number and realm of cultivators in a city. In other words, the strength of Yangbai City is stronger than that of Qi County City. In fact, this is also the case. Yangbai City now has 7 foundation building cultivators, one of whom went to the Demon Realm to garrison according to the Demon Realm Covenant. There are now 6 foundation building combat forces in the city. The reason why Qi County City does not need to send people to garrison the Demon Realm has been explained before, and it is due to the influence of Wei Siming. The highest level among these 6 people is a cultivator at the 8th level of foundation building, and there are 2 people at the 6th level of foundation building, and the remaining 3 are all at the 1st to 4th levels of foundation building. In addition, there are more than 200 key training cultivators in Yangbai City, which is nearly 3 times that of Chixin City. In the previous regional beast tide with Xianyang City as the core, Yangbai City was lucky not to be attacked by the beast tide, and its high-end combat power was not damaged at all. But at the same time, without monsters attacking the city, it also means that in the next few years, Yangbai City will have no income from monster materials. And this part of spiritual stones is definitely the core income for any cultivator family. As for the offensive of this regional beast tide, which is stronger than in previous years, the situation of 5 out of 10 cities being broken was selectively ignored by them. Honey confidence exists both in the local and the other world, especially in the face of huge profits. In this case, if it were some other cities, then the next few years would naturally be to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, try to increase the output of their own advantageous commodities or spiritual materials, and at the same time appropriately reduce the resources for cultivation. But the Mo family in Yangbai City is different. This is a standard family. The Mo family's attitude towards civilians and refugees is almost oppressive. The taxes on civilians in the city are as high as more than 60%, and refugees lack human rights. Especially after the Mo family discovered a medium-sized iron mine in the early years, a large number of refugees died in the mine every year. Now there are many refugees in Qi County who escaped from Yangbai City. There is even a tragic case of a family of 11 or 12 people escaping from Yangbai, and only 3 or 4 people were left when they arrived in Qi County. They are definitely sad. But if you ask them if they regret it, the answer is definitely no. Because the fate of staying in Yangbai City is likely to be the death of the whole family. To put it bluntly, the purpose of Yangbai City is similar to some local black shops. They don't eat repeat customers, but eat the dividends brought by the floating population. And it's very infuriating that most of these black shops have a good life before they are knocked down. But now there is a lack of spiritual stone income in the city, and Yangbai City naturally looks at other surrounding cities and has a crooked mind. I hope to see if there is any chance to pick up a bargain. If I can merge with a city, that would be even better. The reason why Yangbai City can have such a scale now is that their ancestors made a merger more than 100 years ago. Of course. Because the information transmission in the Great Mo realm is slow, it takes a relatively long time to collect various intelligence. Therefore, while Yangbai City is collecting city intelligence, it is also doing something that it often does in previous years, recruiting refugees. There is no way. The iron mine needs manpower, and more manpower than in previous years. Although iron is a resource that civilians can also use, it is also widely used in the field of cultivation. Although the unit price is not high, it wins in large quantities. In the absence of monster materials for sale today, the output of iron ore becomes very important. After all, no one can say for sure whether they can encounter the opportunity to pick up a bargain city. The word picking up a bargain has a very high upper limit, but it also has a very low lower limit. Therefore, the Mo family must be prepared for both situations. Civilians, who are fat sheep, must not be touched unless it is absolutely necessary. The usual 60% tax oppression is already very harsh. If they are forced to sacrifice their lives to mine, their morale will be completely dispersed. This is also a rare rationality of many cities like Sheepback City, or it can be said to be an experience baseline accumulated after long-term oppression. Therefore, mining can only be left to refugees. According to the experience of Sheepback City in previous years, a large number of refugees will inevitably begin to flee after the beast tide. At this time, as long as you spend a little effort, naturally a large number of refugees will be taken into the city either actively or passively, and become low-cost labor. Especially under the background of 5 out of 10 cities being destroyed this year, the number of refugees must be more than in previous years. As a result, the people sent by the Mo family searched for a long time, but except for a part of the refugees who were collected in the beginning, the rest were found to be nothing. Although they did not find a large number of refugees, the Mo family did make some unexpected discoveries. For example, some people saw some large cube vehicles when they went out, dozens of them in a row, constantly transporting refugees in a certain direction, and rolling up smoke and dust on the road, which was quite a big battle. Another example is that some people saw a strange flying magic weapon flying in the sky, using amplification magic to speak to the refugees from a distance. With a gathering of information, the Mo family members carefully analyzed and finally locked their sights on the 3 cities in the direction of the vehicle's movement. The 3 cities are no more than 200 miles away from Yangbai City, including Chixin City. The Mo family can make these decisions, not because the rabbit's confidentiality work is so poor, nor can it be said that the Mo family's think tank is so smart. Rather, this kind of irregular refugee search at the level of hundreds of kilometers will definitely reveal some traces. After all, the location of the refugee group is uncontrollable, and you can't set their gathering point with a click of a mouse like in Age of Empires. In addition, there are only so many transport vehicles, and the refugee's physical condition is not good enough for you to deliberately take a long detour to set up the maze, so it is normal to be noticed by some people on the road. In fact, the command center had expected this and even made sufficient response plans, so there was no panic at all. But the Mo family of Yangbai City did not know these things. At the same time, after confirming the 3 suspected targets, the Mo family quickly thought of another abnormality. The city that collected refugees must have discovered some kind of mineral vein. Iron ore and gold ore are possible, and even spiritual stone veins are not ruled out. Otherwise, it would be impossible to collect so many refugees. How to say it? The Mo family's imagination, after twists and turns, finally guessed half right. Then a few days later, another piece of information was also transmitted. Among the 3 target cities, Kangnan City, the southernmost, was destroyed in the beast tide, and only 1 in 10 practitioners survived. Although the remaining 2 cities also paid a certain price, they persisted until the beast tide receded. In addition, the Mo family also noticed one thing. The strongest 8th level foundation building cultivator in Qi County City actually died in this beast tide. This was a piece of news that made the Mo family extremely happy. Within the hundreds of miles, Qi County City had an excellent reputation, while Yangbai City was quite notorious. The distance of more than 70 kilometers was not close, but it was not far either. Therefore, after a few rounds, the Mo family and the Wei family had a one-sided argument. Now that Qi County City had suffered a big loss, and at the same time, it was highly suspected that mineral resources had been discovered in the city, and Yangbai City was already lacking income in the next few years, with so many reasons combined, how could the Mo family bury it? This is where Yang Hengjin came in. After receiving the order, Yang Hengjin first took a convoy of the Mo family to 10 kilometers outside Qi County City. After getting off the car, he turned around and around from the small road, and finally became a standard refugee on the pipeline without attracting any attention, and walked slowly to the outside of Qi County City. Yang Hengjin's outfit was chosen by him personally. It was dirty and even mixed with a lot of Lao Ba's rations. It was the kind of appearance that the soldiers guarding the city would cover their noses and say impatiently, "Go, go, go." As Yang Hengjin thought about it, a confident smile appeared on his face. No one knows disguise better than me, JPG. After arriving outside Qi County and seeing the row of refugees entering the city, Yang Hengjin's smile became even brighter. Good guy, the beast tide has passed, but you still don't isolate the refugees outside the city? Aren't you afraid of some public security incidents? Should I go to the gathering point of refugees first, or go outside the Wei mansion to take a look? However, just as Yang Hengjin was lining up in the team entering the city and planning the next move, Zhang Xianayu, a clerk from the Special Service Department stationed in Qi County, was reporting through the inside line. Report, an abnormal target was found, highly suspected to be a disguised person. This scheduled release made me sick. It was not released at 8 o'clock as set, and I almost didn't have full attendance. Chapter 198, Poor Spy. As a spy, Yang Hengjin's experience is actually a bit bumpy. He was born in a scholarly family in another city. He has written several books since he was a child and can barely be regarded as a talented scholar. Unfortunately, his qualifications only detected 5 spiritual roots, and he could not enter the field of cultivation to become a superior person. Later, his family fell into decline and encountered a beast tide. After a series of twists and turns, he was spotted by the Mo family and became a spy. In fact, this is normal. After all, Yang Hengjin has no cultivation, so he can turn into a refugee and sneak into various cities to obtain intelligence. At the same time, he has a certain family background and has a vision and experience that ordinary refugees cannot match. So after a while, Yang Hengjin became a spy walking in the Great Mo realm. Of course, the above reasons can only say that he has a foundation in this regard, but it cannot be a reason for him to be a 500,000. Under the wind and rain, the former fresh meat has become an old bacon, and it has really made some achievements for him. For example, the iron mine owned by the Mo family was dug out by Yang Hengjin from a small family in Yangbi City. At that time, the small family hoped to use this as a token of surrender to join another larger city. If Yang Hengjin had not turned against them, at least the iron mine would definitely not be in the hands of the Mo family now. The site returned to the city gate. Today, Qi County City is still in the expansion stage, so the gathering points for refugees are still divided into those inside and outside the city. This is also the reason why Yang Hengjin can see refugees entering the city at the city gate. At the same time, due to the obstruction of the site direction, he did not notice the gathering points for refugees outside the city, so he followed other refugees to line up at the city gate. Of course, even if Yang Hengjin went to the gathering point outside the city, it would not make any difference. There is no way. Who let Qi County City have a plugin? Director Shi, the moment this person appeared, our facial recognition system outside the city locked him in, because he was not in our previous sampling database. At the station in Chixin City, Zhang Xianayu, a member of the Special Service Section, was reporting to Shi Zerhong. According to our preset logic, after discovering an individual that is not recorded in the database, the facial recognition system will submit this information to the next level of defense system. At the same time, our special service personnel will conduct tracking and analysis. After all, with the completion of our gathering plan, the number of scattered refugees around is not large. If it is finally confirmed that they are just unregistered new refugees, they will be guided by special personnel to the gathering point outside the city for resettlement. As a civilian staff member, Shi Zerhong felt a little confused about this kind of recognition logic. So is there something wrong with your analysis? Zhang Xianayu nodded and handed him a stack of 7 or 8 A4 papers with detailed analysis words engraved on each paper. Director Shi, considering the importance of Chixin City and the possible exposure caused by some of our recent actions, the headquarters has made great efforts in defense cameras to prevent spies from other cities from infiltrating. I won't introduce you to the specific military equipment, but it is much higher than Suhalika. Zhang Xianayu spread out several A4 papers and continued. Then we analyzed the target's facial expression, skin health, and supporting leg muscle curve. For example, this is the skin health analysis report. Although humans have different skin colors due to racial genetic differences, the skin color of each person is often different for various reasons. For example, Director Fei Yu is a standard yellow man, and his ancestors are also of pure Chinese descent, but his skin color is darker due to his long-term work, which is quite different from you and me. He looks a bit like people in Central and Southern Africa. However, the difference in skin color caused by this environmental expression can actually be distinguished. But the refugees are different. The luster and saturation of their skin are obviously different from those of normal people due to lack of nutrition. The Chinese idiom sallow face and thin body describes this state. Shi Zerhong understood at this time. Although there are no examples of hunger everywhere in the local area like in India, he has seen some patients with serious liver diseases, and their complexion is indeed much worse than that of ordinary people. Then Zhang Xianayu pointed to the bottom of another picture and said, the nearest city around Qi County is 55 kilometers away, but the target's straw sandals are only worn at the edges, and his supporting legs are wide, which doesn't look like a refugee at all. Oh, and there is red clay on this part. The geography team has already swept the surroundings, and this kind of soil can only be found in a small valley 7 kilometers west of Qi County, and the official road he came from is completely in 2 directions from the valley. If he is resting and taking a nap, there are many more suitable places around the official road, and there is no grass or moss on his body. In addition, the degree of dryness at the corners of his mouth is very low or even non-existent. There is no water source at the direction of the official road, and this person does not carry a water bag on his body. Even if he uses wild fruits to replenish his physical energy, his lips will definitely be dry and wrinkled. In addition, there's his eyes and micro-expressions. Zhang Xianayu spoke eloquently, almost stripping Yang Hengjin of his underwear. He concluded in front of Shi Zerhong's astonished eyes, Director Shi, before you came, we had already contacted Manager Bu Binghu of Hufei Group. They have sent 3 drones to that valley. If they can find it, Here is the receipt. Zhang Xianyu suddenly discovered something while talking, and led Shi Zhehong to the screen and clicked on a small icon that looked like an envelope. After a while, several high-definition photos appeared on the screen. These photos were taken from multiple angles, clearly recording several traces of wheel tracks, as well as several footprints of varying depths. Zhang Xianyu imported these footprints into the computer. A minute later, he snapped his fingers and said to Shi Zhehong, "Director Shi, the comparison is successful. Now we can be completely sure Hong Takal is the target's disembarkation point. If nothing unexpected happens, this person should be from Yangbei City." Yangbei City, Shi Zhehong touched his chin. Compared with the unknown computer technology, the information of the surrounding cities was his main battlefield. Therefore, he quickly remembered, is it the city with a bad reputation? Tisk, it seems we are being targeted. Zhang Xianyu did not respond. As a member of the Special Service Department, his duties were limited to providing intelligence. Judgments involving foreign strategies were not an area he should be involved in. He looked at Yang Hengjin, who was about to pass the city inspection on the screen, and asked Shi Zhehong, "Director Shi, do you want to control the target? He will pass the city inspection in about 2 or 3 minutes." The people in charge of the city inspection are Zheng Yuan and Comrade Feng Yu, members of the original patrol team. Shi Zhehong considered it for a while, and waved his hand decisively. "Okay, control it directly. The Great Mo realm does not need to talk about evidence. Xiao Zhang, please ask Director Du to come." The full name of Director Du mentioned by Shi Zhehong is Du Jinlong, and his position is the chief of the Special Service Section stationed in Qi County City. The Special Service Section is basically a general term for the intelligence front, but due to manpower reasons, Du Jinlong is currently also responsible for the security of the city. After receiving Shi Zhehong's order, Zhang Xianyu nodded, "Understood, I will do it immediately." At this time, Yang Hengjin did not know that he had been stripped of everything except his name. He was staring at an armed transport vehicle that had just delivered the refugees. The moment he saw the transport vehicle, he knew that he had found the right target. The city that was transporting the refugees was Qi County. This was a great achievement. The unlucky guy who went to another city would have made a wasted trip this time. "Hey, over there, it's your turn." The sound of the soldiers guarding the city brought Yang Hengjin's attention back to reality. Seeing this, he hurriedly stepped forward and nodded familiarly. "Hello, General, I want to enter the city." After saying that, he glanced at the soldier's strange outfit and the insignificant 5-pointed star badge on his chest. Suddenly, he felt inexplicably disgusted and afraid, which made him subconsciously look away. Name, hometown, my name is Yankee, and I'm from Tunhua City. Huh? Tunhua City? The soldier looked up at him, with a hint of surprise on his face, and then gradually turned into excitement. "Are you really from Tunhua City?" Yang Hengjin put on an honest look and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'm really from Tunhua City." Tunhua City was one of the 3 target cities originally planned by the Mo family, but it was later confirmed that the city had been breached by the Beast Tide, and Yang Hengjin borrowed the origin of this city. The soldier smiled politely at him, with a hint of expectation on his face. "Brother, can you talk to me for a minute? My second uncle is from Tunhua City. We have been separated for many years. I heard that this time. Well, I don't expect you to know much information. I just want to understand the situation. At least I have hope in my heart, seeing that this person's position seems to be a soldier leader." Yang Hengjin naturally would not refuse. Although he is not from Tunhua City, Yangbei City has collected information about Tunhua City, and some general information can still be easily obtained. If he can get in touch with the other party afterwards, there may be a chance to find the location of the mineral vein. So he followed the soldier obediently to a remote location, ready to wait for the other party's questions. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he saw the soldier grinning, showing a pair of white teeth. "Do it. I lost more than 5,000 words of manuscripts. That is all my saved manuscripts. I am so sad. I went to ask the computer store and they said it would cost 150 yuan to restore the data. Is the big boss unscrupulous if he knows this price? If not, I will grit my teeth and fix it." Chapter 199 Iron Ore. Name, Yankee. Place of origin, Tunhua City. In the interrogation room of Qi County City, Du Jinlong looked at Yang Hengjin in front of him with a playful look. "Oh, you're still talking to me, Yankee. Tunhua City, right?" Yang Hengjin responded with an innocent look. Although he seemed to be targeted by the people of Qi County City, Yang Hengjin thought carefully and believed that he should not be exposed. After all, considering the possible existence of divine mind detection, he deliberately stopped the carriage 20 miles outside the city, which is the limit range of the 8th or 9th level of the Jinden realm. The makeup and lines thereafter are the result of meticulous optimization, and there is no possibility of any problems. Therefore, in Yang Hengjin's opinion, the soldiers may have mistaken him for a thief with a similar appearance and arrested him by mistake, and the misunderstanding should be solved soon. Seeing that the spy still had an innocent look on his face, saying "I'm a good person," Du Jinglong stopped playing with him and said directly, "Then Brother Yankee, it is known that there is a wheat ear hanging on the left side of a carriage on a hillside 20 miles outside Yangbai City in Qi County. The two servants of the carriage are one tall and one short. The tall one has a scar on his face from left to right, and the short one has a garlic nose and triangular eyes and a tumor on his arm. May I ask what is the name of the second concubine of the city lord of Tunhua City?" Although Du Jinglong's words are a bit rude, he actually knows that when dealing with such a tough guy, he must use this tone of comparing who is more rude, and use the content to directly destroy his psychological defense line. As expected, when Yang Hengjin heard the first few words of this speech, he was shocked in his heart, and reluctantly comforted himself by saying that the other party was playing a game, and kept his face calm. However, after hearing the description of the carriage waiting to receive the news in the valley, Yang Hengjin could no longer remain calm. Under the stimulation of his nerves, his waist and spine subconsciously straightened. Then, as Du Jinglong spoke word by word, his waist and spine began to slowly bend from the tense state, and his strength seemed to be drained away bit by bit. When Du Jinglong finished the last word, Yang Hengjin had already crawled on the interrogation table powerlessly, his face pale and sweating. The frequency of his legs shaking was like a D-type. After so many years of engaging in related business, Yang Hengjin had been discovered to run away once or twice, but it was the first time that he was caught without taking action. As a spy, Yang Hengjin has rich experience and ability to act, but his psychological stress resistance ability is just so-so. If he can even resist stress to the fullest, he is not a spy but an agent. Yang Hengjin is not an agent, so he is panicking now. Because no matter in the mainland or in the Great Mo world, once you are caught as a spy, it basically means that you are finished. It is even more serious in the Great Mo world. After all, there is no such thing as extradition or political asylum in the Great Mo world. The fairy world is much more barbaric and cruel in this regard. Seeing this, Du Jinglong folded his arms and snorted coldly, "Sun Zei, are you still pretending to be a native of Huacheng?" Seeing Yang Hengjin lying on the table with a dead look on his face and not saying a word, Du Jinglong sneered and continued, "I'll give you another chance. Tell me everything you know honestly, and I promise to leave you a way out." Yang Hengjin's eyes showed a trace of anger when he heard this, but as an adult, he was certainly not so naive, and his tone was full of suspicion. "Sir, are you serious? Believe it or not, if you don't say it, forget it. At most, we will take the trouble to find the two people on the other side of the mountain valley. I'll tell you. After hearing Du Jinglong's words, Yang Hengjin realized that the rabbits actually had a backup plan. In his excitement, he didn't care whether the promise was true or not, and even the handcuffs were shaking and clanging. The spies may be very smart and have special skills, but you can't really expect them to be loyal except for the dead soldiers. After all, no matter what the reason for the person's fall, there must be something wrong with him. Faced with a choice between certain death and possible death, they would of course choose the latter. Seeing that Yang Hengjin's psychological defenses had been broken, Du Jinglong nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Name, hometown?" "Yang Hengjin, my hometown is Shanghai City, and now I'm a spy for the Mo family in Yangbai City. What's your purpose for coming to Chixin City?" Yang Hengjin hesitated for a while and said, "To investigate the situation in Chixin City, determine the types of mineral veins in Chixin City, and then, collect information on the injuries of the high-level practitioners in the Wei Mansion. If there is only one who is in the prime of the Foundation establishment realm, then, inside the command center," looking at Yang Hengjin who told the truth, Lin Li was also happy. "Good guy. The Mo family is not only eyeing Chixin City, but they want to swallow us in one bite." As Lin Li said, what Yang Hengjin wanted to express was very clear. If there are too many casualties among the high-level practitioners in Chixin City, and only one of the old patriarch Wei and Wei Shudo can fight with all their strength, then they will certainly rush up and swallow this piece of fat meat. Considering that this matter involved other cities, Du Jinlong did not dare to neglect it and asked Yang Hengjin, "You said before that Yangbai city had collected some intelligence? What else is there besides the death of the second ancestor? Tell me everything." Yang Hengjin recalled the information he had seen and shook his head. Except for the death of the strongest fighter in the 8th level of Foundation building, the intelligence only recorded the fact that Chixin City repelled the beast tide, and nothing else. Du Jinlong stared at him closely, his eyes as sharp as a hawk. "No news about the master family?" Yang Hengjin shook his head decisively. "No." In the command center, the polygraph recorder raised his hand. "Report." The subject did not lie. Then Lin Li looked at the 3 behavioral psychology experts who came to assist. The 3 of them also shook their heads. "There is no trace of lying." Lin Li's Dai Chao Hong thought for a while. This Zhejiang University human resources and social science expert who was the first in the entire camp to analyze that Qi County City might face foreign enemies has now once again demonstrated his extraordinary judgment. "I think what Yang Hengjin said should be true. This involves a problem of information asymmetry." He looked at Lin Li and further explained, "Qi County City was strictly blocked by us after the beast tide occurred. At least no one at the level of practitioners can escape. There are some refugees, but the time they escaped is a bit special. Captain Lin, do you remember that after the purple-robed old man died during the defense of the city, the refugees first fled for a while, and then returned to the city wall to resist the beast tide when they were about to win? Some of the refugees escaped from the city at that time. At that time, Captain Yen and his men were still charging head-on and had no time to control the entire city. However, not only are the number of these refugees small, they don't know our background. The concept of the main family was not spread at that time. Therefore, the only important information they could provide was the death of the purple-robed old man, and knowing from afar that the defense of the city was successful." Then Dai Chao Hong paused and explained the concept of information gap in detail. If the Mo family had gone to Zhejiang City to sell monster materials this time, they might have noticed some abnormalities, but don't forget that there were no monsters attacking Yangbai City this time, so they naturally couldn't go to Zhejiang City. The lack of information exchange from the caravan and the extremely one-sided information obtained from the refugees led to the current information blind spot of the Mo family. As Dai Chao Hong said, the current Mo family is in a very special information blind spot, that is, the stage of information fragmentation. Under normal circumstances, this blind spot is actually very easy to eliminate. As long as Yang Hengjin arrives in Chixin City, he can find out the relevant information of the master family within half an hour. But the rabbits opened the national cheat and directly arrested Yang Hengjin, which directly cut off the only eye of the Mo family. The superposition of 3 special situations caused an unknown war fog to appear in front of Yangbai City. It's like when you are playing games at home and suddenly you hear someone ringing the doorbell, and your mother goes to open the door. Before the door is opened, the information you have is limited to someone is knocking on the door. As for whether the person is a courier, a community member, or a relative of yours, you have to wait until your mother opens the door to find out, and it must be your mother who knows the other party's identity first. This is a very typical information progression structure, and once your mother closes the door and goes out to chat after seeing the guest, you will be in an information blind spot. This kind of information progression is very common in life, so it's really not Yang Bicheng's fault. Who would have thought that the link of opening the door was restricted by someone? Du Jinglong then continued to ask, "Then how strong are the practitioners in Yangbai City? What evil things have they done? In addition, what resources does Yangbai City have?" To answer your question, the main family of Yangbai City is called the Mo family. The practitioner with the highest realm is the old patriarch Morrison, who is at the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. It is difficult to find an opponent in the same realm, so he is called Morrison, the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. The second is his brother Mo Yun. Yang Hengjin obediently introduced the information of the Mo family, but concealed the fact that he had turned against the family and killed the small family. Then the resources include a ground vein flame, 2 acres of spiritual fields, an iron mine, a group of light spirit cicadas and several wind-chasing horses. Wait, Du Jinlong pressed the earphone with his index finger and repeated what Lin Li said. Iron ore? What kind of iron ore, and how large is it? Yang Hengjin thought for a while. That iron mine requires 3,000 to 5,000 refugees to mine every year. Each person must produce at least 30 kilograms of ore a day. The entire mine has been mined for more than 4 years, and only a small layer has been leveled. As for what iron ore is, I don't understand. Du Jinlong was not angry. It was indeed difficult for the natives of the Damo world to distinguish the types of iron ore. He directly called up a few pictures from the tablet. Look at what kind of ore it is. Yang Hengjin took the tablet and looked at it. He quickly pointed to a picture and said, "It's this kind." "I'm sure." Du Jinlong looked at the picture in front of him and raised his eyebrows. "Oh my god, hematite." In the command center, Lin Li slammed the table heavily and said to Wei Fan beside him, "Patriarch Wei, it seems that I have to trouble you in the old Patriarch Wei to die once. Regarding the additional chapters, if someone asks, let me explain that although I haven't added more chapters during this period, my number of words every day is much higher. This book has 136,000 words and was released on Sanjiang on May 1st. Now it has 530,000 words. The original words of the statement on the release were 2 updates of 2,000 words per day. According to that update volume, it should be more than 370,000 words now. Now I have a full 160,000 words more than planned. The number of words can be seen by clicking on the homepage or the subscription record, and everyone can also see the statement on the release when they turn to a single chapter. And all these words are not counted in the extra chapters. If the extra chapters are counted, then 160,000 words are equal to 80 chapters, and I only owe 73 in total, and there will be some left after paying them off directly. But I didn't count any chapters, and I still owe you 73 chapters. I really think I'm quite kind. For example, today's 2 chapters have 5,920 words. I added 80 words and divided it into 2,000 chapters, which means 3 chapters. It's just that I think it's boring to do so. And then in this situation, there are still people urging for more chapters, which I find very puzzling. How sensitive this period has been. When there were more than 150 chapters, it was blocked for 3 consecutive days. After June 15th, I have been fighting with a review almost every day. Readers who have subscribed know this. Wouldn't it be courting death for me to add more chapters during this period? I owe you 73 chapters, and I have paid 80 chapters with interest alone. In this situation, please don't go too far. Finally, please ask for some guaranteed monthly tickets. The monthly ticket list is only 160. Chapter 200 We never attack, we only engage in legitimate defense. I don't think it's necessary for Patriarch Wei to die. The death of an old Patriarch Wei is enough. No, Patriarch Wei must die. How do you know if those people in Yangbai City are the ones who are not stable and don't take action? What if they think the risk is too great and drag it out? I second the motion. The more miserable the death of Patriarch Wei is, the better. I suggest dismembering him with 5 snakes. I think it's more shocking to see his neck bitten off by a giant monster, blood splattered, and his head held in his hands like a hammer. In the command center, Wei Fan's expression was inexplicably subtle as he looked at the group of rabbits who were passionately discussing their death methods. According to what Yang Hengjin said before, Yangbai City has committed countless evil deeds since its establishment, and its crimes are unforgivable. Especially after the discovery of iron mines in recent years, the average number of refugees who died in the iron mines every year has exceeded 4 digits. In front of the Mo family in Yangbai City, the players of the P Club are as kind as a little white flower, and each of them can be awarded a certificate of friendship and harmony. Only Sun Xiaochuan can compare with them in terms of sin value. Although the laws of the local area are not applicable to the Great Mo realm for many reasons, the meaning of not applicable is that the rabbits do not need to be the Great Mo realm police who take care of everything. Now, the Mo family of Yangbai City has taken the initiative to target Qi County City. According to the apparent combat power of Qi County City, there is almost no spare power to resist. At most, they can hope to drag 1 or 2 practitioners to die before they die. If Qi County City is eaten by the other party, the fate of ordinary members of the Wei Mansion is completely predictable. In this case, it is completely reasonable for the rabbits to intervene to vent the anger of the old Master Wei, who has many children and grandchildren. Not to mention that there are mines in Yangbai City. It's hematite. Although iron ore is so abundant in the local area, you can see steel mills or private iron mines in any small county. In fact, iron ore steel is an important link that currently hinders the development of the rabbits. Whether it is the local area or the Great Mo realm. Because steel is really too damn wasteful. Do you know how much steel is consumed in China every year? 981 million tons. Half of the world's annual steel production is used by rabbits. The proportion of steel used in construction is as high as 60%. Of course. No matter how high the iron ore reserves in Yangbai City are, it is impossible to feed back to the local area with one mine. But it has a great help to the development of Damoji. Because the carrying capacity of the light gate is limited, and steel is a high-consumption product. For example, the expansion of the entire Chiksan city and the construction projects of its subordinate villages cannot be fully formed without 1,000,000 tons of steel. Even if you free up all the transportation capacity of the light gate, not to transport coal and food to Damoji, and not to transport L17 spiritual energy back to the local area, let alone whether this approach is realistic, even if you do this, you will have to transport it for half a year. So, it is completely fine to rely on local support for this kind of basic materials in the short term. But if you want long-term sustainable development, then you must find iron mines in Damoji and have the ability to produce them yourself. That is, the source of income and the cost saving. At the same time, iron ore and iron ore are also different. Iron ore can be divided into hematite, limonite, siderite, etc. according to its type, among which hematite is the highest iron output rate. Why were the local kangaroos so arrogant at the beginning? Wasn't it because the rabbits were highly dependent on the kangaroos' hematite, accounting for nearly 70% of the annual arrivals? In fact, this did hide a certain soft spot of the rabbits. The current candidate countries, whether Samba, Maoshong or Guinea, are indeed somewhat different from the kangaroos. Otherwise, the rabbits' fists would have fallen long ago, instead of half fighting like now. But now with the discovery of the Great Mo realm, there may be some variables. However, there is no point in discussing future matters at this time. In short, hematite is a very good ore according to Yang Hengjian's previous identification. The Mo family has this kind of hematite. And hematite can be divided into undiscovered iron ore and iron ore that others are developing. Unlike the local area, the iron ore in the Great Mo realm is actually not easy to find. Because the triple star system is destined to make the external forces of the Great Mo realm relatively weak, which will lead to corresponding reduction in the endogenous effects of the Great Mo realm itself. And the endogenous effects are conducive to the formation of metamorphic iron ore deposits. Of course, planetary materials are not within the scope of this discussion for the time being. Iron and iron ore are two concepts, not to mention that this involves the concept of stellar evolution. After all, iron is the endpoint of nuclear fusion inside stars. I can't help but mention that the smart students should have guessed some information about the Great Mo realm. In short, the resources of the Great Mo realm are typical of less metal resources, rich land resources and a clear distribution of levels. For example, Lei Wenjin's team found a coal mine before, but they could not find some metal resources associated with a coal mine. This is not a normal situation. Due to the special geological strata, there are often some other associated resources around coal. Moreover, even if you find an undeveloped iron ore, even if it is an open pit type, it is still very troublesome to mine. It is very normal for a large mine to take half a year or a year from the fixed working phase to the official use of the excavator. For example, it has been 2 months since the discovery of the coal mine, and the working phase has been initially determined to start trial drilling. And what the rabbits can't afford the most now is time. Now I know that there is a vein of hematite with a large reserve, which has been developed to near perfection and is waving at me. How does the saying go? Others is always the best. Everyone scolds CAO thieves. Everyone is CAO thieves JPG. Don't you see that the leaders in the command center are almost drooling? Not to mention what the Mo family did to the civilian class. They are almost villains, right? So there is no pressure to deal with the Mo family rabbits. Of course. From a moral point of view, it would be better if this group of evil people took the initiative to come and give their heads. After all, the rabbits never take the initiative to attack, they only engage in legitimate defense. As for defending against your home, this is called once and for all, understand? And to lure the group of practitioners of the Mo family into being deceived, then naturally it is inseparable from the issue of the existing combat power of Qi County City. That is, the word risk. If the Wei Mansion lost only one purple-robed old man in the beast tide, then even if Qi County City had other mineral veins, even if that mineral vein was a spiritual stone mine, Yangbai City might not take any action, or it would not attack without thinking in the short term. After all, the laws of the Great Mo realm have always been cruel. If the Mo family's combat power is lost in the battle with the Wei Mansion, the next target may be Yangbai City. But if there is strong enough evidence to prove that a large number of high-level practitioners in the Wei Mansion have died, And now there is only one combat power in the city. Then with the bandit character of the Mo family, they will definitely not let go of this piece of fat meat. After all, the ancestors of the Mo family made their fortunes by doing this, and that character was passed down in their blood and polluted their hearts. In short, after Lin Li confirmed the news that the Mo family had hematite, he immediately asked Lin Ziming to return to the mainland. Not long after, Lin Ziming came back with new instructions from the core layer. The instructions of the core layer were the same as expected by the command center: if you don't take what God gives, you will suffer the consequences. This led to the previous discussion in the headquarters. Ahem, seeing that the imaginations of the people in the headquarters were almost out of control, with all kinds of crazy operations flying around, Lin Li quickly coughed. At the same time, he used a ballpoint pen to hit the head of a traitor who was looking very proud and trying to persuade Wei Fan that Lord Ern was a filial son. Then he curled his index finger and tapped the table to control this somewhat chaotic scene. Okay, everyone, I think we should implement it according to our first round of plans, and strive to get results within 1 day, and then Yang Hangjin will come forward to hand over the information to the 2 people outside the city to take back to Yangbai City. Then he turned around and said to Lin Ziming, Colonel Lin, the specific combat mission this time is still handed over to the External Combat Department. Please ask you and Brigade Commander Long to draw up a combat plan for me. Although our opponents this time are not strong, practitioners have more trump cards than monsters. It is possible that they have 3rd-level sword energy talismans or something in their hands, so it is best for us to focus on long-range tactics to prevent some unexpected combat losses. Lin Li's guess is theoretically feasible, especially for a family like the Mo family that oppresses the lower classes to the extreme. There must be some special trump cards in their hands. Therefore, Lin Ziming did not dare to neglect it and accepted the task seriously. Then Lin Li looked at Wei Fan again. Patriarch Wei, please go inform the old Patriarch Wei that he is going to die. By the way, he is quite old. Remember to tell him the news of his death in a tactful way, Wei Fan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.